Interstellar Mission, Space Colony 1 Book 4, written and narrated by J.J. Green. Chapter 1. 35,835 kilometers above the planet the humans called Concordia, a probe sat in geostationary orbit. The device was tiny, undetectable to all except the most sensitive astronomical scanners. Even then, the scanner operator would have to know exactly where to look in order to find it. The debris remaining from the battle for the planet was scattered throughout the immediate area of space, acting as the perfect camouflage for the spying device. The probe focused on a small area of land on the largest continent, covering approximately 2,184 square kilometers. The area encompassed a raised human settlement, a region where the native vegetation had been cleared, and a small forest. The forest was the point of greatest scrutiny, penetrating the forest canopy and a certain depth beneath the surface. The probe peered at a spot below the forest floor, where the humans had constructed a habitation. The existence and location of the site had been gleaned from disinfectors sent down to clean the human infestation from the prized world. Had this information not already existed within the probe's databanks, the heat and carbon dioxide emitted by the concentrated numbers of humans were clear indications of the invaders' presence. When the system's star lit that place, the probe detected the movement of humans as they departed their subterranean dwelling. For each revolution of the world orbiting its star, the pattern of movement was the same. In the daylight hours, the humans travelled to the cleared area and its neighbouring lake. Then, just before that area turned away from the star and the line of darkness crossed it, the humans would return to their forest dwelling and disappear below ground. During the time they spent at the secondary site, the humans tended to their plants, which were non-natives. They applied unidentified substances, and when precipitation had been minimal, they also applied water from the lake. Always they removed any native flora growing in the space. The probe monitored the size of the invasive population, its typical behaviours, and evidence of technological advancement. The data it had gleaned up until now had been minimal. The humans' numbers were small, and their activities limited. Had it been sentient, the probe would have been supremely bored. It was working at a level far below the amount of information its scanners, databanks, and transmitter could handle. Had the probe's creators been too optimistic when they had configured its data handling capabilities? Perhaps. The device's construction had been hasty, a last-minute decision based on an abrupt change of plan. Were the Scythians' hopes for a successful human colonization too high? The planet thieves were primitive. Their colony ship had resembled a relic of the earliest eons of galactic exploration, like something out of an ancient historical file. It had been a miracle the humans had survived to reach their destination. Even their second ship, which had caught up to the first, had carried only a few ineffective weapons, and its engines had been slow. Only by a fluke had it defeated the scout ship. In addition to the humans' low level of development, further factors worked against the colonists' survival. The destruction of their first habitation had set them back significantly, no doubt. Then a second attack had been launched with the intention of finishing them off. The destruction had probably pushed the colony to the limit of its existence. Had the second attack not been aborted, it would have entirely annihilated the humans. The disinfectors had never been known to fail. Even the unexpected arrival of the irritating aquatic beings, who for some unknown reason had decided to ally themselves with the primitives, would not have made any difference to the final result. But then, at the last moment, another, more appealing solution had been suggested. Exactly at the moment the humans had foolishly crashed their vessel into the flagship. Perhaps it would be possible to turn the unanticipated appearance of the humans to the Scythians' benefit. The decision to spare the invaders temporarily had been made. Only two possible futures for the humans lay ahead. They would live or die. Whichever result eventuated, the Scythians would win in a fashion. As the fate of the colony played out, all the Watchers had to do was to wait. On their far-distant planet, the Scythians monitored the incoming data. They read the population estimates, studied the humans' behavior, and tracked their development. The latter was pitiful. It was clear the humans were clinging to survival. All that would be required to finish them off would be the failure of the food supply they appeared to be growing. The probe had been programmed with various triggers. If the humans transferred to a new location, it would adjust its geostationary position accordingly. If the creatures spread out across the globe so that constant surveillance from a single vantage point was impossible, the probe would react. Finally, when the required conditions were met, the Scythians would return to claim their prize. Chapter 2. Cherry lowered herself into the narrow two-seater capsule, steadying herself against the bobbing of the waves by grabbing the side with her right and only hand. The vessel was barely large enough to accommodate both her and Ethan, and she was forced to squeeze up close to her old friend as she sat down. The sea breeze was chilly and made colder by the spray it blew from the ocean. The sun was halfway to the horizon in a grey, cloudy sky. "How long will this take?" she asked, eyeing the water. Somewhere beneath those snowy peaks and deep blue troughs, thread creatures lay, waiting to transport the humans to their vast underwater metropolis. Her stomach muscles tightened, and it wasn't only due to the waves' motion. 3 or 4 hours, Ethan replied. At least, that's how long it took last time. I'm assuming the threads have something similar in store for you as they did with me. I guess it's too late to change my mind. He glanced at her from the corners of his eyes. Yeah, pretty much. I need a second in command, and I picked you. The joining ceremony with the threads is only a formality. In need of a distraction, she asked, "Aren't there any controls in this thing?" She scanned the featureless interior. All that lay around her was the lid to the vehicle, opened at an angle, the well where they put their feet, and the smooth, opaque lower hull. How did the threads manufacture equipment like this submarine capsule while living underwater? The process had to be remarkably different from the way humans did things. The enigma made her curious. On the other hand, the less she knew about the threads, the better. No controls, and even if there were, we wouldn't know how to drive it. Pilot it, she corrected. Pilot it. If a vehicle goes on water or in the air or in space, you pilot it. Drive it or pilot it. We're doing neither in this case. Relax. It's an interesting trip. You might even enjoy it. So we let the threads take us wherever they want? That's what happened last time, and I was totally safe. Why are you telling me it's safe? Do you think I'm scared? Ethan didn't reply, only smirked in a maddening manner. Huh. She squirmed in her seat. I'm not scared, I'm uncomfortable. I mean, I'm grateful to them. They've done so much to help us, and we couldn't have survived without them. But stars, I don't like those things. The waves were growing stronger, the capsule was bobbing higher, and she was beginning to feel sick. I wish we could... A hiss cut through her words as the lid of the vessel suddenly lowered, activated by unseen hands, or rather tentacles. The lid met the hull and soundlessly closed. They were sealed in and wouldn't be able to get out again until the threads allowed them. The capsule lifted and eased forward until it was fully on the surface of the water. A particularly large wave smashed into it, causing the front to rear up. rise over the wave's crest and nose down the other side. Ethan gave her a half smile. "I don't really think you're scared. No one who ran out to face certain death by the cuts of thousands of Scythian spiders could be scared of some friendly thread creatures." "I thought you were going to say single-handedly." She also smiled, but then the death of her ex-lover, Gawain, sprang to her mind, and her expression fell. "If anyone can make amputee jokes, it's you and me." Ethan lifted his artificial foot. The thread's vessel was moving steadily forward. As it reached deeper water, the bobbing became less pronounced but more regular. Suddenly the sun blazed through a gap in the clouds, instantly warming the capsule's cool interior. Then the nose dipped. Cherry gripped her armrest. "Here we go," said Ethan, as the vessel slid under the waves. Green water rose up the capsule's sides and over the transparent lid. A force dragged them along and downward. Sunbeams glittered through the waves, dappling them in shifting spots of light. But the sun's rays quickly faded, and the darkness of deep water encroached. The light from above had almost entirely disappeared when the rim of the vessel burst into light, illuminating the interior and the water around them. "Ugh!" She'd spotted, at the edge of the circle of light, long, thin tentacles writhing. Thread creatures had come along as escorts. "Oh yeah, they do that. They'll stay with us all the way down." "No kidding! Isn't that great?" "Why don't you like the threads?" "Is it surprising? They tried to kill me once, remember?" "They weren't trying to kill you. They were only trying to capture you, like they did with me. They wanted to find out about us." "Oh, I'm sorry. They were only trying to capture me, put me in a little box, and experiment on me, like they did with you that time you nearly died." Cherry folded her arm across her chest. The action still felt weird, now she only had one arm to fold. Ethan chuckled. "Something funny?" "Phila Cherriensia. I love the fact the Woken named the threads after you." "Isn't that joke getting a bit old?" In truth, Cherry enjoyed bantering with her old friend, even though her dislike of the threads was no joke. Their back and forth also helped her to momentarily forget the gravity of the colonists' situation. She stole a glance at Ethan's profile. They had been through so much together. Their closeness in the small capsule almost made her want to reach out and take his hand. "How are Cariad and the baby doing? Meredith is such a pretty name." "It is, isn't it? We named her after someone I used to know. They're fine, absolutely fine. She's a sweetheart, hardly ever cries, always smiling." "You're talking about the baby, not Cariad?" "Well, both of them, really." "Cariad is a sweetheart too. I realised that once I got to know her." Cherry paused. "She isn't a typical Woken. I guess she must have told you what a bitch I was to her." "Huh? No, she never told me that." "Well, I was, though maybe I was justified in the circumstances. Anyway, I don't hate the Woken any longer. It doesn't make any sense anymore. We're all on the same level now." "Yeah, that's right." The divisions that had existed in the early days of the colony were a thing of the past. If it weren't for the Gen's uniform colouring, with their olive skin and dark brown eyes and hair, she wouldn't have been able to tell her kind apart from the Woken, the scientists who had left Earth aboard the Nova nearly 200 years ago. They were all kinds of colours, from Kez's chalky white freckled skin and ginger hair, to Cariad's deep brown skin and black frizzy hair. The two Scythian attacks had been great equalizers. The original settlement, planned and built so carefully from materials brought from Earth, had been razed, and the underground hideout, created from the remaining materials scavenged from the wreck of the Nova, had only just survived the second attack. It had taken weeks to clear the passages of the deactivated spider-like search-and-destroy devices. Their claws sliced like razors at the slightest touch, and now that the colony's medical supplies were severely limited, avoiding cuts and infections was vital. Her stump ached with the memory of the slash that had severed her left arm. "Thinking about what's coming up?" Ethan asked, drawing her from her reverie. "No, actually." "We're about halfway now." The capsule's beams only illuminated the surrounding thread's tentacles, streamlined with speed. Everything else was impenetrable darkness. She was reminded of her time aboard the colony ship, when the Nova's hull had been the only thing between her and deep space. "I'm flattered that you want me as your second-in-command, but I'm not clear on exactly what you want me to do." "I'm not sure myself. I only know we have a long, difficult time ahead of us, and I'm going to need all the help I can get if the colony is to survive. There's the organization of our defense, for one thing. I have enough to do just keeping us all fed, and I'm no military strategist. You seemed the obvious choice after you helped coordinate the response to the second attack, unless you think I should have asked Aubrio." "Stars, no!" The thought of Aubrio in charge of defending the colony filled her with unease. He had some good ideas, but his number one priority was himself. Given the choice of sacrificing everyone else in order to save his own life, he probably wouldn't think twice about it. "See, you're the best person, Cherry. I know you'll do a great job." "I'll do my best." "You'll be fine, and after you've been through the joining ceremony, we can talk to the Feeler about the Scythian threat. Maybe they can give us some advice on how to prepare ourselves for when they return." "When they come back to collect their tribute?" She gave a shudder. She hoped the day the Scythians demanded human sacrifices in return for sparing the colony was a long, long time away. "We need a plan, and so far I have nothing." Chapter 3. Wilder tied the final living vine in place and then stood up, brushing her bangs out of her eyes. She grabbed the handrail she'd constructed from intertwined vines and tested it, pushing and pulling on it. The rail seemed secure. It should be. The material it was made from was fibrous and so tough only a very sharp blade could cut it. The vine's properties had put her off using them at first, imagining the hours she would have to spend just sawing the stuff off the trees where it clung like a slug limpet to its prey. But then she had realized it made more sense to use living vines. Not only would it save time, the plants would continue to grow, and the walkways between the trees would become stronger and carry more weight. Was using 5 vines per handrail overkill? Perhaps, but the handrails and the bridges, made from interwoven tree fronds and more vines, had to be entirely safe. She didn't want anyone to get hurt, and though a fall onto the soft, deep leaf mould of the forest floor probably wouldn't be fatal, an accident would mean the end of her little hamlet among the trees. That would be a disaster. All her work would be for nothing. The adults might even insist that she permanently return to the underground settlement. Sidher, that was what they'd called the place after a vote. It was a name from ancient Earth, a dwelling place of mythological beings. Her own name for the close, stinking, noisy passageways and tiny rooms of her former home was Shithole. Naturally, she never used the name out loud around anyone important, but she loved how the word encapsulated her hatred for the crowded habitation. She understood why the colonists continued to live there, even though the Scythians appeared to be leaving them alone for the time being. It was the menace of the slug limpets. The threat of the nocturnal creatures plagued her too. If they sensed a living, edible thing while out on their nightly prowls, the horrible predators could actually climb trees. Nothing seemed to be a barrier to their many legs and hook-like feet, except for electricity, and the remaining fences and generators were all being used to protect the farming district. It had been the problem of the Concordia native wildlife that had deterred her from her plan to build a treetop settlement initially, notwithstanding her eagerness to leave Shithole. Without an electric current as protection, she would have quickly suffered a terrible death on her first night outdoors. But she'd been determined. The slug limpets were not intelligent. All they had on their side was their deadly, sticky digestive secretions and a relentless drive to reach their prey. If humans could make their way across the galaxy to a new home, they should be able to think up a way to protect themselves from the predators. She'd done it. She had found a solution. Though the first time she'd tested her idea, all alone, illegally outside shithole at night, had been terrifying. She'd done it all, everything she'd planned. Peeking out from the tree fronds were 4 sturdy platforms linked by walkways. She stood on the 5th platform, which happened to be the first she'd constructed, and the one she would keep as her own. Below, the forest undergrowth was green and lush, and the decaying leaf mould was deep brown, moist and fragrant. How much nicer it was to be above ground, rather than crushed in with everyone else, skulking in dimly lit confinement. The construction work had been easy compared to the difficulties she had faced sneaking away to complete it. She had made a few enemies along the way. Door monitors, educators, her parents. But that was nothing new. For years, even prior to arrival, ever since she decided to not attend any more useless, boring schooling, in fact, she had rubbed up against authority figures in one way or another. Never mind. When some friends joined her in the tree village, the people in charge would be forced to acknowledge the benefit of her work. They would understand that her time was better spent doing what she wanted, not following any stupid manual. The people who wrote that plan hadn't taken into account the real difficulties the colony would face. How could they? No one else had ever attempted a deep space colonization. All she had to do was prove she'd created a sustainable living space. She didn't think it would take much persuasion for other kids to come and live here too. Who in their right mind would choose to remain in an overcrowded, stuffy slum filled with crying babies when they could live in fresh, clean air and silence above ground? The tree village was ready for inhabitants. A few more facilities were required before the place would be entirely independent, but it was fit for sleeping in overnight. One more test remained. She breathed in, gripped the handrail tightly, and stepped onto the walkway. The fibrous floor bent under her weight, but held. She took a second step, entirely leaving the safety of the platform. The bridge swayed, and she grabbed the other handrail. The vines creaked. The farther platform, which had looked so close a moment ago, seemed to draw away. Remembering she needed to breathe out, she exhaled between pursed lips and carefully trod another few steps. The farther she walked, the more the bridge swayed. Was that something she could fix? She wasn't sure, but providing she held on tight, she didn't seem to be in any danger. Alternating her hands to let go and grip the rail as she moved along, she quickly walked the remaining distance. As she stepped onto the second platform, she whooped with delight and punched the air. The surrounding vegetation absorbed the sound of her voice, deadening it and supplanting it with hushed rustling. So far, so good. But she'd bent the rules as far as she could. If she wanted to move forward with the tree hamlet and turn it into an official alternative dwelling space, she needed permission from the leader. That might not be easy to get. Chapter 4. About an hour into the journey to the Thread's underground city, Cherry spied thousands of lights spread out on the ocean bed. "Hey, is that it?" "That's it," Ethan replied. "It's quite something, isn't it? If we go the same way I went, we'll sink down a long tunnel to the chamber where they hold the ceremony." "Wow!" Cherry breathed as the extent and complexity of the Thread's metropolis became clearer. The underwater city reached as far as she could see, lights twinkling in the far distance, piercing the pitch black of the water. As she looked more closely, she saw plumes of bubbles and distorted, probably superheated, water rising from some structures on the seabed. Transparent tunnels linked buildings, and thread creatures slid along them. I had no idea it was so sophisticated. She peered at the constructed expanse. Do you think they have vehicles? I don't think I've seen any of the Feeler being transported in a vehicle. I don't think they need them. They move so fast and so easily in water. The Thread escorts had kept pace with the capsule, even though it seemed to be travelling at great speed. I think this is their main site on Concordia. The places where we originally encountered them are only small outposts. This is where all the important stuff happens, like the joining ceremony. He glanced sidelong at her. There's no need to pull that face. What face? I'm not pulling a face. The ceremony doesn't take long. It'll be over before you know it. The capsule abruptly halted and sank rapidly downward. A hole was opening below. They were about to descend into the tunnel Ethan had mentioned. She twisted in her seat, staring at the surface of the city as they passed it. Despite the utter darkness of the water, she could see details of complicated structures due to a glow emanating from them. The light was unlike sunlight or artificial indoor lights. You know when we lived in the caves by the ocean? Did you ever look out to the sea at night? All the time. The water used to glow sometimes. Did you notice? I did. It was beautiful. The light the Thread City gives off is similar, don't you think? Now you say it, I see what you mean. Their vessel passed into a tunnel, plunging them into darkness, except for widely spaced lights along the walls. Then they changed direction and headed into a large chamber. She tensed at the sight that greeted her. So many thread creatures all in one place. She surveyed the ranks of assembled aquatic aliens. They're probably listening to us right now. I should have told you. They can hear what we say while we're in here, and they can talk to us too. In the end, the ceremony really was as straightforward as Ethan had said it would be, though like everything else to do with the Threads, it was weird and unsettling. When it was over, and most of the creatures had left, they remained inside the Thread spherical chamber. Only one of the organisms had stuck around, a large specimen. "Hey, Quinn," said Ethan. "Long time no see." "You recognize it?" Cherry gaped at the creature's mass of gently writhing tentacles. "Hello, Ethan." The voice seemed to come from all around them, as if the walls of the capsule were broadcasting. Ethan said to Cherry, "Remember, anything you say, he'll hear." "Got it," she whispered. "It's a he? How can you tell?" "It's probably better to let me do the talking." "If you say so." "This is Cherry," he said to his Thread acquaintance. "Your second in command. Thank you for bringing him to us." "Her. Cherry is a woman." "I see. Thank you. It is difficult for me to see your differences. I noticed that Cherry is missing a tentacle too." "What?" Cherry asked. "She's missing an arm, Quinn." "Ah, yes. You have different words for your tentacles, according to where they are situated on your bodies. I remember now. Cherry lost her arm during the second Scythian attack. But why hasn't she grown another one?" "I can't grow another one." "You can't? Are humans not able to regrow their tentacles?" Ethan said, "I still only have half of one of my legs. I wear a false one." "I didn't know. We still have so much to learn about human anatomy. To be unable to regenerate your limbs seems a great disadvantage. We manage. We have more important matters to discuss. The Scythians. I have bad news. Our seeding ship, which came to your defense, must depart soon. Our young ones are growing to maturity, and if we do not find a home for them, they will die. I understand. Ethan replied. "We appreciate your help, but we realize we can't rely on you forever." Cherry's heart sank. How could they hope to defend themselves from another Scythian attack without the help of the thread creatures? "When the Scythians arrived to destroy your colony, we had grave fears that they would succeed. They are an ancient and highly developed species, and we doubted they would allow a foreign intelligence to live on a planet they consider their own. Yet they did withdraw after your ship self-destructed by crashing into theirs. The message they broadcast as they left did not make much sense to us. Then we discovered words in your language that seemed to describe similar concepts that do not exist in our culture. Words like sacrifice and tribute. You know what their message means in terms of what you can expect. I haven't thought of much else since the battle. It appears the Scythians decided to accept the deaths of the crew in exchange for the cessation of their attack. If that is the case, it seems reasonable to predict they will return at some point, expecting further offerings, or they will not allow your continued presence on this planet. It's lucky they didn't realize no humans were aboard the Mistral. Do you think the Scythians might accept something other than human lives as tribute? As always, Cherry felt conflicted by the memory of the enigmatic Guardians, androids sent from Earth to save the colony from sabotage. They had masqueraded as humans, and when their artificiality was revealed, it explained the creepy feeling she'd always had about them. Yet she couldn't deny that these sentient machines had sacrificed themselves in battle without hesitation. "We cannot say," Quinn replied, "but we believe it would be prudent to act as if this were not the case." "Could you transport us somewhere else? A place where the Scythians won't find us?" "We have considered that, but we do not know of any other planets that would support you indefinitely, and that would also not be known to the Scythians. We continue to search, but it would be wise for you to make alternative plans." "What kind of alternative? We only have two, run and hide or stay and fight, and currently only the second one is open to us." "You do not have to fight. There is a third possibility." "You mean we should sacrifice some of us as tribute?" "It is an option to consider." "Okay, let me consider it," said Cherry, her heart racing with rage. No, I'm not going to suggest that some of us die to save the rest. That is not happening. We would never sacrifice one of our own, even if it were to save all of us." "Don't worry," said Ethan. "There's no question about that, but I'm guessing Quinn has more to tell us. Am I right? There's a reason you asked me to bring another human representative to join with you, isn't there?" "You are right, Ethan. As I said, our seeding ship must depart soon, and it's doubtful it could return to defend you from another Scythian attack. Furthermore, I must warn you that the Scythians are growing stronger, and we are not a warlike species. We could not have defeated them when we tried, and we won't defeat them the next time." "So we're on our own?" "Perhaps not. If we cannot help you, perhaps others might. You are not the only ones who have been targeted by the Scythians. Other intelligent species have been attacked, and in response they are forming an alliance called the Galactic Assembly. It's possible that they might accept humankind into their midst." "Is it likely, though?" Ethan asked. "I mean, what do we have to offer? You're assuming the alliance exists only for self-interest. Do you find it difficult to believe they would try to protect other intelligent species without receiving anything in return, only because they believe it is right?" "Of course not," said Ethan, looking abashed. "That's exactly what you've done, even though you were here on Concordia first. You've protected us when you didn't have to." "We are grateful," said Cherry, her aversion toward the thread creatures beginning to fade. They could easily have allowed the Scythians to do their work and rid Concordia of the uninvited newcomers. Quinn said, "Species come into existence and die out all the time, but we believe your destruction would be a loss to the galaxy." "We think so too." "The Galactic Assembly may come to the same conclusion, but they will not accept you without meeting you first. However, our seeding ship cannot take you to the site of the assembly. There are no planets suitable for our colonization in that sector, and our ship could not sustain human life. Therefore, we will build another ship. This vessel will journey to the assembly, conveying one or more representatives of your colony. Perhaps you could go, Ethan." Ethan replied, "I'm needed here. I understand. I should warn you that the Assembly is a fragile organization. As far as we know, nothing like this has been attempted before. Bringing many disparate intelligent species, each with their own interests, into agreement is difficult and fraught with danger. It is very easy to cause great offense when interacting with unfamiliar cultures. I would advise you to carry a weapon, Cherry, to reduce the risk of attack." "What?" "You will go to the Galactic Assembly and seek admittance to their alliance in order to ask for help to secure the future of humanity." "I heard you. I just don't quite believe it." Chapter 5. The problem of the Scythian hunting spiders had been bothering Wilder for ages. Since early that morning, she'd been studying one of the devices she had borrowed. But time was getting on. Her appointment with the leader was soon, and before the meeting she wanted to take some vids of her little hamlet to show him. She put down the spider, its sharp claws bound in rags, and piled more rags over it. Then she searched for her interface, mulling over the hidden Scythian device. After the colonists had carefully cleared the spiders from the underground settlement and emerged onto the surface, the sheer numbers of the devices the Scythians had dropped became apparent. They littered the forest floor, creating a bizarre carpet of silvery, angular, razor-sharp undergrowth. From the drop site to the forest, tens of thousands of the lethal devices lay motionless, frozen when their creators had deactivated them. At the original settlement, the pattern of silver sprayed out to all sides, where the spiders had traced human scent. It had taken weeks, but eventually all the devices had been cleared and piled in 8 massive heaps surrounded by fences. Meanwhile, the scientists had started work, trying to identify what the spiders were made from and how they operated. But all their scientific equipment had been destroyed, both at the first settlement and on the Nova. They'd concluded with some certainty that the spiders were constructed from a metal alloy, feather-light and extremely tough. But what type of alloy it was, none could say. The material's properties were unlike anything they had previously encountered. No tools penetrated the smooth, seamless shell of the spider's central mechanism. No one could study their inner workings. With a great deal of effort, a forge was built to heat a spider to a temperature high enough to melt titanium, but it had no effect. Finally, after thousands of hours of work, the spiders had been designated useless trash, yet they remained highly dangerous. If the Scythians returned and changed their minds about sparing humanity, they might be able to reactivate the devices. When time could be spared, giant pits would be dug to bury them, a temporary stopgap to keep them out of immediate harm's way. It was a great shame, Wilder had thought, when the colony was in such desperate need of construction materials. The feelers' donations dried out and cracked after a few days' exposure to air. Until mining operations were underway and smelting and manufacturing plants built, The settlers had no source of metal other than what could be scrounged from the nova. All that remained of the ship was wreckage in the ocean. The scientists might have given up on the Scythian spiders, but Wilder had not. She had taken one from a heap and brought it to her tree platform, delighted to finally have the privacy and freedom to work on it. She was determined to unlock its secrets. She had first tested one of the spider's blades on a dead slug limpet. The creature's tough carapace had parted like the soft, pale fungi growing on the forest floor. When she had dipped the blade into the sticky, corrosive acid that spilled from the creature's innards, the mucousy liquid had no effect on the Scythian material. She pulled out her interface from under her pillow. The cracked surface was dusty, so she carefully wiped the tiny lens. Setting the interface to record, she focused first on her platform. Then she pointed the interface at the floor and swept it up toward the roof, made from fallen tree fronds. The forest canopy kept most of the rain out, but later on in the year, heavier rains would arrive, and she wanted to be prepared. Next she lay on her stomach and stuck her head and shoulders over the platform's edge, angling the interface toward the downward-facing cone around the tree's trunk. Slug limpets could climb, and they would sense and attack anything living, but she had thought up a solution to the problem. The predators were long and flat, and their shells were rigid. They could climb vertical surfaces, but they could not bend to navigate something pointing outward and downward. If a slug limpet climbed a tree with a cone encircling its trunk, the creature would try to crawl along the inside of the cone, tip backward, lose its grip, and fall. She had cut off branches touching other trees, isolating the ones in her village so the predators couldn't reach them. She also filmed the slug limpet barriers around the other tree trunks and the hoists she had constructed to lift people up. She had plenty more ideas about what could be done to the platforms, but she figured she had enough to show the leader the site's viability and potential. She checked the time. She only had a few minutes before her appointment. If she missed it, she would have to wait weeks for another, assuming she was given one at all. The man responsible for giving them out had argued with her, saying she was just a kid and had no good reason to see the leader. She had been forced to point out that there was nothing in the manual forbidding young colonists from meeting the leader. It was everyone's right, young, old, and in between. She slipped the interface into a bag, slung it over her shoulder, and climbed into a cradle at the edge of the platform. The cradle hung from a rope attached to a pulley. She lowered herself to the forest floor. As soon as her feet touched dirt, she jumped out and ran to the entrance of the underground settlement. The opening had been reconstructed since the Scythian attack. The destroyed thick metal doors had been replaced with simple ones made from plastiwood, and they stood open. She ran through the doorway and down the stairs. The familiar smell of the place hit. Damp, mould, and human sweat assaulted her nostrils, and the ceilings and walls seemed to close in, fighting down the feelings of disgust and unease that shitholes sparked. She arrived at the leader's office. The man who arranged the appointments looked up sternly as she appeared, and his frown deepened as he said, "You're late. You'll have to reschedule." "I can't," she panted. "I've waited so long already. It's only a few minutes." "I can't help that. The leader's a very busy man." The door to the inner office opened, and the leader looked out. "Vernie?" He spotted her. "Are you my next appointment? You can come in." "Leader," Vernie said, "you have another appointment in 8 minutes. I'm sure this won't take long, right?" the leader asked her. "No, sir, not long." "Good. Come inside." She followed him in. "Take a seat." The leader closed the door and gestured toward a chair before sitting down himself. She suddenly became aware that though she had thoroughly prepared her little hamlet to be ready for this meeting, she had entirely failed to prepare herself. Her mouth turned dry as she struggled to think of what to say, wondering what she looked like. She couldn't remember the last time she had washed or brushed her hair. She coughed to clear her throat and calm her nerves. "Thanks for seeing me, leader. I'll be as quick as I can. I want to ask your permission to start a new settlement." His eyebrows rose. "A new settlement?" She looked down at the backs of her hands. They were grimy and her nails were black with dirt. How could she have forgotten to wash before meeting the most important person in the colony? "Does this have to do with your activities in the forest?" She gaped. "You know about that? I've been building some living areas among the trees. I've finished them now. They're entirely safe." He leaned forward and put his elbows on his desk. "It's wilder, right? Wilder. I know living conditions down here aren't great, but I'm not prepared to allow you to put yourself at risk. It isn't safe above ground right now. As soon as the new residences out at the farms are finished, I promise you'll be one of the first to move out." "I don't want to move out to the farms. I need to be near the spider's dump." She stopped short. She hadn't meant to mention that part of her plan, but now she'd let out her secret, she figured she might as well tell him the rest. "I've been working on understanding their tech, and I think I'm near a breakthrough, but I can't work on them down here. It's too cramped, noisy, and distracting. When I live here, I'm tired all the time from babies waking me up. I can't think properly." Ever since the babies from the Nova had arrived, her difficult life had become nearly unbearable. She didn't have anything against babies per se, but hundreds of them all at once, plus the babies born naturally to the colonists, had been torture. She needed quiet to work on her various projects. "I understand. It isn't easy for any of us, but you know we're doing our best to minimize the disturbance." "At least let me show you what I've done." She pulled out her interface and showed him the vid she'd recorded. She watched his expression as he studied the recording. How old was he? She didn't know, but he had grey in his hair and beard, so he had to be pretty old. Maybe too old to remember what it was like to be young and want to live your life without everyone telling you what to do. The vid ended and he returned his attention to her. "Very impressive. Those cones are to deter slug limpets?" "Yes, and they work." "How come you're so sure?" She didn't answer. The backs of her hands suddenly became extremely interesting. "You know that spending a night outside the settlement is strictly prohibited?" When she remained silent, he continued, "You're 14, right?" "Yes, leader." "When I saw you were coming to see me, I looked up your details. There's no record of your education after the age of 9. Shit. How had he known that? She'd thought the Guardians had wiped the colony's unimportant records when they dumped tons of data into the system before they crashed their ship. I'd worked through the entire schooling scheme by then. There was nothing else to learn, so school got really boring for me. I didn't see any point in attending." "And no one followed up with you?" She looked down again. The leader laughed. "Don't worry. I didn't like school either, though for different reasons. I guess you managed to avoid the chasers." "Yeah, I did." The meeting was not going as well as she'd hoped. She certainly hadn't expected the conversation would turn to her truancy. What difference did that make? "Another thing I discovered was that the couple who took you in haven't seen you in weeks." She sighed. "They're good people, but I don't need parents. I don't need a mom or dad telling me what to do all the time. And they took in 3 of the babies from the Nova. 3! I just couldn't stand it. There's so much I have to do, so much I want to do, but I'm not going to get anything done until I have the freedom and quiet to do it." A voice came from the leader's interface saying, "Your next appointment is here, leader. I'll be finished soon, Vernie. Please ask them to wait." She took a breath. She only had a few moments before the leader would refuse the permission she sought and kick her out. "Leader, Sidher is heavily overcrowded. There are too many of us to live comfortably here. And when the crops are harvested, where are you planning to store all the food? The only option is to force more people to live in even less room. I'm suggesting a viable alternative. If 5 or 10 young people like me live outside, it will give everyone a little more breathing room. Then, if the experiment is successful, we can build more platforms. The forest is large. I figure it could easily provide dwellings for 500 or 600 people. I'm sorry for playing hooky and leaving my family, but please, can you give me this chance?" The leader's interface spoke to him again. "Your next appointment is asking if she should reschedule, leader. 1 more minute, Vernie." The leader rubbed his beard and gazed thoughtfully at the frozen image on Wilder's screen. He looked tired. Shadows haunted his eyes and cheekbones. Finally he said, "I'm not too concerned about your misdemeanors. The colony wasn't built on everyone following the rules. We're all learning as we go along, but it's my responsibility to keep you safe. I want to see what you've built with my own eyes. I'll come over there later today when I have a bit of free time. Then, if it all seems okay, we can talk some more about moving ahead with your plan." "We can? Thank you." He lifted a finger. "But first I want 2 or 3 door guards to spend a few nights out there, just in case it isn't as safe as you imagine." "That's fine. Thank you so much. You won't regret it." Chapter 6. The day after Cherry returned from her visit to the Threads, she decided to go and see Aubrio. Through some secret machinations she couldn't even guess at, her lover had managed to wrangle a room all to himself in the overcrowded settlement. She didn't approve, but she couldn't deny it certainly made their assignations a lot easier to carry out. The passageway leading to Aubrio's room was especially crowded. Parents were collecting their babies from daycare after their day's work at the farming district, tending to the crops and constructing permanent housing. The colony had precious little farming or construction equipment left. Scythian spiders had passed over the place where the colonists had hidden the machines in preparation for the expected attack. The enemy's search and destroy devices had inflicted considerable damage during their passage, and though many gens had the training to fix the machinery, they lacked the tools and parts. But what the colonists missed in terms of equipment, they made up for in plain labouring skills and determination. No one was under any illusion about how closely they were skirting the prospect of failure. Nearly every able-bodied individual spent the daylight hours either helping to build houses, weeding crops, or picking off Concordian pests that had discovered a taste for the non-native produce. Cherry eased through the people crowding the narrow space until she came upon the cause of the congestion. It was Anahi, the Woken who had once illegally taken the leader's position in order to exert her control over the colony. Cherry halted in surprise at the sight of the older woman, not because she was shocked to see her, but because Anahi wasn't wearing her visor. Her sightless eyes stared ahead, and she was swinging a cane to navigate. The other colonists were trying to stay out of her way, causing a human traffic jam. The scientist's visor must have broken, and no one was able to fix it. For the first time, Cherry felt a pang of pity for the older woman. What could she do now she could no longer see? It would be difficult, if not impossible, to conduct any experiments, and going outside would be dangerous. Sidestepping Anahi's swinging cane, Cherry continued to Aubrio's door. Stepping into his room was a relief after the noise and crush. She found him sitting at a table, working on his interface. He looked up as she walked in, acknowledged her arrival with a nod of his head, and then gestured at the seat opposite. "Sit down, I've got something to show you." She pulled out the chair. "Aren't you going to ask me what happened, how everything went on my trip to the Thread City?" "You can tell me in a minute. First, you need to see this." He turned his interface around and slid it across the table. She had been expecting to see a design for a new weapon. Aubryo had been fixated on designing weapons for weeks, laughing at any suggestion that he should perform manual labour, and entirely ignoring the fact that they had absolutely no means of making anything more complex than ploughs, hoes, axes and shovels. But what she saw on the screen was a list of words. "What's this?" "Come on, Cherry, isn't it obvious? It's a ranking system. See, this is you here." He pointed at the top of the column. "General." "General what?" "Not General what, General who. General Cherry, or whatever your last name is." "Lindstrom. My surname's Lindstrom. I can't believe you didn't know that. But what the hell are you talking about?" His eyes narrowed. "Come on, it's simple. Read the rest. See what you think." She scanned the list of titles. "I can't even read this one. How do you pronounce it? That's Lieutenant. It isn't pronounced the way it's spelled, unless you're a Yank. Give it back to me." He pulled the interface from her grasp. "General, Lieutenant General, Major General, Brigadier, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, Major, Captain, Lieutenant, Second Lieutenant, Officer Cadet. I think that's right. I had to write them from memory. There isn't anything in the databanks about military ranks. Ethan would be Captain General, I suppose." His gaze shifted to the middle distance. "Makes sense. Bloody pacifist scientists. I should have guessed that's what they would do. Never mind. It's water under the bridge now. Got to make the best of it." He looked at her. "So, what do you think? If we're going to have a fighting force, it needs structure, a clear line of command. I thought the ranking system for the Royal Marines was as good as any other, though maybe we don't need all of these ranks. But if you're General, that makes me Lieutenant General, right?" She had grown bored of his babble. She hadn't come here for a chat. Their affair had been going on for months, but she still found herself mesmerized by his looks. Though he was a man, the only appropriate word for describing Aubryo was beautiful. His face was so symmetrical, she doubted she would have been able to tell his mirror image from the real thing. His body was perfectly proportioned, and his muscles honed, though he rarely did any physical exercise. Aubryo was so good-looking, it was hard to take your eyes off him. It was as if his appearance was too flawless to be believed. Cariad had said once that on Earth, if you were extremely rich, you could buy genetic engineering to give your baby whatever attributes you wanted, including physical perfection, and that Aubryo was an example. The man snapped his fingers in front of her face. "Hey, pay attention. I'm your Lieutenant General, okay?" "Yeah, whatever you say." She had to organise Concordia's defence force before she went to the Galactic Assembly. As was usual with the Threads, Quinn hadn't been able to give her a clear idea on when the ship they were building would be ready. But in truth it didn't really matter. The Scythians might return tomorrow, or they might not come back for decades. Whenever their enemies decided to pay the colonists a third visit, they had to be ready. If Aubryo wanted to play soldiers, she could turn his enthusiasm to the colony's benefit. "I don't know why Ethan chose you and not me as his second-in-command," said Aubryo, partly under his breath. "It isn't like you know anything about military strategy." "You don't know why Ethan didn't choose you? You don't think it might have something to do with that time you attacked him because you didn't want him to run for leader?"
"Hey, he threw the first punch."
"You deserved it."
"Maybe, maybe not. But that was ages ago. There's no need for him to hold a grudge for so long. I have a lot to offer. It's a shame he can't see it.
It's a shame you aren't beautiful on the inside.
What's up with you? You're acting weird today.
Am I? I'm just tired. It's been a long day and I have too much to think about. Maybe I should lie down for a while. Want to join me? She raised her eyebrows and turned her head to look pointedly at his bed. He sighed.
All right, if you like.
He stood up, pushing back his chair, and unfastened the top few buttons on his shirt. As he pulled the shirt off over his head, he said,
So, do you want to tell me what happened when you went to the Feeler City?
She walked to the bed, sat down, and pulled off her boots. It was just about the strangest experience I've ever had. The threads behave differently down there, you know. They don't move around anywhere near as much as they do on the surface, and they glow. The whole place glows. It looks quite pretty, in fact.
Pretty? Are you sure you weren't suffering from nitrogen narcosis?
You say that like you expect me to know what it means.
Don't worry about it.
He sat next to her, but didn't seem in a hurry to do anything. He rested his elbows on his knees and stared absently at the opposite side of the room. His expression was uncharacteristically pensive, though now she thought about it, she realized he'd had that preoccupied expression often lately. Was he thinking about his time on Earth, when, by all accounts, he had led a highly privileged, even charmed life? Of all the Woken, Orbio's experiences on Concordia had to be the most different from his former existence. Did he regret his decision to join the colony expedition? She had never asked him. For all their physical intimacy, they were not emotionally or even socially close. She preferred it that way. He suddenly turned toward her, grabbed the back of her head and kissed her hard on the lips. With his other hand, he pulled her shirt out of her pants and reached up underneath it. At the same time, he pushed her down on the bed and effortlessly swung her small frame under him. He seemed in a hurry. She barely had time to take precautions to prevent pregnancy. And he was rougher than usual. When it was over, he didn't say anything. He only lay on his back, his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. Something was bothering her lover. She didn't know what it was. Maybe he was sore that Ethan hadn't made him second in command, but she had a feeling it wasn't that. Something else was nagging at him. She got dressed and left without saying goodbye. Chapter 7. Wilder's heart was racing as she went to collect her friends. She had already conned and told them the leader had given permission for them to live out in the forest. Her dream was coming true. She would never have to sleep in the stuffy settlement again, hiding from the busybodies who wanted to make her return to her family. No more dodging the hordes of people going to and fro along the passageways. No more tolerating the stink of stale baby sick and dirty diapers. She and her friends would have to return to Sidher for meals and to wash and use the bathroom, but even those needs might eventually be taken care of outdoors. She had been thinking about how to build a latrine. It had to be sanitary, of course, but she hoped the feeler would be able to help them with that. The creatures did seem to want to help when they could, and if she could build a latrine, building a cookhouse shouldn't be too hard. The group could invite more friends to join them and create their own village, outside in the fresh air of the forest, a place of their own. She arrived at her destination. The numbers and letters E1, L2, 17 had been painted on the door. East 1st Street, Lane 2, number 17. Tycho's place. She knocked. The settlement was already buzzing with noise, but over the hubbub she heard raised voices inside the room. The door flew open. Tycho stood in the frame, but he was facing away from her, looking into the room. "You can't stop me!" he yelled. "I want to do this!" "Don't," said a woman's voice. "We've talked about this, Tycho. It isn't safe out there." "Yes, it is. If it wasn't, the leader wouldn't have given permission." A tall man appeared and grabbed the doorframe.
"You're Wilder, right? Please consider what you're doing. You're tearing families apart,"
Tycho exclaimed. "We're not a family, and you're not my parents." The man laid a hand on his shoulder, but the boy wrenched it out of the man's grasp. "Leave me alone! I can do what I want!" The sound of a weeping woman came from inside. Wilder's happy mood disappeared in an instant. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. This was supposed to be a happy time, a new beginning for the colony's youngsters. That was what she'd been trying to do, not make people cry. Maybe you should stay," she said to her friend. "You can always join us later."
"I want to come with you." "It's okay," said the man. "If you really want to leave, I don't want to stop you."
Tycho's expression switched from angry defiance to guilty shame. "It isn't that I want to leave you." He turned around to speak to the unseen woman. "You've both been good to me. I know you've tried, but I didn't grow up in a family. I just don't feel comfortable living like this, no matter how hard I try. It doesn't feel right to me, and honestly, I don't think it feels right to you two either." The man hung his head. "You're trying to make me stay because you feel bad," said Tycho. "You feel like you failed, but it wasn't ever going to work. It's nobody's fault. Please don't feel bad." Inside the room, the woman sniffed. "Will you come back to see us?" "Of course I will." Tycho went into the room, out of Wilder's sight. She stared at her toes, wishing she wasn't here. A moment later, Tycho was back and hugging the man. Then he picked up a bag and stepped out. The man closed the door. "Phew," said Wilder. "I'm glad that's over." "Me too. After I told them what I was going to do, they spent all yesterday evening and this morning trying to persuade me not to leave. But you know what? They didn't really mean it. They wanted to be good citizens and care for a minor, but I never fit in. I was never happy, and neither were they. They're hurting now, but in a few hours I know they'll feel relieved." "Well, if you're sure." "I'm sure." "Okay, let's get the others." They checked on her interface to see which of their friends' addresses was nearest. She stole a glance at Tycho as they went along, checking that the teenager really was as resolute about leaving Sidher as he made out. But the 15-year-old's features were set firm. It was easier for her. She had never gotten along with her parents, and they hadn't been at all persistent about looking for her. In fact, she was sure the man from the couple had spotted her and deliberately changed direction a few days ago. The plan to resettle the older children with adult colonists after arrival had not seen much success. She recalled the shock of going from a communal care centre, living with 30 children of different ages, to sharing a small house with 2 adults. As was often the case, the grown-ups were almost strangers, though they had made some attempts to get to know her before the move. In circumstances like that, how was everyone supposed to suddenly act and feel like a family? It was beyond her understanding. Another failure of the manual. She guessed that nothing like that had been attempted on Earth, and the Woken hadn't really thought through the practicalities. On Earth, people who took in orphan children probably really wanted them, and those parents had grown up in families, so they knew what to do. But adults from the Nova had grown up in care centres, not nuclear families. In most cases, the learning curve had been too great. A group of children was heading toward them, taking up all the space in the passageway. "Oh no," said Tycho. She mentally echoed the sentiment. These were the last people she wanted to see, school kids. Tycho would have been going to school too, but the leader had said as long as Wilder's tree kids kept up with their schoolwork, they could learn in their new homes. Not all the school kids were bad, but a faction had formed that had taken a disliking to her, perhaps jealous of the free life she'd secured. One of the worst of them was a boy called Jim. He was 2 grades above her, but that didn't stop him from picking on her whenever he saw her. It was too late to go back or slip down a side passageway. Judging by the grin on his face, Jim had already seen her. If she tried to get away, he would only follow, spurred on by her retreat. Instead, she stepped to the side and put her back against the earthen wall. Jim was soon in front of her, thrusting his face into hers. "Off to the jungle again? Like what is it?" Jim asked the boy next to him, a lanky kid with a birthmark next to his eye. She had forgotten his name. "What's that animal with a tail that lives in jungles and climbs trees?" "A monkey?" "Yeah, that's right, like a monkey. You wouldn't know that word, would you, Wilder, seeing as you never go to school?" "You didn't know it either," said Tycho. "And Wilder knows more than you and your buddies put together." "Forget it," she said to Tycho. She didn't want her friend getting hurt, and she knew from experience that Jim wasn't averse to physical bullying too. Perhaps because they were surrounded by adults, Jim decided against using his fists for once. He ignored what Tycho had said and turned to his friends. "What I want to know is, do monkeys grow tits? Because this one sure doesn't have any." This drew the expected guffaws from Jim's pals. Content with his parting shot, which he clearly considered the height of wit, Jim moved on. She exhaled and relaxed. Even Jim couldn't dampen her mood today. "Come on, let's not waste any more time." The next person they collected was a 12-year-old girl called Steffi. She had begged Wilder to allow her to join them. At first, Wilder had made it a rule that no one younger than 13 could live in the tree houses. The pulleys she'd installed to raise people to their platforms were manual. At the moment, there was no electricity. You needed a certain amount of strength to pull you up, and she didn't want anyone getting stuck. But Steffi had demonstrated she could manage the pulley, and she'd shown how smearing the tree trunks with their own resin prevented insects from climbing up them. So in the end, Wilder had felt she couldn't deny the girl. After all, the leader had said the colony wasn't founded on people following rules. Steffi in tow, they continued on to the next dwelling and the next, until finally 6 of the friends were gathered together. Wilder had invited 2 more, but they'd balked at the last minute. They went to the east entrance, and she proudly led her little troop of monkeys out into the sights and sounds of the morning forest. She sniffed the fresh, cool, clean air. Chapter 8. Cherry woke to the faint, distant cry of an agitated baby and Renee's snoring. She looked over at her roommate, who was sleeping on her back with her mouth sagging open. Renee was nice, and she was easy to live with in most respects, but Cherry couldn't wait until the farmhouses were built and she could sleep in her own room in her own house. She dreamed of a day when the threat of the Scythians was gone and she could concentrate on her farm. She'd been busy with the additional tasks Ethan had given her as second-in-command, but the sweet potatoes, beans, corns, buckwheat, tomatoes and pumpkins growing in her fields were doing well and would soon be ready for harvest. As the months had passed, she'd learned a lot about farming, but there was still much to learn. The colony's data on the subject was based on farming on Earth, but Concordia's year was only approximately half as long. Their region had been chosen for its lack of pronounced seasonal variation, yet the shorter year created some unforeseen pressures on growing. She would not be able to work on her farm today. Today, she would be going up to the Threads' seeding ship, as Quinn called it. A comm had arrived via Kes, the colony's main avenue of communication with the Threads. The creatures wanted to consult with her on the ship they were building for the trip to the Galactic Assembly. As she got out of bed, Renee snorted and turned onto her side. The snoring stopped. Cherry tiptoed past her roomie, who remained asleep despite the sounds of babies waking all around. How the soil biologist managed to maintain her immunity to the noise was beyond Cherry. She showered and got dressed. It had taken her some weeks to learn how to complete fiddly tasks, like fastening buttons one-handed. She had been forced to modify several of her daily chores to account for the loss of her limb, but generally she had managed. She had long given up on regretting her foolish decision to go on her suicide mission, rushing outside to face the Scythian spiders. The past could not be changed, and there was no point in wishing it could. She slipped out into the passageway and closed the door. The thread shuttle would arrive at the edge of the forest beyond the eastern exit. A surprising choice of site. If a shuttle from the Nova or the Mistral had arrived at that spot, it would have set the vegetation on fire. She'd been expecting to take a flitter out to the old shuttle field. On her way, she popped into the refectory, where the earliest risers were already getting breakfast. The servers had nothing she could eat and carry along the way, so she was forced to sit and quickly slurp down today's offering of cereal gloop. The breakfast had been the same for weeks. She guessed the colony was running low on food, though Ethan hadn't mentioned anything about it. They desperately needed the harvest to be a success. The only alternative was to eat Concordian natives, and Renee had told her that eating plants and animals that originated on the planet was extremely risky. No one knew for sure how the human digestive system would react to the alien chemical compounds. Ethan had been the only person to attempt it, and he had been lucky not to suffer any ill effects. Time was getting on. Cherry took her bowl and spoon to the collection point and hurried out. Aubrio was on his way in. She hadn't seen him alone since their last encounter, when he'd acted like something was bothering him. They'd been gathering and training the colony defense force, but they'd only spoken about work. It wasn't unusual for them to go a couple of weeks without personal contact. Yet she had a feeling that things were over between them, though she didn't know why. "Hi." Aubrio betrayed neither pleasure nor distaste at meeting her.
"Hi. Sorry, I have to go."
"In a hurry to go play farmer?"
"No, I have something else to do today. Catch you later."
"What is it?"
Cherry had passed him. He was speaking to her retreating back. She halted and turned. Ethan hadn't told her specifically to keep the trip to the Galactic Assembly a secret. On the other hand, he hadn't announced it. She wasn't sure if she should speak about it. She felt a great reluctance to, knowing the colonists would pin their hopes on her success. Aubrio stepped toward her, looking intrigued.
"Wait, what are you doing?"
Though the man had a flagrant disregard for others' feelings, he was nevertheless excellent at perceiving them. Her moment of hesitation had sparked his interest.
"Just something different. It doesn't matter."
She had never been good at dissembling. Her poor attempt at it would only fuel Aubrio's curiosity. He leaned closer, his handsome head angled down, his gaze penetrating. Giving a huff of exasperation, she grabbed his arm and pulled him along the passageway, out of earshot of any passers-by. She gave him a brief outline of her task, finishing with,
"I'm going up to their ship to discuss the construction of the vessel they're building for us."
"How come you didn't tell me this before?"
"I didn't think it was up to me to tell anyone. It's up to Ethan."
"Damn it, Cherry."
He was resting a hand on the wall. He smacked the surface in frustration.
"You could have told me. This is pretty important. I am your Lieutenant General."
"This isn't anything to do with the Defence Force."
"Everything is to do with the Defence Force, but I'm not talking about that."
His features twisted into a pained expression she didn't recall seeing before. What was up with him? He seemed permanently butthurt these days.
"Look, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it would bother you so much. I have to go now."
"Just a second. I want to come too."
"What? Now? Or do you want to come with me to the Galactic Assembly?"
Well, both, I suppose.
It's just me who's going on the mission. The threads didn't invite you. I think it would be rude if you turned up along with me.
The feeler don't know what's rude and what isn't in human culture. They might not even understand the concept.
I still don't think you should come. His attitude was making her uneasy. She didn't know what it might mean, but it seemed safest to just cut him off. He looked like he was about to say something, but he changed his mind and walked away in silence. Relieved the confrontation hadn't escalated further, she resumed her journey to the east exit. When she reached the door, the guard checked the time. "You're a bit early. Got an urge for a morning stroll?" "I'm going up to the thread ship today." The guard's eyes widened. "Stars! What are you—" "Wait." She glanced at Cherry's empty left shirt sleeve. "You're the new second-in-command, right? I heard about that." She unlocked the door and pulled it open. "Good luck to you, my dear. Good luck to all of us. We certainly need it." "Thanks, we certainly do." Chapter 9. Wilder threw the leg of the Scythian spider into the pile in frustration and disgust. It clanked against another and bounced back. She scooted out of the way on her butt. Luckily, the claw didn't come anywhere near her, but she learned her lesson. She took in a deep breath and slowly exhaled, releasing pent-up irritation and anger. The damned spiders would not release their secrets. She had brought them into contact with every substance she could get her hands on, but the material remained unchanged. Whatever the alloy was, it was entirely inert. The pulse fire of the colonists during the second Scythian attack had severed the connections, but the main parts remained unchanged. She had attempted every means she had to bend, break, or just mark the silvery surfaces, all to no avail. She prided herself on her persistence. It was the source of most of her achievements. Friends like Tycho told her she was smart, but she wasn't. She was stubborn. If she wanted to know something, she didn't give up until she succeeded. She had discovered all kinds of interesting tidbits in the data files the Mistral's captain had dumped before destroying the ship, including a holo made by the Guardian's creators. That had been fairly easy to find, but other things she'd only discovered through sheer doggedness, like the mechanics of the Mistral's agrav system. Whenever anyone mentioned the anti-gravity capability of the flitters, it was always assumed that the technology had been lost during the decades after the Nova's departure, or perhaps during the later plague years. Yet, from what she understood, the Guardian ship had agrav. Everyone had been so caught up in the scramble to prepare for the Scythians' return, no one had taken the time to investigate the phenomenon. It was all moot now. The Concordia colony lacked the technological infrastructure to manufacture an agrav system. But one day, she covered the Scythian spider in piles of rags. All the kids living at the tree village knew she had pieces of the devices on her platform, and they knew they had to stay away from them, but she couldn't be too careful. To distract herself from the frustrations of her work, she stood up and walked the 2 steps to the wall of her platform. The other adolescents were working too, making improvements to their small dwellings, bringing in supplies from Sidher, and building a water supply network. Fresh water arrived from below ground under pressure, courtesy of the feeler, and the children's job was to run pipes between each platform and install spigots. The village had lost 3 residents the day after everyone had arrived. The noise of slug limpets moving through the undergrowth and scrambling up the tree trunks had been too scary. She didn't blame them. She had been terrified of the predators too, though nowadays she didn't notice the noise. She watched her fellow residents, enjoying the sound of their chatter and banter. Rustling in the undergrowth alerted her to the approach of what sounded like several people. The other kids heard it too and stopped what they were doing. Everyone turned their heads in the direction of the noise. The trees pressed closely together. It wasn't possible to see the newcomers until they suddenly burst through the vegetation nearby. It was Jim, his lanky friend, and a couple more kids around the same age. Little Steffi was at ground level. She dropped the pot of resin she'd been rubbing into the joints on a water pipe and ran for the nearest cradle. She jumped into it and began to pull on the rope. Jim smirked and pointed before rushing toward her, followed by the rest of his group. Tycho bolted across a walkway to the platform Steffi was trying to reach. He grabbed the rope to her cradle and pulled on it hand over hand, lifting her faster than she would ever manage with the pulley. All this took place in silence. Wilder was too shocked to speak. She knew Jim hated her for some reason, but she'd never thought he would bother to come out to her tree hamlet to harass her. She couldn't understand why. Jim missed Steffi by a few centimeters. Shit! He jumped and grabbed, but Tycho's hauling strength, honed by helping adults in the fields, defeated the other boy. Jim growled in anger. Who do you think you are, living out here like animals? You should live in Sidher like the rest of us. You're all stuck up. Think you're better than us. We'll see about that. We're going to tear this place apart. As he'd been yelling, the other Tree Village children had wisely pulled up 2 cradles at ground level. Jim ran to the trunk of the nearest tree and tried to climb it, but he couldn't reach the lowest branch. Give me a leg up, he commanded his tall friend. Help me tear this place down. Steffi and Tycho ran to the platform on the next tree. What should we do, Wilder? Asked John, who was on the platform nearest hers. She didn't have an answer. She had figured out how to protect the tree homes against slug limpets, but she'd never imagined she would need to defend them against humans. She watched, dismayed, as Jim's friend linked his fingers and bent down to help Jim into the tree. Jim put his foot in his friend's hands, and the lanky boy hoisted him upward, high enough for him to reach the lowest branch. Jim swung for a moment before lifting a leg, catching a toehold on the branch and scrambling up. Wilder? John repeated. All the kids she'd invited to live with her were waiting for her to tell them what to do. She didn't know. She had a vision of Jim and his pals steadily working their way through the tree village, pulling down and tearing apart whatever they could, destroying all her and her friends' hard work. She was frozen. Shit! Jim yelled. What the hell is this? He'd encountered the slug limpet trap. As he paused, he looked down at his group, who were silently watching. What are you doing? Climb the other trees, rip apart their stupid houses. Lazy, stuck-up morons, playing at houses when they should be at school or working on the farms. Jim's friends half-heartedly walked to a couple of the other trees containing platforms. Wilder remembered the Scythian spider parts. She pulled the rags off them. The silvery alloy glinted in the dappled sunlight. She hadn't thought about the devices as weapons for weeks, but now they looked menacing, deadly. Did she dare use them? The spider claws were lethal. She didn't want to kill anyone or even hurt them. She only wanted to stop them from destroying her pride and joy. A cracking sound came from the tree Jim was climbing. He was pulling apart the slug limpet trap. Ire gripped her chest. Maybe if she only threatened Jim with a spider leg, he would stop. But what if he didn't? Or worse, what if he somehow managed to take it and use it on her? Her hands trembling, she lifted a leg, holding it by its middle, keeping the vicious claws pointed firmly away. Jim gave a grunt of effort, and a ripping sound followed as he tore the slug limpet trap from its moorings. Got it off! That's it! I'm nearly there! "Everyone, get out of my way," she called to her friends. She stepped onto the walkway running from her tree to the next and heard the exclamations of her friends as they saw what she was carrying. Running lightly to prevent the bridge from swaying, she had no hands free to hold a handrail. She crossed to the next platform, which was empty. "Jim!" shouted the lanky boy. "Look what she's got!" The noises of the bullies registering her weapon came floating up. They sounded partly fearful, partly in awe. "I'm not afraid of her." Jim's tone lacked confidence. "Be afraid," Wilder thought. "Run away and leave us alone." "She's mad," someone murmured from below. "She's going to kill him." She reached the tree nearest the one Jim was climbing and halted. Her arms ached, though the spider was light. It was the tension of holding the thing, knowing what it could do, that made her muscles hurt. She gazed across the walkway. Jim's head emerged at the center of the next platform, through the gap between it and the tree it encircled. The gap wasn't large, but Jim was determined to squeeze through. He tore at the floor of the treehouse, working the woven fronds to make them looser and more flexible. "Stop that!" she ordered. "You have no right to be here. This is my place, and I didn't invite you. Go away." He only grinned, red-faced and sweaty, and continued to work at the flooring. He pushed his arms up and grabbed the edges of the gap. "Stop!" she yelled, holding up the spider. She knew what she had to do, but she didn't want to do it. Jim pulled himself out, rose from his knees and stood upright, his hands on his hips. "You idiot!" she shouted. "Think about what you're doing!" The children from both sides were staring at Jim and Wilder. "I was going to rip this thing apart," said Jim. "But seeing as you're here, I'll do it to you instead." He stepped onto the walkway. Her heart heavy, she carried out her plan. First she severed the handrails. The spider's claws sliced through them as if they didn't exist. A beat later, she swiped through the floor of the bridge. The material slipped apart. The walkway, now attached only at the farther end, swung down. Wilder looked up, hoping that Jim hadn't made it so far along the bridge that he would fall. He was holding on. He must have taken 2 or 3 steps before seeing what she was doing and trying to make it back to safety. He'd nearly made it, but not quite. He was clinging to the platform's edge, the bridge hanging below. Everyone watched as he swung, trying to get a knee or a toe up. "What's going on?" someone said. It was a new voice, an adult man's voice. The red-haired Woken had arrived. She had seen him around. His colouring and freckled skin made him noticeable, but she didn't know his name. "What's happening?" he asked. "Can't anyone help that boy?" "There aren't any walkways to that platform now. No one can reach him." As she spoke, Jim finally managed to haul himself to safety. "What on earth are you doing with one of those?" asked the man, staring at the Scythian spider leg she held. She carefully put it down. "It's a long story." "I bet. Are you all right?" he asked Jim. "Yeah," Jim replied sullenly as he tried to figure out how to work the platform's cradle. Tycho called out instructions. "Is anyone going to tell me what's going on here?" the man asked. "You're Wilder, I believe. Aren't you the one in charge?" "I am. I'll come down and explain everything." Jim's friends had already melted away. Carrying out Tycho's instructions, Jim was lowering himself. Wilder carefully carried the spider leg back to her tree home and replaced the rags. By the time she'd reached the ground, Jim had already left. The Tree Village children began to fix the damaged walkway and slug limpet cone. Wilder walked over to the man, who lifted up a spray bottle. "I came here to bring you some of this. It's slug limpet repellent." "No kidding." She was amazed. "Really?"
Yes, really. But would you mind telling me what I just witnessed?
She gave a short account of her dealings with Jim. To her relief, the man seemed to believe her.
I see. I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm not surprised. If this colonization has taught me anything, it's that aggression is innate in human nature, unfortunately. I will inform the education section about what's going on. Someone will speak to Jim and his associates, and you won't be bothered by him again.
Thanks. I was worried we would be in trouble and we'd have to go back to Sidher.
I don't think so. But you shouldn't have those spider parts hanging around. They're extremely dangerous.
I know, but I was using it as a last resort. I wasn't keeping it as a weapon. I've been trying to figure out what they're made from and how we can reuse the material.
The best among us haven't figured that out yet. What makes you think you will?
I'm not sure I will, but I want to try. He put a hand on her shoulder.
As one scientist to another, I applaud your efforts. And for that reason, I'm not going to do what I should do and tell someone what you're doing. But if this gets out, I did not know you had that thing here. Deal? She grinned.
Deal.
My name's Kez, by the way.
He handed her the bottle.
I see that nasty young man has destroyed one of your slug limpet barriers. You shouldn't need them now you have this repellent, though I would keep them in place just to be careful. Spray the liquid in a band about 1 meter wide around each tree trunk every day. It actually lasts longer than that, but I don't want you to take any chances.
So this will actually stop them climbing the trees?
That's right. We've been testing the repellent out at the farms. 100% success rate so far. They'll probably abandon this area of the forest altogether. I love the idea of your cones, by the way. I don't know why I didn't think of it. Sometimes you're so used to solving complex problems, you fail to see simple solutions.
Is this mine to keep? She asked, lifting the bottle.
It is, and when you need more, just ask. The solution is sticky and won't evaporate or be washed away by rain. It's good stuff, though we don't know the active ingredient yet. We discovered it only through trial and error.
Thanks a lot.
You don't have to thank me. We're all in this together, right? I think what you're doing here is great. We need to ease the pressure underground.
He shook his head.
I'm very sorry for what happened here today. Even when we're teetering on the edge of survival, we're still at each other's throats, it seems.
Kez said goodbye and left. She agreed with his exasperation over Jim's actions, but the tree village had survived, and now they had a second defence against the slug limpets. Things were looking up. Chapter 10. The Thread shuttle was nothing more than a narrow metal chamber, similar to the vessel in which Cherry had travelled to the creature's underwater city. Only the entire hull was opaque, leaving her with no view of the outside. She had never felt claustrophobic, but the experience of being transported up to the Thread seeding ship was becoming more and more unpleasant. She couldn't wait for it to end. When she'd emerged at the edge of the forest, she'd been surprised to see no ship. Then she'd spotted the shuttle, half hidden in the long grass. Disbelievingly, she'd walked over to the metallic tube. It was open, revealing a slim padded mat at the bottom and 2 handholds. She had no direct channel to the threads via comm, and so no easy way of checking what seemed impossible. That they expected her to undertake a journey probably lasting hours inside something resembling the receptacles used to jettison bodies from the Nova. For several long moments she had stared at the open hatch. She bent down and looked in. At the end farthest from the hatch was a simple metal bar, a footrest. Her closer inspection revealed straps poking out each side of the mat. The vessel looked exactly like something designed by someone with a basic understanding of human anatomy, but little appreciation of human sensitivities. Was there even a light? She hadn't seen one. When the hatch closed, would she be in darkness? But what choice did she have except to climb in? She'd agreed to go on the trip. She only hoped the ship the Threads were building to take her to the Galactic Assembly was much larger. She would need a bathroom at the very least. When she stepped into the narrow metal chamber and lay down, the hatch immediately slid shut, blocking out the pale pink-streaked morning sky. She was in utter darkness. She raised her hand in front of her face, but she couldn't see it. The straps on each side of the mat she was lying on slithered out from their anchor sites sinuously, like thread tentacles, and clipped into place across her thighs, hips and chest. The vessel lifted, and she was borne upward smoothly and quickly. The shuttle moved so fast the floor pressed painfully into her back. Her stomach lurched, and this morning's breakfast gloop threatened to make a reappearance. The air pressure was rapidly dropping. Her ears suddenly and painfully popped. Did the Threads understand about air pressure and the human body's need for it? Did they understand about the human need for air? Of course they do. She and Ethan had been fine during their ocean trip. She breathed in and out deeply. "Hey," she said, thinking it wouldn't hurt to find out if the Threads had installed comm. "Can I have a light in here?" Instantly, the inner walls glowed, and she was bathed in soft yellow light. She'd only had to ask. Maybe the Threads underestimated the importance of light to humans, because they could create their own. Gas streamed steadily from the internal ribs of the shuttle. The Threads were supplying air or oxygen. After a moment, the flow of gas eased to a trickle she could barely feel. Her back remained pressed against the vessel's floor by the craft's acceleration. How were the Threads powering the vessel? As with the underwater capsule, there didn't appear to be any engine. The acceleration eased, and she lifted gently off the floor. She grabbed a handhold near her head and hooked her toes under the foothold. The nauseating feeling returned. She swallowed saliva. Puking in 0G would be messy, and it would create a terrible impression when she arrived. She must have reached the upper atmosphere. Now she only had to rendezvous with the seeding ship. How long would it take? Time slid past until, lacking any external clues, she entirely lost track of how long she'd been travelling. It could have been 30 minutes or 3 hours. Finally, just as she was performing mental gymnastics to prevent herself from panicking, begging to be let out and bashing the hull of the shuttle with her feet and fist, deceleration hit. She had to have reached the seeding ship and was slowing down to enter it. The shuttle bounced as if suspended on elastic. It lurched and then clunked against something. The impact had been beneath her back. Several beats later, too many, the hatch opened. An odd scent flooded in. Above was a white, shiny ceiling covered in a faint sheen of purple. The safety straps unfastened and slid away. Her body had no weight, though the shuttle sat firmly on the floor, perhaps magnetized. She sat up, steadying herself with a hand on the edge of the hatch. She was inside a white room. The walls were pearlescent light, slanting inward and rising to a smooth dome, but the floor was an ugly grey. All she could see of the entrance the shuttle had flown through was a faint seam on a wall. On the opposite wall, a hole opened. It was only a little wider than she was. Did the Threads expect her to climb in? "Please enter the portal," said a disembodied voice. The Threads expected her to climb into that little hole. She pushed herself awkwardly out of the shuttle. She'd only experienced 0G briefly during trips from the Nova to Concordia, and kicked off to float to the edge of the hole. A tunnel stretched away from her, only a little wider than the opening. The tunnel was transparent. Surrounding it in shadowy light were the moving tentacles of Threads. Her instinctive revulsion towards the writhing forms returned in full. She glanced over her shoulder at the shuttle. She would much rather return to that narrow vessel than enter the tunnel. The entrance was so small, and how was she supposed to move along it one-armed? "Please enter the portal," the voice repeated. "I'm not sure I can fit." "The diameter conforms to your body's proportions. There is no cause for concern." "How can I move myself?" She imagined edging forward, centimetre by centimetre, like Concordian insects she'd seen in the forest. And how would she turn around to return to the shuttle? She would have to edge backward. "You do not have to move. The channel will move for you." "Oh, okay." Grimacing, she put the upper half of her body into the hole and wriggled forward until her feet left the floor. Then she gripped the wall to bring in the rest of her body. The wall didn't feel how she'd expected. She'd thought it was a kind of plastiglass, but it was not hard or smooth. It was soft and slightly sticky. The tunnel flexed and swayed gently in the water surrounding it. "What happens now? Whoa!" The walls began to pulsate, contracting behind and widening ahead of her, pushing her forward. Each wave propelled her onward. The process was unpleasant and nauseating. It was like being a lump of food transported through someone's guts. The realization made her feel even more sick. She swallowed, and in an effort to take her mind off things, she asked, "Will this take long?" "You will arrive in a moment." "Good, because this sucks." She didn't like to complain, considering the threads were the colony's only ally against an enemy demanding human sacrifices. But neither did she want to give the impression that everything was going great. "You're uncomfortable?" "I am, and the trip up here was nothing to write Earth about either." A brief pause. "We designed this conveyance to be convenient for you. Is your breathing restricted?" "No, but everything's too small. Too closed in. I feel trapped." She was passing rapidly along the tunnel, too rapidly to take in much of what lay around. There were hundreds of thread creatures, vague boundaries to rooms, and some items that looked like equipment, but everything was only glimpsed due to her awkward position, quick progress, and the distortion caused by water. The threads didn't answer. What had led them to think that animals that usually walked on two legs would enjoy being forced down a narrow, flexible tunnel? She was pushed around a bend, and then the tunnel suddenly gave a particularly hard squeeze. She was ejected into a round, pearlescent-walled chamber, but only a small section of it. A transparent wall closed off the majority of the space. On the other side, thread creatures were gathered around a solid structure. She floated across to get a better look. "You have arrived at the construction zone for your ship. We would like you to spend some time assessing our progress. Our knowledge of human needs is limited. We would like to discuss with you the internal accommodation." She rested her forehead on the barrier. It wasn't as soft as the tunnel, but it wasn't rigid. The material gave slightly under pressure, and when she pressed a hand against it, she found it was sticky. Gradually, the details of the view became clearer. The threads were moving around a small structure. Its size was difficult to guess, but it looked way too small for an interstellar vessel. The threads were working on it manually, long strings of translucent mucus unraveling from their tentacles and stretching across the half-built vessel. They also had devices they were controlling remotely. Smaller than the threads, these machines roved parts of the hull and moved in and out of gaps. Bright lights and distorted water indicated some kind of heat being used, but she couldn't see exactly what was happening due to the brilliance of the rays. "Is that the finished size?" "Yes. You can see the approximate dimensions. We are concerned that we may have made the ship too large, but most of the space is taken up by the engine. We must use a standard deep space propulsion device. We fear your bodies will not survive our usual means of travel. We need to know the details of the physiological requirements to sustain yourselves during space flight.
Wait a minute. If I'm supposed to live in that ship for any length of time, it's way too small. I'd go crazy.
The ship is too small. You require more space than only to accommodate your body.
Yes, much, much more.
This is a major misunderstanding. Among our species, a small, confined area promotes feelings of comfort and security. In our distant past, excessive space surrounding us was a potentially dangerous situation.
We're the opposite. We don't enjoy being confined. We like wide, open spaces, or most of us do anyway. Can you make the ship bigger?
We must. It has to hold 4 humans, and we must increase our work speed, or the assembly will be over before you arrive.
4? I thought it was only me who was going.
The organisers have requested a representative sample of humans, at least 4 individuals. She had to find 3 colonists to take with her. The news was a bombshell. When had the Threads been planning to tell her this little detail? Aubryo's request to come along immediately popped into her head, but she dismissed it. He was unbearable to be around for longer than a few hours. We also need information on your nutritional requirements and excretion functions.
Okay.
Her mind was spinning. The expedition to the Galactic Assembly was suddenly becoming very real. She would leave Concordia for an unspecified length of time with 3 fellow passengers. She hoped the Scythians didn't return while she was gone. Chapter 11. The rustling of leaves and a cool draught blowing on Wilder's back woke her. She groaned and turned over, pulling up the blanket that had slipped off while she slept. It was the same every morning. Not long after sunrise, a wind arose that swept through the forest, agitating tree fronds, curving branches, and even setting the trees slightly swaying. The effect was a morning wake-up calm, especially since there was a gap in the wall of her tree home that let in a draught directly behind her. Each morning when the blast of cool air and the noise of the moving forest woke her, she would resolve to plug the gap first thing. Every time, something would distract her, and she would forget about it until the following morning. The natural alarm clock was usually not unwelcome. Most of the time she was eager to be up and starting on her tasks. But she'd been sleeping badly lately, her mind unable to let go of the problem posed by the Scythian spiders. She had begun to second-guess herself. Had she waited long enough to see a result before moving on to the next experiment? Had she missed something subtle but important? Was the answer screaming her in the face and she was ignoring it? She had a feeling that the last possibility was the most likely. Though the Scythians had superior technology, the laws of physics applied to them the same as to everyone. The spiders were not magical, and neither was the material they were made from. There had to be a way to repurpose it. She would have been happy even to figure out how to separate the legs. Removing the claws would render them harmless, and the colony would have a large supply of tough, durable material. In the current state of affairs, any additional resource would be a bonus. She sat up, wiped sleep from the corners of her eyes, and pulled her fingers through her hair. She'd lost her comb some days ago. However, she'd discovered that a piece of vine made an excellent hair tie. She pushed back her overgrown bangs, gathered her locks into one bunch, and tied the vine around them. As she got up, hunger hit. Had she eaten dinner last night? She couldn't remember. She had a feeling that others had gone to the refectory in Sidher without her. She had said she was busy and would go later. She would have to make an effort to go to breakfast, though the thought wasn't inviting. All that was available recently was cereal porridge. and that had always been her least favourite meal. "Wilder!" The voice had come from below. She recognised it. It was the Woken man who had brought them the slug limpet repellent. Wrapping a blanket around her shoulders, she went to the edge of her platform. "Kes?" The red-haired man looked up and waved. "I hope I didn't wake you. I realise it's early."
"I was already awake, but it is early. What are you doing here?"
He lifted a bottle of repellent. "I thought you might need a refill. I'm going out to work in the fields today. The farmers need all the help they can get right now, so I thought I'd drop by on my way."
"Oh, thanks. I'll come down."
"Do you mind if I come up to you? I can spare 15 minutes, and I'm curious to see your setup."
"Sure, I'll lower the cradle."
She passed the rope hand over hand until the harness flopped on the forest floor. The scientist stepped into it and pulled on the rope, lifting himself level with the platform. He had a little difficulty with climbing out onto the flat surface, so she helped him. "I haven't had to do that since I was on the Nova."
"I didn't know we had climbing harnesses on the ship."
"Not while she was underway. I lived aboard the wreck for a while, when we first made contact with the Feeler."
"I heard you were the first person who communicated with them. That must have been cool."
"I wasn't strictly the first person. That honour goes to Ethan. It's quite a story, but he doesn't like to talk about it." Kes was surveying her home. "What a nice place to live. You've done a great job."
"Thanks. Sorry, but I don't have any chairs. If you want to sit down, you'll have to sit on the floor."
"That's no problem." He lowered himself down and sat cross-legged.
"I don't have anything to offer you either. Oh, except water. Would you like a drink?"
"I would, thank you." She bounded to the spigot and, feeling rather proud, poured Kes a tumbler. "Marvellous," he said as he took it. "I didn't know you'd managed to install plumbing."
"We can't take all the credit. The Feeler bring the water to the surface for us. We only had to pipe it to each platform."
"You're too modest. What you've done here is truly remarkable."
"Thanks for saying that. I sometimes feel guilty and think my time would be better spent doing the same as you, helping with the crops. The others have been going out to the farms when they aren't doing schoolwork. But I have to confess, I've been spending my time trying to figure out the Scythian spiders."
"You're still working on them?"
"I am, though it seems a total waste of time. I should have been pitching in with everyone else, getting the important stuff done."
He swallowed a mouthful of water and put down his tumbler. "If you're going to grow up to be a scientist, and I think you are, there's something you need to understand. Not all scientific endeavour has a useful purpose. Sometimes we investigate something just because we're curious, or for the sense of challenge, or because we heard someone else is working on it, though we don't know why. And that's fine. Some amazing, enlightening, and extremely advantageous discoveries have been made only because a scientist wondered, what if? But that doesn't even apply to what you're doing here. What you're doing is extremely practical and useful. If we find out how to use the spiders, that would accelerate our progress exponentially, and everything you've done in building these tree dwellings is highly utilitarian too. When we, hopefully, bring in the harvest, we'll be in even more desperate need of space. I believe you've laid the groundwork of a viable, safe way to expand our living quarters. I know it must feel as though you've been labouring in solitude without any recognition of your efforts, but that isn't the case. Everyone is too pushed for time at the moment to give you the acknowledgement and appreciation you deserve. But people are watching what you're doing, and they're impressed. I believe that may be what led to that little thug to bring his pals here to try to tear the place down. He probably overheard someone singing your praises and was jealous." She was so taken aback by Kes's words, she didn't know how to respond. Perhaps sensing her embarrassment, he went on. "But I have to say, you look as though you've been overdoing it a bit lately. When was the last time you ate? You look awfully thin."
"You're right." She hung her head. "I should eat more.
It's just that I get caught up in what I'm doing and I forget.
I understand. I'm the same. But I'm lucky enough to have others watching out for me. I know your friends care about you, but they're only kids themselves.
She looked up, her eyes narrowing. Had Kes set this whole thing up with an ulterior motive? I hope you aren't working up to suggesting I go back to Sidher.
No way. I'm just concerned about your well-being, that's all.
He looked toward the other platforms and their occupants, who were rising.
When I was a kid, I built a place like this. My parents owned a bit of land at the back of their house. They never did anything with it. It was just woodland, nothing special or interesting. But my brother and I loved to play there.
You had a brother? Her Gen curiosity about the idea of siblings was piqued. Until the Woken had been revived, she had never met anyone who had a brother or sister. Immediately she regretted her words. It wasn't good manners to remind someone of loved ones they had left behind. Sorry, stupid question.
No, it's fine. I did have a brother.
He paused.
I had a sister too, about your age.
Then he changed the subject.
It's a shame we can't use the spiders to make something useful.
He pointed at a silvery surface, gleaming through a gap in her pile of rags.
It would have been handy if we could have used them to build the electric fence around the farmland.
I thought about that too, but the material's a resistor, not a conductor. I read the report.
You did? I didn't think that was generally available.
But she barely heard him. She was staring at the rags and their revealing glimpse of silver. Something was niggling at the back of her mind, but refusing to come out into the light. Something about electricity and the Scythian spiders. Then she had it. Kes, what voltage does the colony's electrical system run on?
I've no idea. You'd have to ask one of the electricians. Why?
I've been testing the spider parts in every way I can think of, trying to discover the properties of the alloy or figure out a way to get inside them. But I'm wondering if the scientists only tested the material with one voltage.
You're wondering if altering the voltage might make a difference? I'm no electrical engineer, but I highly doubt it. A higher voltage would only cause the alloy to heat up, and a lower voltage wouldn't have any effect. If only we had the Guardians with us. I bet they would have had the spiders figured out in the blink of an eye.
She stood up. Now she'd had her idea, she wanted to test it right away. The feeler supplied Sidher's electricity. How exactly, no one really knew, but it was generally believed to be either hydro-generated or geothermal.
Going somewhere?
You speak to the threads, right? Could you ask them something for me?
Sure. What would you like me to ask?
She explained what she wanted to do.
Well, I don't know if they'll agree. Seems like it might be dangerous, but I'll ask.
Chapter 12. Two groups of colony troops were lined up facing each other, waiting to undertake a training exercise. Cherry walked toward them quickly. She didn't want to be late and miss the beginning. In the time they could spare from farm work or childcare, the colony's able-bodied men and women had been undergoing training organised by Aubrio. Ethan had kept Cherry so busy with regular colony business, she had been forced to leave her Lieutenant General to organise the defence force. He had mentioned he was calling Concordia's militia a commando and had divided the troops into companies and platoons. But in truth the divisions didn't matter too much. Everyone who was able to fight needed to learn how to do it to the best of their ability. Aubrio had begun to call the men and women his Marines, giving her some concern. She hadn't liked the proprietorial sound of his words, and had decided it was time she took a closer look at what he was doing. The lines were not particularly straight, and the men and women were fidgeting as they waited to collect their weapons. Some were already comfortable with operating the Guardians' weapons, as well as the ones from the Nova. Many had handled weapons during the early schism in the colony or later on during the second Scythian attack. Their response had been futile, but everyone had done the best that could be expected under the onslaught of the Scythian spiders. Nothing could have withstood them. Though she was concerned about Aubryo's obsession with his new self-awarded role, she was forced to agree the colony could not sit on its ass regarding its defence, though realistically they didn't stand a chance if the Scythians mounted a third attack. To do nothing would have negatively impacted morale. The colonists needed to feel they were doing something to protect themselves, no matter how futile. Aubryo spotted her and walked out to meet her.
"What are you doing here? Don't trust me to do a good job?"
"Stars, you're always in a bad mood these days. I've come to take part in the exercise." She continued toward the colonists to avoid arguing in front of them. The men and women were all wearing armbands. One set was blue and the other was a muddy red.
"What are those things on their arms?"
"Something to show which side they belong to. Their uniforms should be ready in a couple of weeks. When we decide who to promote to officer status, we can add stars to the collars or cuffs to show rank."
"You're having uniforms made? What from?"
Textiles were a sparse resource, and most of the colonists had become adept at mending and patching their clothes.
"Didn't you hear? One of the Woken found something similar to bamboo and figured out how to make cloth fibre from it. As soon as the harvest is over, we'll be able to kit everyone out in fatigues."
It was odd to hear him refer to the Woken as if he were not one of them. She guessed he felt no affinity with them, but he was definitely not a gen either. He wasn't even a hybrid. Aubryo sat apart from everyone.
"What's bamboo?"
"A plant. It doesn't matter, except that we found something to save us from going around bare-ass naked 20 years from now when all our clothing finally wears out."
"And your first thought was to use this new cloth to make uniforms."
He frowned and stared down at her. They had reached the troops. He turned his back to them as he replied,
"A military force needs discipline. It needs to act as a unit. Part of that is feeling like you belong to something bigger than yourself, something more important than you as an individual. You need to feel comradeship with the people on your team. Uniforms help with that."
"Okay, I understand. So where do I get an armband?"
"Why do you want one? We don't have officer bands."
"I want to take part in the training. Today I want you to treat me just like everyone else."
"No."
His expression darkened.
"That won't work. The rank and file needs to look up to you if they're going to follow your orders. You have to keep yourself separate. That's what being a superior officer is about. The clue's in the name."
She was surprised at his agitation. She had clearly struck a nerve.
"But I need to know what it's like to be in battle if I'm going to give effective orders."
"Not necessarily. It's sometimes better if you don't know what it's like. You can't afford to be soft."
"Aubryo,"
she said, her hand tightening to a fist.
"I would never ask anyone to do something I wasn't prepared to do myself. And if that's what generals on Earth did, maybe they got it wrong."
His lips twisted as he tried to think up a response, but he was clearly conscious of the 2 lines of troops behind him, eyeballing the conversation, even if they couldn't hear it.
"All right, have it your way. The armbands are over there."
The spare armbands were in a corner of a box of pulse rifles. She slipped one over her arm and picked up a weapon. It was the last one, a weapon from the Nova, heavier and bulkier than the Guardian's rifles. Its range was also shorter. Aubryo was telling the troops to listen up. She returned, her weapon at her side, and stood next to her Lieutenant General while he explained what they were going to do. When he'd finished, she also spoke.
"I'm going to take part in today's exercise. I think you all know me well enough to be aware I don't expect you to treat me any differently from anyone else, just because I'm second in command."
"But what about your arm, Cherry?"
asked Phi.
"No questions,"
barked Aubryo.
You do not speak unless an officer speaks to you first.
Phi, who was tall and rangy and one of the best at handling a weapon, didn't reply except to roll her eyes. Her reaction was sufficient provocation to Aubrio to make him march up to her and lean toward her face until their noses were nearly touching.
I will not have insubordination in this company.
Phi didn't flinch. She only returned his stare, unblinking. After a tense silence of several seconds, during which neither Aubrio nor Phi broke eye contact, he about-faced and strode back to his former position. An almost palpable wave of resentment passed through the men and women. The Lieutenant General's attitude wasn't going to win him any friends, but that wasn't his intent. He wanted their fear and obedience, not their friendship. Yet if he wanted their obedience, Cherry wasn't convinced he was going about it the right way. All of his Marines were volunteers. If they disliked their treatment, they could form their own militia. They could take the situation into their own hands, exactly as the gens had done during the early days of the colony. Then where would Aubrio be? In truth, she was surprised by his insensitivity and ineptitude. He might know a lot about weapons and military strategy, and he might also be able to read and manipulate people, but he knew nothing about winning loyalty. He divided the men and women into fire teams, 4 on each side according to their armbands. He sent the blue armbands into the forest, telling them he'd marked a tree to defend and giving them rough directions. The red armbands had to attempt to reach the tree. As soon as someone from the attacking side touched the tree, the exercise was over. The weapons were set to a light stun, so there was little danger of anyone getting seriously hurt. But Cherry worried about concussions from awkward falls. The troops would definitely need helmets to go with their uniforms. So much had to be done, and yet she would be leaving soon to travel to the Galactic Assembly. She'd been feeling fairly relaxed about leaving Aubrio in charge of the colony's defence, but now she wasn't so sure it was a good idea. She joined a team wearing red armbands. As she neared them, she overheard Aubrio's name mentioned, along with another unflattering word. The talk fell silent as she walked up.
"Do you want to be group leader?"
asked Arden, a gen Cherry had a lasting animosity toward. He'd been one of the compliance enforcement officers in the old settlement who had arrested her. "I'm just one of you today. Though shouldn't you say captain, not group leader?" The men and women in the team laughed. Aubrio had clearly been pedantic about drilling them with the ranks of his new army.
"It's actually lieutenant," said Arden. "If I'm keeping my position, I guess I should confer with my fellow officers on how we're going to manage this attack."
Aubrio had given the sides 10 minutes to plan their tactics. The time passed quickly, and Arden only had a few moments to tell his team the agreed plan before Aubrio gave the signal to begin. Cherry hadn't taken part in any kind of military training since losing her arm. As she ran through the undergrowth, keeping low, she found she was unbalanced. Carrying her weapon one-handed also felt awkward. The soft hiss of weapon fire was coming from up ahead. She couldn't see the action through the trees, but she guessed that Teams Red 1 and 2 were carrying out their part of the plan, laying down fire to divert attention from Team Red 3, which would try to sneak in while the defenders were distracted. Her team, Red 4, was sweeping all the way around the back of the target and would launch an attack if Team 3 failed. Her breathing became ragged, and her thighs, knees and calves ached badly from stooping as she ran the long distance through the trees. Her team members sped along on each side of her, noisily and without much effort to be inconspicuous. She cut the wide sweep, and eventually the sounds of pulse rounds grew louder as she began to approach the Blue's tree from behind. Her teammates seemed to have disappeared. Either they'd outpaced her or she'd left them behind.
or they'd gotten a whole lot better at moving stealthily. The undergrowth suddenly rustled and a figure burst out, a blue team member running who knew where, but right across her path. She swung her weapon up and fired. The round hit the edge of the woman's shoulder. For a moment, Cherry thought she had missed because the woman continued to run. But then her legs gave way and she landed face first, sliding a short distance before she hit a tree. Cherry moved on before the woman had time to come around. Maintaining her low stance against the protests of her muscles, she continued to edge closer to the defended tree. She could clearly hear the sound of fire coming from that direction. As she circled a large sapling, she almost tripped over another casualty of the exercise, rising to his feet. Like the woman Cherry had shot, the man wore a blue armband. "Looks like the Reds are going to win," he said, not even attempting to enter combat. "I don't think the Lieutenant General would approve of you fraternizing with the enemy." "You're probably right, but he's an asshole, so who cares?" The Reds did win, though only after incurring many casualties. When it was all over, Aubrio spent 15 minutes berating both sides. He criticized their discipline, tactics, shooting accuracy, and everything else he appeared to think of. By the time he'd finished his rant and dismissed the men and women in a tone of disgust, he was red-faced and sweating. Cherry watched him in grave silence. Everything he said was entirely justified. When she had helped to train the defense units before the second Scythian attack, she had trained them in only one thing: to defend the underground settlement. Required to perform independently and in an open area, the colonists were terrible soldiers. It would take a lot of work to make them an efficient fighting force. Yet Aubrio was going about it in the wrong way. His authoritarian manner held no sway over the colonists, who were mostly gens. They had been brought up to discuss and decide things as a group, not to be dictated at, and certainly not to be berated and humiliated by someone for whom they had zero respect. If Aubrio wanted the defense force to improve, he would need to take a different approach, but she doubted he was capable of it. Chapter 13. To prevent accidentally cutting herself and anyone else with the Scythian spider, Wilder had wrapped the claws in fibrous leaves and then tied the bunches together with pieces of dried vine. The blades would slice their way out of their wrappings eventually, due only to the motion of being transported, but they would remain covered long enough for her purposes. Kes offered to carry the spider to Sidher, and Wilder agreed. He seemed relieved to take it out of her hands. Together they walked to the underground settlement's eastern entrance. "Have you been to the power control room before?" "No way, not allowed." She had actually been to plenty of places in Sidher she was technically not allowed to go. She'd needed a place to sleep after deciding she wasn't ever going back to her allotted parents, and she'd found a tiny storeroom with a faulty lock. The room had been void of contents except for empty food sacks, which were surprisingly comfortable to sleep on. She had also snuck into the refectory kitchen in the late evenings when it was empty, not because she wanted to steal any food. She had only been curious about the preparation equipment. She had also investigated the platforms that had risen to the surface during the Scythian attack, carrying the Guardians to their deaths. If machines could die, those places were strictly off-limits. It had not been morbid curiosity compelling her. She had only wanted to study the hydraulic mechanism that moved the platforms upward. She had read about hydraulics and wanted to see a working system. The power control center was another temptation, but she'd never managed to gain access. The room was manned around the clock, and it had one of the colony's few remaining high-security access panels.
Wilder had appraised the situation before giving up any thought of entering the place, either with or without permission. Kes spoke into the security panel and the door opened. Her pulse sped up as the room was revealed, and she heard the low hum emanating from the equipment. Thick insulated wires rose from the floor and entered closed boxes on the walls. More wires emerged from the other side of the boxes, ran across the walls, and disappeared into the ceiling or the corners. A man and a woman were seated in front of several screens. The woman stood up. "Welcome to the buzz room. I'm Sophie." Introductions were made, and then Sophie said, "Kes told us you wanted to run an experiment." "I do. Did the feeler agree?"
"No need to involve them," grumbled the man, whose name was Mark. "We have full control of the power they send. It's our permission you need."
"Oh."
Taken aback by his animosity, Wilder turned to Kes.
"I didn't know."
"Sorry, I forgot to tell you. Mark's correct. We can do the experiment without involving the feeler, providing the controllers give the go-ahead. But I thought..." He looked questioningly at Sophie.
"It should be fine, shouldn't it, Mark?"
The man turned to face the screens again, muttering something Wilder didn't catch. Sophie explained,
"Trying to pass an electrical current through non-conductive material isn't something you would normally choose to do. It's a great way to start a fire. But if we're going to attempt it, here, where we have the best fire-extinguishing equipment, is probably the best place."
"There's a reason we have all that equipment here, Sophie," said Mark.
"Okay, I admit that the power control centre is the last place we want to start a fire, but we'll be extremely careful."
Mark swung around in his seat and pointed at the Scythian spider, which Kes had put down. "Have you thought about what's going to happen if we start up that thing? Maybe some electrical current is all it needs to begin working again."
He was right. It was a possibility Wilder hadn't even considered.
"The spiders have already had electricity applied to them," said Kes. "Nothing happened. Maybe they were applying it in the wrong place. Maybe you'll touch exactly the right place. In fact..." He stood up and pushed back his chair. "I'm out of here. Let me know when it's all over, assuming any of you survive." He strode to the door and left without another word. Wilder said,
Maybe this isn't such a good idea." "Don't worry about Mark," said Sophie. "He's always melodramatic. I'm sure everything will be fine."
But Wilder remained uncertain. Like every other colonist, she vividly remembered the time she had squeezed into the infirmary, while the spiders ripped to shreds everything they encountered, living and dead, including stone and reinforced steel. "The scientists who tested the spiders with electricity did a thorough job," said Kes. "I read the report. They tried contact points all over the devices. The only thing they didn't do was attempt a wide range of voltages. What's overwhelmingly likely to happen is absolutely nothing at all, unfortunately."
"Now you've gone to the trouble of carrying that horrible thing all the way here," Sophie said. "You might as well do something with it. If we do see smoke or a flame, we need to get out fast, or we'll be doused in foam." She pointed upward. Small spray heads were embedded in the ceiling. "You have electrical fire extinguishers?" Kes asked. "First thing we requested from the Nova once they got inside. But once they're used up, that's it, right?" Wilder asked, her reluctance to continue growing. "For the foreseeable future," said Sophie. "But don't worry, I'm sure it won't come to that. I fixed up a system where we can increase the volts in increments of 120. The original experiment only tried 120 volts. The standard settlement supply?" She directed the question at Kes, but Wilder answered. "That's right. And did the experiments find the material is an insulator or a resistor?" "Resistor. Some current gets through, but it's limited." "Okay, Let's get this thing ready. It would be a good idea to remove all that green stuff. The spider might get hot and plant material will smoulder.
Wilder had brought along a knife. She carefully cut the ties binding the leaves around the spider's claws and then used the tip of the knife to push the material away. In a few moments all the blades were revealed, shiny and probably as sharp as the day they were manufactured. Sophie disappeared into the main room and returned wearing thick rubber gloves and carrying an insulated lead, bare wires just visible.
You guys understand you mustn't go anywhere near the end of this, right?
Of course, Wilder replied.
In that case, let's start.
Sophie knelt down next to the spider.
Do you have a preference on the contact site?
Anywhere is fine. Sophie considered for a moment and then touched the wires to the nearest claw. About a metre away, the lead entered a box with 6 switches. 6 times 120 was 720. What might happen to the spider if 720 volts were applied to it? Sophie flicked one of the switches.
That's 120, so we don't expect anything to happen.
She paused.
And nothing does. Let's try 240.
She flicked a second switch. They all waited. Still nothing happened.
360,
said Sophie. When the additional voltage had no noticeable effect, she removed the wire and said to Kez,
"Could you check if it's getting hot?"
Kez touched the spider's leg with the back of his hand. "It is a little warm, but let's not forget this alloy has been heated to 1,600 Celsius to no effect."
"Good point,"
said Sophie.
"Let's try another 120.
Disappointment was already seeping over Wilder. Once more the Scythian material was withholding its secrets. She wished she hadn't gotten her hopes up.
"That's 480 volts,
Sophie said, studying the spider.
"And still nothing."
She grinned at Kez.
"I hope you're making notes for your write-up."
"That honour will go to Wilder. This was her idea."
"I have to write the report?"
"Of course. You're the lead scientist."
Her disappointment turned to chagrin. Were Sophie and Kez only humouring her? She felt patronised. She genuinely wanted to find out about the Scythian spiders. She wasn't trying to play at being a scientist.
600,
said Sophie, flicking the 5th switch. The effect was so fast, Wilder almost didn't see it. She caught a glimpse of a bulge, like a balloon inflating, at the point of contact with the live wire. The next moment she was staring at a silvery puddle.
"Oh my word!"
Kez exclaimed, leaping backward as the liquid alloy ran toward his shoes. Sophie had no time to get out of the way. She was kneeling in the stuff, and it was soaking into the knees of her pants. She squeaked and dropped the wire as she leapt to her feet.
"Oh, get it off me!"
She pulled off her shoes and then undid her pants, dropping them and stepping out of them so they fell in the puddle. Wilder was frozen in surprise. She could only stand and gape. The liquid hadn't reached her. Kez pulled her out of its path. After another half a minute, when they had all calmed down a little, he said,
"Now that's what I call a significant finding."
Chapter 14. They'd almost made it. The crops were ready to harvest. All they had to do was gather and store them, and they would have enough food to last until the next harvest, plus a little extra to put by. Cherry was about to leave to begin the work when she had a sudden idea. She calmed Cariad and discovered she was already awake despite the early hour. The joys of parenthood. Cariad said she would love to see her. Cariad and Ethan's quarters were along Cherry's route to the exit. She could spare a few moments to speak to Cariad and perhaps Ethan too if he was home. She doubted it. He was probably already on his way out to the farming district, leaving as soon as the sun appeared at the horizon.
Sightings of slug limpets had fallen drastically since they'd begun using the new repellent. Cherry knocked and waited. When Cariad opened the door, she was holding her baby daughter on her hip. "I'm so glad you could come over. Come in." As soon as Cherry stepped through the entrance, Cariad grabbed her in a one-armed, awkward hug. Cherry had a brief sensation of warmth and softness, followed by the scent of milk mixed with baby sick. Cherry hugged her back, somewhat confused. Their relationship had never been what anyone could call affectionate. Perhaps Cariad's hormones were affecting her. "Sit down, if you can find a space. Sorry, the place is a mess." Like all the residential rooms in Sidher, Cariad and Ethan's home was small. Things for the baby seemed to occupy most of its surfaces. "Here, you can sit here." Cariad slid a stack of diapers to one side, crushing them into a pile of baby clothes. Cherry perched on the spot at the edge of the bed. "Would you like to hold Meredith?" Cariad suddenly asked. "Oh, I don't think I can." What Cherry really meant was, no, not in a million years. But she didn't want to cause offence. Not that there was anything wrong with the baby. She hadn't even seen the kid properly yet. She just wasn't comfortable around infants. "Of course you can. Move backward a little bit." Cherry shuffled her butt farther onto the bed. When Cariad held Meredith out, Cherry felt obliged to take the baby. Meredith rested her head on Cherry's shoulder. She looked down into the small face. The baby was smacking milky lips and looking zoned out. Cariad must have just fed her. Meredith looked like a baby. "She's lovely, really beautiful." "Isn't she?" Cariad gazed, mesmerized, at her daughter. Cherry shifted awkwardly. "I'll take her back." To Cherry's relief, Cariad lifted Meredith away. "Thanks for coming to see us. You've missed Ethan, though, by about 10 minutes. It's no problem. Sorry I couldn't make it earlier. I hate to talk business, but I haven't only come here to see you and Meredith." "Oh, what did you want to talk to me about?" "I've been thinking about this tribute the Scythians will probably expect from us the next time they visit. I was wondering what the Scythians actually know about us. I mean, as a species." Cariad had put her daughter against her shoulder, and she began to thoughtfully rub her back. They might have been able to deduce some information about humans from observations of the first settlement before they destroyed it. Then I guess the spiders could have been gathering data too before they were turned off. They aren't now, or at least they aren't transmitting, as far as we can tell. But I guess from the Scythians' initial reaction, they weren't interested in us as a species. All they wanted was for us to get off their lawn. "What?" Earth saying. If the Scythians wanted to gather data on the new species in their backyard, they would behave differently. But then, as Vasquez is always reminding us, alien reasoning could be beyond our understanding. So that's just speculation. "But would you say there's a good chance they know hardly anything about us?" "Yes, probably. Why?" "So if they do return and ask for tribute, could we send them something else, something not human?" I understand what you're getting at, but no, I really don't think we could fool them that easily. I mean, if we sent up slug limpets, that's never going to work. But could we send them something non-biological? When Faina crashed the Mistral into the Scythian ship, the Scythians didn't pick up that nothing organic died. Little Meredith let out a burp that was surprisingly large for someone so small. "I hadn't thought of that. You're right. They just assumed there were humans aboard the ship, but there's no way we could build anything even resembling a Guardian using our current level of technology." "Okay, so this is why I'm here, Cariad. I wanted to ask you if you might be able to genetically engineer something that looks human but isn't. Something that didn't think or feel." Cariad's forehead creased. "You mean living humans that don't have brains? That's actually a known gestational abnormality. But those babies die soon after birth. No, we need our brains just to breathe, Cherry. And once you have a brain, concepts like consciousness and sentience become blurry. And how would I create the embryos? Everything was lost when the Scythians blew up the nova. Even if I could put something together, we would have to ask women to carry babies they knew were going to die. What a horrible notion. Okay, it was a dumb, terrible idea. I didn't think it through. It's just that I have to leave soon to go to the Galactic Assembly, and I'm worried about what's going to happen while I'm gone.
An awkward pause followed. Cariad continued to rub her baby's back, a look of alarm on her face.
It's all right. You didn't understand what you were asking.
A knock sounded. Someone was at the door. Cherry got up to open it because Cariad was occupied. The two young genetic techs were outside, holding the hands of a small boy. Cherry sometimes wondered if there were more minors than adults in Sidher.
Cassie, Florian, said Cariad. Come in.
The pair stepped past Cherry and went over to Cariad to give her a hug.
Are you sure this isn't too much trouble?
Cassie asked.
No, not at all. Say hi to Bobby, Meredith.
The toddler and baby regarded each other.
They'll have a great time playing,
Cariad continued. We wouldn't ask, said Florian, but daycare is going to be a zoo with so many parents helping with the harvest. The rainy season was due to begin. Nearly every able-bodied person would be out in the fields today and for the next week or two until everything was brought in. Even children over the age of 10 had been given the time off school.
Honestly, it's fine, said Cariad. It's nice to feel like I'm doing something useful. I would be out there myself if I weren't still breastfeeding. I'd better go, said Cherry. It was good to see you, Cariad.
Pride arose in her as she surveyed the fruits of her months of labour. The bright colours of ripe squashes peppered a sea of foliage. Lush sweet potato vines were yellowing. The buckwheat had ripened golden brown, and beans bulged in drying pods. Farming was darned hard work, but the results made it all worthwhile. There was enough food on her land alone to feed hundreds of people for weeks. The other farms had been just as productive. The plentiful supply of water had helped. Irrigation channels from the lake crossed the entire district and had been constantly kept topped up by the threads. Then they had cut off the water to encourage the crops to ripen ahead of the rain. It was finally time to bring it all in. She started up the harvester. She'd been lucky enough to snag one in the lottery. The less lucky farmers would be gathering their crops by hand, helped by volunteers. It was fortunate that not all the farming equipment had been destroyed. Some kits had remained aboard the Nova, and they'd survived the crash. The harvester's operation seemed simple enough, and best of all, you only needed one hand. The machine could harvest all her crops with only a few small adjustments. Time to begin. She lifted her hand to the controls. "Mind if I join you?" said a voice. She nearly jumped out of her skin. Ethan seemed to have appeared from nowhere, his friendly face looking up at her. "Sorry, didn't mean to startle you."
"It's fine, climb aboard." Ethan mounted the steps to the cab and grabbed the sides of the opening to pull himself in before settling into the passenger seat.
"This is quite a machine."
"Sure is."
The largest of all the equipment brought from Earth, including the road makers and the building machinery. Mercifully, it had escaped unscathed from the Scythian spiders. "Are you sure you can handle it?"
"Are you kidding?"
She was mildly offended. Then she realized that Ethan was, in fact, kidding. He was grinning. "Do you remember that day when you came to my farm to borrow a plough and ended up driving it for me?"
"Like it was yesterday. You were lucky I turned up. You had no idea what you were doing."
"And you knew better. As I recall, you nearly bounced me out of the cab."
"I don't recall that. I guess the ground must have been bumpy."
They laughed.
So what are you harvesting first?
It doesn't really matter. It's all ready. She set the machine to gather root crops. Here we go. She drove the massive vehicle forward and turned it to skirt the edge of the sweet potato field. When they'd reached the corner, she adjusted the controls, scooped tines lowered and bit into the soil. The sweet potato vines juddered along with the ground as the harvester dug beneath them. A moment later, the scoops lifted. Loose soil spilled through the gaps between the tines, leaving behind fresh sweet potatoes. The scoops lifted higher. Sweet potatoes tumbled along the tubes leading to the storage unit at the back. She whooped, and then she noticed Ethan. "Hey, what are you doing?" While she'd been concentrating on the harvester, she hadn't noticed him recording on an interface.
"This is a historic moment, the first harvest. I'm making a recording for posterity. I probably should have organized some kind of ceremony, but I didn't think of it."
"You aren't really one for ceremonies, are you?"
"Definitely not."
Minutes of silence followed as he recorded the harvester's actions, occasionally turning the interface to capture her profile, until she made stupid faces to force him to stop. Off in the distance, children were playing at the lake, dipping under the water. Some wore helmets to help them communicate with the threads. Following her gaze, Ethan said, "It's great, isn't it? Those kids are growing up speaking with the feeler." Cariad said that some of them had been trying to mimic the thread's water motion language, waving their arms and legs. "I think they'll need another 100 arms and legs to be successful at that," he good-humouredly agreed. "Ethan, what will you do if the Scythians return while I'm at the Galactic Assembly?" Her friend's face became solemn.
"Honestly, I don't know. I've some plans, but they involve years of work. When are you leaving? Do you know yet?"
"All I know is it's a Threads version of soon, whatever that means."
"And do you know how long you'll be gone?"
"I don't. You know what the Threads are like about time. All I know is I have to take 3 companions."
"Quinn told me. Have you thought about who you want to take?"
"I have, but I haven't come up with anyone definite. I guess Kez is the obvious choice. He's our resident alien communication expert, and I'm going to need all the help I can get to talk to the other species I'll be meeting. I approached him and he's willing. He suggested someone else too."
Ethan shifted in his seat so he could look directly at her.
"What about Orbio? He's smart and resourceful. I might have made him second in command if he wasn't such an asshole. No offense, I know you two are close."
"We aren't that close, and no offense taken. No one knows how much of an asshole he is more than me. Are you seriously suggesting I take him too?"
The idea of spending days, possibly weeks, in a confined space with Orbio filled her with horror.
"He's the best military strategist we have. If anyone needs to stay here while I go on the mission to the Assembly, it's him, isn't it?"
"Cherry, if the Scythians were to return right now, what military strategy is going to save us? You saw what the spiders did last time. The Scythians will only drop more and more until we're overwhelmed. What will help us is an alliance with a more powerful, technologically advanced civilization."
"Which is where I come in."
"Exactly. You and Orbio. I know he's self-centered and egotistical, but that could work in our favor. If Concordia falls, he'll fall with it. He knows that, and he'll do everything he can to survive. If that means he has to cement an alliance between humanity and another species, he'll do it. The fact that the rest of us benefit from his actions won't mean anything to him, but we'll still benefit."
She was forced to admit he was right. "Okay, I'll ask him."
"If he doesn't agree, let me know."
"Actually, he already wants to come along."
"He does?"
Ethan looked relieved. "You really want him to go with me?"
"The fact is, you would also be doing me a favor by getting him away from the colony. He's pissed so many people off. He's a disruptive influence, like the Guardians always said."
"You're talking about the defense forces, right?"
"The defense personnel, the refectory staff, anyone who meets him. If he lowered himself enough to come out here, all the farmers would hate him too.
I understand. Fi can take over the military training. She's approached me with plenty of good ideas, and the others will listen to her.
Yeah, Fi's a good pick.
It looks like it's me, Orbio, Kez, and maybe the other person Kez recommended who'll go to the assembly.
Her ear-com gave a slight buzz. Cherry, Kez said, have you packed?
What?
She put her hand to her ear. The feeler just contacted me. The ship's ready. They're sending down a shuttle to take you up.
This evening?
She raised her eyebrows at Ethan, who was watching. Yep, just before sunset. So, did you decide? Am I coming too?
Chapter 15. Wilder was tired and sore. She stood up and stretched. The tree village was empty. Everyone had gone to bring in the harvest. Cool air was arriving under the trees, signalling the approach of evening and chilling her sweaty skin. The day she'd spent trying to figure out how to program the Scythian metal had been long and frustrating. She was convinced the bucket of silvery liquid would reform into a solid structure if it received the correct instructions. Using a new language suggested by the feeler, she had attempted to create various simple shapes with the alloy: cubes, spheres, pyramids, and cones. The discovery that a burst of high-voltage electric current would transform the material to liquid had been a breakthrough. Now all they needed was to solve the second part of the puzzle. The resulting abundant supply of materials would allow the colony to leap forward. She suddenly realized she was ravenously hungry. She assessed the available daylight shining through the canopy. If she was fast, she could make it to the refectory and home again before Sidhurst's doors closed for the night. As she neared the edge of the forest, crowds of people approached from the direction of the farming district. The sun was setting behind their backs, making it difficult for her to see their faces, but their gait and posture showed exhaustion from their hours of physical labour. Other colonists were already ahead, tramping along the well-worn path. She joined them. When she reached the entrance, someone roughly pushed into her from behind, even though there was plenty of room. The person had to be so tired they weren't looking where they were going, so she stepped aside. But then she was pushed again.
"Too good to help with the harvest," said Jim.
His skin was moist and grimy from his work in the fields, and his upper lip was lifted in anger and disgust. "I was busy doing something else." She was about to say something important, but that would sound like she thought the harvest wasn't important. It was, but what she was doing was important too. She'd thought it would be okay for her to concentrate on that. None of her friends had said anything, but maybe she'd been wrong. Maybe she should have gone with them. "How did the harvest go?" she asked, hoping to deflect Jim's ire.
"It was damned hard work. What did you do?"
He looked her up and down. "I was working on turning the spiders into—"
"Hey, Jim!"
His lanky friend reached the entrance and slapped Jim on the back.
"What are you waiting for? Let's go inside. I'm starving." "I'm listening to Wilder's latest excuse for being a lazy bitch."
Jim put his hands on his hips and gave her a defiant stare. "I'm hungry too. Why don't we just go and get something to eat?"
But the other boy said, "Oh, she's been shirking again. What's wrong? Too good to get your hands dirty? Is pulling your own weight too much to ask?"
She knew she should have continued trying to defuse the situation, but hunger and fatigue had made her irritable. "I was working today. Just because I wasn't out in the fields picking beans, it doesn't mean I wasn't— Ugh!" Jim had shoved her with both hands, causing her to stagger backward.
"What's wrong with picking beans?"
He stepped closer and yelled in her face.
"At least we've been helping the colony. Those beans are going to feed us for months. Think you're too smart for farm work?"
She clenched her fists. More colonists were arriving, but they were passing the group of 3 teenagers. None of them were taking any notice. Perhaps they were too tired to care. "Did I say I thought farm work was beneath me?" She was a little frightened. Jim's insane fury had caused him to face her even when she'd had a spider as a weapon. "I was doing something else. Something just as important." The lanky boy took a large step forward, bringing himself toe-to-toe with her.
"What's more important than feeding ourselves, I'd like to know?"
"I didn't say it was more important."
"She hides away when there's work to be done," said Jim. "But when it comes to eating the food we've grown, she's the first in line." "That's right," said Jim's friend.
"That isn't fair," she protested, but the 2 boys only glared, malice radiating from every feature. "This is dumb." She tried to step around the tall boy, but found her way blocked. Her gaze flicked to the adults continuing to enter the settlement, wishing they would intervene. She had an urge to call out and ask for help. She wasn't a good fighter, and though Jim and his friend probably wouldn't do her any serious harm, she didn't want to be roughed up again, especially when it was so unjustified. But shame and embarrassment prevented her from attracting attention to her plight. She was trapped. Jim and his friend wanted someone to take out their frustrations on, and it was going to be her. The lanky boy backhanded her across her cheek. Her head flew to the side as the painful blow struck home, and the boy's knuckles cracked into her cheekbone.
"Lazy asshole!"
She stepped backward and touched her cheek. "Cut it out! I haven't done anything wrong." But now Jim strode toward her, emboldened by his pal landing the first blow. She shrank away, but her back hit the trunk of a tree. "Leave me alone!" Jim drew back his fist. She ducked and punched him in the stomach. She tried to run, but Jim's friend was already there. He grabbed her arms and pushed her against the tree. Her blow hadn't been powerful. Jim only rubbed his stomach and looked angrier and meaner.
"Hold her,"
he told his friend. She gazed past her assailants. She didn't care now about calling out for help, but the area was deserted. Where had everyone gone? The bigger boy's grip on her arms was painfully tight. She tried to squirm free, but her captor's grip was like a vice. The boy pulled her away from the protection of the tree trunk, released his hold on one of her arms, moved behind her, and then grabbed her forcefully again. Jim grinned. He crouched and made a fist, readying himself to land a heavy blow. She struggled. She kicked backward, but the tall boy was careful to move his legs out of the way. She tensed. She was about to be beaten up. Then the 2 boys would leave. They might knock her unconscious. The slug limpets would be out soon. She had to get inside the settlement or return to her tree home. "What's going on?" said a voice. "What are you 2 doing to her?" The lanky boy instantly released her arms. Jim's arm fell to his side. He'd been crouching, preparing to make his punch count. He stood up straight.
"We're only messing around."
"We weren't doing anything," said the other boy. The new arrival was the one-armed woman, someone high up, a good friend of the leader. "Get inside!" As Jim and his pal slunk off, Wilder went to follow them. Her head hung low, in her shame of being seen in such a humiliating position. "Hey, wait a minute." The woman put her hand on Wilder's shoulder. Her gaze remaining on her boots, Wilder turned. "You're Wilder, aren't you?" "Yeah. Kes told me it was you who figured out how to melt the spiders. Good job." The mention of this achievement made her feel a little better. She raised her head to look the woman in the eye. It wasn't hard because she wasn't very tall. "I'm Cherry, by the way." "Oh, hi. Can I ask you something? Would you be interested in another job?" Wilder's eyes narrowed. "What kind of job?" She didn't want to be stuck doing something she hated. She wanted to figure out how to program the spiders. Or was Cherry going to suggest she should go back to school? Cherry chuckled. Don't worry, I think it's something you might like. What would you say to taking a trip with me on a starship? We don't have any starships. The Threads have built one for us. I have to go on a diplomatic mission. Wilder felt her eyes widening. A trip aboard a starship would be amazing. But then she frowned. What would I do, though? There's lots for me to do around here. Plenty of stuff the colony needs. This would be one of the most important things you could do to help. This trip could save us from the Scythians. Seriously? Cherry nodded. In that case, I'd love to come. Great, it's getting dark. Let's go inside. I can tell you all about it over dinner. Wilder moved to enter the settlement. Despite the exciting turn of events, she recalled the scene of a few moments previously. Shame hit her again. Her head dipped. I hope you aren't having second thoughts already. No, it isn't that, Wilder replied as they descended the steps. It's just, I was wishing I could have fought off those boys. Don't feel bad. It was 2 against 1. Besides, fighting back isn't always the best thing to do. I tried that once, and look what happened to me. Cherry waved her empty sleeve at her. Wilder smiled, and they took the passageway leading to the refectory. Chapter 16. The door guard's torches flamed high into the night.
This is ridiculous,
Aubryo breathed as they waited for the signal.
The feelers spend weeks saying we'll be leaving soon, and then suddenly we have to leave now, and we can't wait until morning. Doesn't make any sense.
Kes said.
They don't seem to perceive or measure time in the same way as us. Yeah, all right, Ginger. That isn't news to anyone anymore.
Cherry inwardly groaned. They hadn't even left the planet yet, and Aubryo was already being obnoxious. The trip to the assembly was going to be one hell of a journey. It was strange that the feeler insisted they left this evening and no later. The first day of harvest had been long and exhausting. It would have been nice to have a good night's sleep before setting off, but it was not to be, so there was no point in complaining. Not that it stopped Aubryo. Kes said, I still don't think we should take weapons with us. It sends the wrong signal entirely. It's only going to invite conflict. Quinn suggested it, said Cherry.
It's exactly that kind of namby-pamby thinking that's going to get us all killed, said Aubryo. If you don't want yours, give it to me. I'll take it.
Kes didn't hand over the Guardian's weapon slung across his back. The problem with leaving after nightfall was the slug limpets. They weren't fast predators. A reasonably fit adult could outrun them, but once you were caught, their strongly adhesive and corrosive mucus meant you would be lucky to only suffer severe injury. Fortunately, the repellent Kes and the other xenobiologist Vasquez had invented meant that slug limpets were not the danger they had once been. As she waited just inside the outer door, Cherry hugged herself. Chill evening air was wafting in through the open entrance. Darkness had fallen, and the starscape covered the cloudless sky. It had been months since she'd seen stars. Ever since the colony had gone underground, nighttime excursions had been forbidden. Now she was going to be travelling through them again, like in the old days aboard the Nova. That time seemed a dream, another life, and she had been a different person. All clear, called a voice. Let's go. Cherry grabbed Wilder's arm. She didn't want her to be left behind or get lost in the darkness. As they ran together, she noticed how thin Wilder's arm was. She could easily wrap her hand around it. The door guard's torches lit the way. Stationed at intervals along the route to the shuttles, they were clear trail markers as well as a deterrent to daring slug limpets. Cherry crossed the distance with Wilder quickly, speeding through the dew-soaked undergrowth.
Are these all they've sent?
Aubryo asked as they arrived. He dropped a bag of belongings at his feet.
How the hell am I supposed to fit in one of those?
4 slim single-person shuttles lay in a row at the edge of the forest. It'll be tight, Cherry said, but I think you'll make it. As long as your massive head fits, she added to herself. Aubryo looked doubtful. He squatted and peered into the open hatch.
Why didn't you tell them to make something bigger?
We don't have time to waste. Get inside. The door guards were waiting for them to leave so they could return to the safety of Sidher. Kez arrived.
4 shuttles? That's funny. I thought they would send one for all of us.
Cherry had thought so too. The threads didn't seem to have taken aboard her input about humans needing more space in their transportation. She dreaded what their ship was going to be like. Wilder was standing and staring at the shuttles, her mouth gaping.
Shouldn't have brought a kid along, said Aubryo. Bad idea.
It's great to have Wilder with us, said Kez. Just get in, Cherry said. The threads will know when you're ready to leave. The hatch will close automatically, and then the shuttle will fly up to the ship. It isn't comfortable, but it's bearable.
Simple enough, said Kez. Let's go.
He threw his small bag into the footwell of one of the shuttles, put in his weapon, grabbed the sides of the open hatch, lowered himself in, and lay down.
It's roomier than it looks from the outside.
His voice echoed in the hollow interior.
For you, maybe, said Aubryo. I'm going to feel like a sardine in a tin.
Are you going to get inside a shuttle? Cherry asked Wilder. It's only for a little while. She hoped the girl wasn't about to back out at the last minute. The assembly had requested at least 4 humans. If Wilder refused to go, Cherry would have to ask one of the door guards to volunteer. Wilder climbed into one of the small vessels, though she looked very unhappy about it. Great, said Cherry, and she entered her own shuttle.
Feels like a fucking coffin,
said Aubryo as he did the same. Calm down, said Cherry. It isn't that bad. As soon as she was fully reclined, the stars were obscured by the closing hatch. Her shuttle lifted into the air.
Whoa,
came a voice from nowhere. At first she was confused, but then she realized the voice was familiar. Aubryo?
Shit.
Hey, we can talk to each other.
We can,
said Kez. When Wilder didn't say anything, Cherry checked she was okay. The girl quietly answered in the affirmative. This makes it a bit better, said Cherry.
Why?
Asked Aubryo.
It's horrible.
Despite the fact they could talk to each other, no one spoke for another couple of minutes. The shuttle boosted power, and Cherry felt the smooth acceleration for a second time. Then Kez said,
Can I ask you something, Cherry? Why is it you always call the feeler threads? Is it only habit? Most people use the scientific name now.
I don't like the scientific name.
You don't? How come? Do you know the full name?
Yeah, I know you named them after me.
You don't like that? I would have thought you'd be flattered.
Flattered to have the same name as a tentacled alien? I don't think so. Aubryo's deep-throated laughter rippled through the airspace.
Whoops,
said Kez.
Sorry about that.
Don't worry about it. Kez's faux pas reminded her of the time the threads had attacked her. The thin tentacles wrapping around her ankle, the inexorable pull toward the lake, and what she thought was certain death. Ethan's smart move of using the plough to cut through the tentacles. Ethan! In her hurry to leave on the interstellar trip, she'd forgotten to say goodbye to him. She couldn't comm him. She'd left her earcom behind, so someone else could use it while she was gone. There was no point in taking the useful technology with her. Oh well, she probably wouldn't be away for long. She only hoped that Ethan and the rest of the colony remained safe until she returned. Hopefully with the news they had some new, powerful friends. Chapter 17. Wilder was going to throw up and there wasn't anything she could do about it. She had managed to hold it in for the last 5 minutes, her panicked claustrophobia battling with the nauseating effects of micro-G. But she couldn't control her stomach any longer. Her shuttle hatch opened, the safety strap slid away, and she floated upward, her hand grasping her mouth with all the strength she had. Vomit in micro-G was not going to go down well with her companions.
"Wilder?" Cherry asked. "Are you—"
"Shit!" Aubrio exclaimed. "She's gonna throw!"
Cherry was already pulling out her bag. She ripped it open and began tearing out the contents at lightning speed. A second later, she thrust the open bag at Wilder. She got it to her mouth just in time, aiming the spray into the opening, at the last moment seeing some things Cherry hadn't had time to remove. Unable to stop herself, she continued to upchuck onto Cherry's belongings while holding the bag tightly around her mouth. Her convulsions caused her to float backward across the seeding ship's airlock. The noise of her retching echoed, along with the splash of her stomach contents hitting the puddle inside the bag. She was sweaty and clammy, and drools of saliva mixed with vomit hung from her mouth and nose. Worse than all of this was the deep, deep embarrassment. Even in the throes of an out-of-control physical reaction, she could feel herself blushing with shame. She wanted to climb into the bag, despite its contents, and disappear. Finally, it was all over. She had brought up everything, and the awful retching had finally stopped. She closed the bag and held it out.
"Sorry, I think something of yours is still in there."
"It's okay, really," said Cherry, taking the bag. Kez was bouncing around the airlock, propelling himself from wall to wall, snatching Cherry's belongings out of the air. Aubrio was gripping a handhold, scorn and derision written all over his face. "I thought I was going to throw up too," said Kez, zooming past Wilder. "Try moving around a bit, might help you feel better." But Wilder couldn't move. It was as much as she could do to not burst into tears, which would only add to her embarrassment.
"I forgot to tell you the seeding ship has no gravity," said Cherry. "I should have warned you."
"I'm not surprised," said Kez. "I doubt the Feeler need it. All they need is water pressure." "So our ship's 0G?"
Aubrio asked Cherry accusingly.
"I don't know. I guess so. I was too busy trying to explain our restroom needs and calculate the amount of food we'd need for a journey for an undefined amount of time. I didn't think to ask."
"I hope we aren't away too long," said Kez. "Muscle wastage, loss of bone density. We'll be as weak as kittens by the time we get back, if we're gone for more than 2 or 3 weeks.
"I don't think we'll be gone that long," said Cherry. "Are you feeling better yet?" she asked Wilder.
Wilder nodded. She didn't really feel much better, but she was confident she had nothing left to throw up. Instead, a sense of confinement was pressing down. The trip in the shuttle had been terrible, and now the airlock seemed so small. The interior of the Nova had been vast by comparison. She felt like she was back in Sidher, except this place was bare and the air smelt funny.
"We have brought you in next to the Starship Bay," said a voice. "Please secure yourselves. We will be joining your chamber to the bay shortly."
"That's a relief," said Cherry.
"The last time I was here, they pushed me through a tunnel to reach the ship's construction site."
She put her spoiled bag into her shuttle and took out her weapon.
"I'll let the threads figure out what to do with that."
"They'll probably find it interesting to analyse."
Kez's arms were full of Cherry's things. His own bag was slung over one shoulder, and his weapon was slung over the other. Wilder also prepared to enter the ship the Feeler had built.
"Everyone holding on?"
Cherry asked, grabbing a bar.
"They didn't have these last time either. I'm glad the threads have improved their understanding of our anatomy. I hope we see more evidence of it."
"Look over there,"
said Kez. Wilder turned. A line had appeared on the farthest wall. The handhold she had grabbed trembled and then began to judder. The whole place was shaking. She could hear a rushing, gurgling sound, like water draining out of a shower, but much louder. The line thickened. A beat later, it split apart. A ripping noise emanated from the opening slit, and thick strings of mucus were strung across it.
"Ugh,"
said Aubryo.
"Disgusting."
The gap spread wider. In the slowly revealed space was a dome. Like the walls inside the feeler ship, the dome was shiny white and faintly iridescent. The surface was wet. Rivulets continued to run from it. Aubryo said,
"That isn't exactly what I was expecting."
The ship wasn't what Wilder had been expecting either. It reminded her of an egg. She had found a bunch of them in the forest one time and assumed they were from a slug limpet. The feeler had built them half an egg as a starship. The surface of the ship darkened. One moment it was pale and glossy, the next it was dark grey. "Please enter the ship," said the voice. Cherry propelled herself through the gap, pulling aside a mucus string. "Come on, if the threads insisted on us coming up here tonight, I guess we don't have a lot of time to waste."
"They expect us to travel in that thing?"
asked Aubryo.
"It doesn't even have any weapons. What happens if we're attacked?"
"What makes you think we're going to be attacked?" Kes asked.
"Stands to reason. The Scythians wouldn't want us to form an alliance with a galactic power. They want to keep us in their control. If they get wind of what we're doing, they'll try and stop us."
"How would the Scythians know what we're doing?" asked Kes.
"Surely they can't observe us that closely. Their ships left our system months ago."
"Come on," Cherry insisted as she reached the ship. "We can talk once we're inside and underway."
"I'm not sure I want to be underway," said Aubryo.
"You have to come. The Assembly asked for 4 representatives of our species."
"Is that my problem?"
"It will be when we're under attack and we don't have anyone to defend us. Stop being an idiot." Aubryo muttered to himself, but he pushed off from the wall and followed Cherry to the starship. Kes followed too, and Wilder brought up the rear. The ship was about 50 meters in diameter and secured with moorings. As she drew closer, she saw her initial observation that the dome had a flat base was wrong. A complex arrangement of tubes protruded from the lower surface. A rounded opening yawned, revealing a dimly lit interior. Cherry waited for the others at the entrance.
"I hope it comes with an operating manual," said Aubryo.
"You will not be required to pilot this ship," said the feeler voice. "Several volunteers will be travelling with you."
"The feeler are coming with us?"
asked Aubryo. "Of course," said Cherry. "What did you expect? Unless you know the way to the Galactic Assembly?"
"I could probably figure out how to get there if I had the coordinates."
Cherry rolled her eyes. "Let's go inside," said Kes.
"Wait," said Aubryo. "What are we going to call her?"
"What?" asked Cherry.
"The ship. What's her name?"
"Does it matter?"
"A ship's gotta have a name."
"Hope?" Wilder suggested. "More like desperation," Kes quipped.
"Dumpling,"
said Aubryo.
"But that doesn't fit now the hull has turned black. Burnt dumpling."
"Opportunity," said Cherry. "That's what we're calling her. Now let's get inside." Chapter 18. The Opportunity's inner airlock door was closed. When the other 3 joined Cherry, the exterior door slid shut too. The chamber was small, about the size of the elevators on the Nova, and the surfaces were pearly white. The walls were wet and water puddled on the floor. The 4 companions floated in close proximity, not making eye contact or talking. No security panels or door locks could be seen. Cherry had a brief flash of panic that this was how the threads expected them to travel to the assembly. But then the interior door opened. Balmy air flooded out and she instantly began to sweat. Why had the threads made the atmosphere so hot? Beyond the airlock was a bigger chamber containing 4 reclined padded chairs lined up against the right-hand wall. "Please sit down," said a voice over the ship's comm. "We are about to depart. It is dangerous for you to remain standing while the ship accelerates. We will eventually be travelling at near light speed." Cherry kicked off and grabbed the headrest of the first seat before pulling herself into it. Lacking anywhere to stow her weapon, she tucked it under her arm and held it down. Safety straps slid over her. "It's so dark in here," said Wilder as she also took a seat. "And hot," said Cherry. The lighting was dim. It was adequate to see by, but it was lower than anyone would choose to set it in normal circumstances. The airlock door closed and Cherry's seat began to vibrate. Kes and Aubryo were still settling into seats. The straps crossed over the occupant's shoulders, hips and thighs, rather than the 4-point style Cherry was used to. She suddenly chuckled.
"What's so funny?"
asked Aubryo. "It's like these were designed by a 3-year-old. The basic idea is there, but the execution sucks."
"The Philo are trying their best," said Kes. "You have to give them that. Do you think we would do any better at designing structures to hold their bodies?" "They don't need structures to hold their bodies," Aubryo said. "They're constantly supported by water." "That's my point."
"We are now departing our seeding ship," said the voice. Cherry felt the opportunity move. The movement was sideways at first, then the ship turned. Without the benefit of gravity, she struggled to understand which direction it was heading, but she certainly knew when it accelerated. She was forced deeply into her seat's padding. The pressure was immense, an unbearably heavy weight pressing on every part of her body. She heard a groan, but she couldn't tell whose it was. Darkness flooded her vision. Was she going blind, or was she about to... A period of time later, she regained consciousness. The pressure had eased. Her clothes were soaked in sweat. The sensation of being pinned to her seat remained. She couldn't move her arms or legs or even lift her head, but the pressure was bearable. With some effort, she turned her head to check on Wilder. The girl's skin was a pale shade of green for the second time, and she was unconscious. Cherry hoped Wilder didn't vomit while she was out of it. If she choked, she could die.
"You're back?"
asked Aubryo. "How long was I out?"
"No idea. I only came around about a minute before you did."
Kes spoke to the air.
"Can you tell us how much longer we'll be accelerating?"
"We are trying to reach maximum velocity as quickly as possible. We are able to mitigate the effects of acceleration on your bodies to a great extent, but not fully. As you are experiencing ill effects, we have slowed down to give you some time to recover." "Could you slow down a bit more?" asked Cherry, worried about their youngest companion. Wilder was thin, and not naturally so. The girl looked weak and malnourished, and definitely not up to the rigours of high G. "And can you turn down the heating? It's way too hot in here." "We apologise. We thought you would like to remove your clothes after the first acceleration session." "Why would we want to remove our clothes?" "We assumed that humans wear clothes when the atmospheric temperature where they live is too low, requiring the use of artificial means to remain warm and comfortable." A moment of awkward silence passed. Cherry couldn't manage to move her head to see what Kes and Aubryo thought of the proposal. In the end, Kes came to her rescue. "Technically, you're correct. Humans did originally wear clothes so they could live in cooler climates. However, the wearing of clothes has now become a cultural norm. We would prefer a cool temperature aboard the ship and to remain dressed." As the pressure began to ease some more, Wilder moved and moaned. Her eyes opened. "Hey," Cherry said. "How are you feeling?" Wilder's mouth worked. For a moment, Cherry thought the girl was going to upchuck again. Then she asked what had happened. When Cherry explained, Wilder seemed to understand. "Can we get up?" "I'm not sure." Cherry asked the threads. "We would prefer to continue at our present acceleration for as long as you can tolerate it. We have a considerable distance to travel. Wilder said, I'm okay. I can do this for a while longer.
Might as well get it over with, said Aubryo.
After a few minutes, Kes said, Shame we didn't have time to check out the ship. Do you know what the quarters are like, Cherry?
Not really. I only had a chance to see it when it was first being built. The Threads originally wanted to make something much smaller. They thought we would be more comfortable in a confined space.
Thank the stars they consulted with you, said Kes. If this room is representative, the living space is going to be cramped as it is.
Cherry agreed and privately wondered about the bathroom facilities.
She wasn't confident she had adequately described human requirements in that area. The Threads had access to the colony's databases, but information so basic and well known clearly hadn't been included.
What are we going to eat?
Asked Aubryo.
The refectory has been sending up supplies, Cherry replied. I don't know what exactly. The stocks have run low, so I guess it'll just be basic stuff.
Kes asked, Do you have any idea what will be expected of us when we arrive?
I'm hoping we might receive some pointers on the way.
They'll probably want to test our intelligence, Aubryo said. They'll want to know if we're worthy allies or just some interesting new species the Feeler stumbled across.
Worthy allies, Kes repeated. What does that mean, I wonder?
We'd better pray it doesn't mean military capability, or we're screwed,
Wilder said. Maybe they'll be looking for our potential to make a positive contribution to galactic civilization. Cherry's head remained angled toward the girl, though she'd been listening to Aubryo and Kes. Wilder looked even paler than before. Are you sure you're okay? I'm not great, but I can bear it. Cherry wasn't convinced. As time wore on and Kes and Aubryo threw around ideas on what might await them at the Galactic Assembly, she grew more and more concerned about the young girl she'd invited on the trip. She had based her choice on Kes's recommendation and the fact that she hadn't thought of anyone else at the time. The short notice the Threads had given had forced her to make up her mind quickly. She was sure that everything Kes had said about Wilder was true, that she was smart, mature, and independent beyond her years, creative and innovative. But at the end of the day, the girl was very young to go on such a potentially dangerous and difficult mission. Also, Kes seemed not to have noticed that Wilder was puny for her age. Was she physically up to a deep space voyage? Wilder hadn't spoken for a while. Her eyes were open, but she looked out of it. Cherry decided she had to do something. Hey, could you slow the acceleration for a bit so we can experience a force the same as Concordia's gravity? Yes, we can. We will give you a rest period and then we will continue to increase the ship's velocity. The acceleration began to slow rapidly and Cherry had the sensation of falling forward. Her safety strap slid away and she sat up.
Great, said Aubryo. Time to explore.
Then the attack began. Chapter 19. Aubryo hopped down and took a step toward the door. Before he could take another step, the ship lurched violently and he was thrown from his feet. He crashed into the wall, his head bearing the brunt of the impact. His skull clunked against the surface. Knocked out, he slid down and lay still, legs and arms splayed out. Wilder had been sitting up, anxious to escape the confinement of her chair, but she quickly reclined again and gripped the sides of the padding. What was that? Cherry had been halfway off her seat when the ship received the hit. She staggered, but managed to hold on to the end of a safety strap. Kes fell to his knees hard, his kneecaps thunking dully on the deck. What happened? Cherry asked the air. Wilder wondered if the feeler flying the ship had done something wrong, but the force had struck sideways, a different direction from the acceleration. The feeler didn't answer. Kes said, Maybe the engine's having teething troubles. Wilder climbed down to go and check on Aubryo, who was lying with his mouth open. He had taken a really hard hit. "Get back in your seat," said Cherry. But a second impact came. Wilder flew backward into the wall. "We are under attack," said the voice of the feeler. "Please return to your seats. We are returning fire, but we must accelerate to escape." "You heard her," said Cherry. "In your seat, Wilder." "But what about Aubryo?" She crawled to the man's head. He remained out cold. "If we accelerate like we did before and he isn't in a seat, it could kill him." She wasn't sure if she was right, but she guessed it was a strong possibility. A third impact threw her onto her front, and she face-planted on the hard surface. Pain erupted in her nose and chin, and blood ran from her nostrils. She looked up, wincing, and saw Cherry still clinging to the safety strap anchor point, looking indecisive. "Wilder's right," said Kes. "We have to try to help Aubryo." "Please return to your seats," said the feeler. "We must accelerate." "We can't," Cherry said. "One of us can't move. He's unconscious." Kes was running toward Wilder. "You take his legs." She wiped away the blood running into her mouth and grasped Aubryo's long legs. He was a big, muscular man. Would she and Kes be able to even move him, let alone lift him onto his seat? "Ready?" Kes's hands were under Aubryo's shoulders. She grasped the man's ankles. "No, not there," Kes said. "Grab his knees." She shifted her hands further up Aubryo's legs. "I'll help too," said Cherry, running over. She slipped a hand under Aubryo's back. She wouldn't be able to help much, but every little bit of effort would count in moving the heavy man. Another impact came, and all of them were thrown from their positions. Aubryo's head flopped, and his body slid across the floor. "This is impossible," said Cherry. "We'll never do it." "You must lie down in your seats," said the feeler. "Our power to return fire is low. If we don't leave soon, the Scythians will destroy our ship." The Scythians? Of course it was them. Who else would it be? "It's no good," Kes said. "We'll have to leave him. He'll have to take his chances. If we don't save ourselves, we'll all die." "You're right," said Cherry. "Wilder, I'm sorry. You're too young for this. I shouldn't have brought you along. But we have to leave Aubryo. I'm ordering you. I take full responsibility for whatever happens." "I thought of something," said Wilder. "Hey, feeler, can you stop the ship for, 10 seconds? "Impossible." An impact shoved her sideways. She clasped the floor with her fingertips to stop herself from sliding any farther. "The Scythians will catch us if we stop," said the feeler. "But they won't be expecting it. Their weapons are trained on the area they're expecting the ship to fly into, right?" "I see what you mean," said Kes. "Yes, feeler, please stop the ship. 5 seconds, that's all we need." Wilder wasn't confident the feeler really grasped seconds in the way humans did. From what she had heard, their concept of time was odd. She hoped they'd learn to convert their time measurements into humans. Perhaps they had, because they stopped the ship. They stopped the vessel too abruptly, in fact. She and the others flew to the opposite side of the chamber. She lifted her shoulder and curled her body just in time to cushion herself. Aubryo didn't fare so well. His heavy body slid across the floor and hit the hard wall head first. If he'd been about to return to consciousness, the second blow put an end to that process. It might even have broken his neck. They were weightless. "I'll get him into his seat," said Kes. "You two go to yours." Manoeuvring a weightless Aubryo was no problem. Holding the man in his arms, Kes pushed off and floated over to the reclined seats. As soon as he'd laid Aubryo down, the safety strap slid out and bound him to the padding. A purple lump was already rising on his forehead. Wilder flew to her seat. The minute Cherry reached hers and Kes was in the process of lying down too, Cherry called out, "Ready!" An unbearable weight slammed into Wilder. The feeler had accelerated once more to the original speed that had made everyone pass out. The last thing she saw was the whites of Aubryo's eyes, half open. The man was entirely senseless, but perhaps now he might not die. Chapter 20. "I can't believe you can stand," said Cherry. Aubryo had climbed down from his safety seat and was rubbing his forehead.
"I remember getting up, but that's it. What happened?"
"We were attacked by the Scythians," said the feeler voice. "We aren't sure how they knew we were coming, but when we slowed down, they saw their chance and took it. We seem to have evaded them after obscuring our trace. It's doubtful they could find us now."
"So it was the ship taking a hit that knocked me out?"
asked Aubryo.
"That's right," Kes said. "And that wasn't the only one it took."
Aubryo tenderly touched the purplish lump on his head. Cherry was surprised the bruise and swelling weren't larger. The second blow to his head had been even more powerful than the first. The entire weight of his body had been behind it. "How are you feeling?"
"I want to see the rest of this ship."
Aubryo strode out. "What's he made of?" Cherry asked. "Titanium?"
"When Aubryo was no more than a handful of cells," said Kes, "he had the most advanced, most expensive genetic engineering available. I wouldn't be surprised if he could piss rainbows. Sorry, Wilder." He had clearly remembered too late about the 14-year-old in the room. The girl chuckled.
"It's okay."
"Are you two coming to see the rest of the ship?" asked Kes.
"In a minute," Cherry replied. "I want to talk to the feeler." Kes held out a hand, inviting Wilder to go ahead of him. As the two left, Cherry asked, "Do you know why the Scythians attacked? I'm worried about what all of this means." "We have guessed at 2 possible reasons. They offered no warning before attacking. They may view this section of space as their own. We usually avoid these problems by traveling via a method that avoids the use of normal space. Consequently, we have no knowledge of claimed territories." "But don't you run into problems when you seed new planets?" "All other sentient galactic species we are aware of are gas breathers. It's the land of rocky planets that's coveted, not the water. Also, we are entirely non-aggressive. Our weapons are only used in defense. Thus, we believe we are not viewed as a threat." "Okay, so maybe we invaded the Scythians' territory. You said you could think of 2 reasons for their attack. What's the second?" "The second reason we thought of is that they want to kill you, or at least prevent you from leaving the planet. We have no reason for using our current method of propulsion except for transporting another species, and it would have been clear from our trace that we were coming from Concordia." "It's clear they wanted to kill someone. Why would they have a problem with us leaving our planet? They didn't tell us we had to stay put." "Perhaps they fear the exact thing you are trying to do, gain support from another powerful civilization. The Scythians have made themselves many enemies. They do not want anyone to try to prevent them from exercising their power over you." The news that the Scythians wanted to keep the colony alone and vulnerable shouldn't have come as a surprise. Of course they wouldn't want the humans to gain any more friends in the galaxy. Cherry felt both worried and hopeful. On the one hand, the danger of the mission had just increased, but on the other, it was a good sign the Scythians were trying to prevent them from forming alliances. It meant there were alliances out there to be formed. Alliances that could thwart the Scythians' plans for Concordia. "Come and see this, Cherry."
Wilder had appeared at the door.
Deciding a more detailed discussion about the Scythians could wait for later, Cherry followed her into the next room. It was a long cylinder, except for a narrow path clearly designed for human feet. The roof of the cylinder curved overhead, and the exit was an open hole. This chamber was even dimmer than the one they'd left. It took her a moment to realize that almost all of the wall was transparent, and on the other side threads floated in water. The creatures twisted and writhed gently in straight and diagonal lines of light. "Cherry," said a voice, "I am glad you are one of the party traveling to the assembly." She spun around. The voice's owner was talking to her directly, but she couldn't see which of the threads it was, and the creature appeared to believe they had a personal connection. Eventually her gaze alighted on a particularly large creature. It didn't seem to be doing anything very different from the others, but something told her this might be the one talking to her. "Did I make a mistake?" asked the voice. "I think you are the human called Cherry, but perhaps I am wrong." "No, you're right." "Good, I'm glad." An inkling of who the thread might be suddenly came to her. "Are you Quinn?" "I am. That's the name Ethan gave me." "What are you doing here? Are you a pilot?" "We are all pilots. Pilots, engineers, navigators. We all perform these roles and more aboard the ship, all of us together." "Come and see our living quarters," said Wilder. "I guess I'll talk to you later, Quinn."
"Welcome home,"
said Kes, as Cherry entered another open space. The next room was the largest she'd seen so far, though it wasn't much bigger than the one she'd shared with Renee at Sidher. 4 long, slim bags lay on the floor. "Is that where we're supposed to sleep?" she asked.
"That's my hypothesis," said Kes. "I tried one and it didn't feel comfortable."
Aubryo arrived from the opposite direction.
"This is going to be one hell of a journey. All we have to eat are the Guardian's ration bars. The refectory staff must have been holding them back in case of an emergency. Hope we aren't away long."
"Aren't there any chairs or tables or anything?" asked Cherry. Aside from the sleeping bags, the room was bare.
"What's the point?"
Aubryo replied, sneering.
"It isn't like we'll be sitting down to dinner. If we need to sit, we can sit on the floor. What bothers me is, what are you all going to do?"
Kes asked.
"Things are going to get boring fast."
"Don't you mean, what are we going to do?" asked Cherry. "Isn't the trip going to be just as boring for you?"
"I have the feeler to study. That's enough work to last a lifetime."
"I want to study them too," said Wilder.
"Great. It'll be good to have someone to compare notes with."
Wilder's face shone with pleasure. Aubryo said,
"Well, I'm not interested in finding out any more about the tentacled folk than I have to, but I wish to hell they would explain how they're flying this ship, and how they fire the weapons. From the sound of it, we barely survived the last battle. I don't like being a sitting duck. If we're attacked again, I want to be the one in control of firing back."
All Cherry wanted to know was what they were going to do when they arrived at the assembly. Chapter 21. Wilder was fascinated by the feeler's alternative deep space propulsion method. Desperate to figure out how it worked, she'd asked them many questions about it, only to receive enigmatic or nonsensical answers. The feeler said their ships transformed or broke into. They used the words interchangeably, as if they meant the same thing. Another kind of space or another place. Again, both words seemed to have the same meaning when the feeler used them. While she tried to think of a question that might yield an answer she understood, she sat in the cylindrical room, her face pressed up against the transparent wall, separating the humans from the watery abode of the Opportunity's crew. All she knew for sure was their vessels disappeared and reappeared. She'd seen the satellite recordings from the second Scythian attack. She also guessed that to do so required enormous amounts of power. She'd been disappointed to discover the Opportunity wasn't going to use this exotic method, that it would remain in normal space-time for the duration of their trip. The bursts of acceleration had continued for weeks, and each time she and the others had to lie in the reclined seats and tolerate the pressure for hours. The feeler encouraged them to try to use this time as their sleep period, but only Aubryo and Cherry, to a lesser extent, managed to drop off while the ship was accelerating. Wilder found it impossible. She wasn't sure if Kes couldn't sleep or if he actually preferred to lie thinking with his eyes open. While the ship travelled at an acceleration that mimicked Concordia's gravity, Wilder either slept or tried to understand more about the feeler by talking to them and studying the ship. One thing she'd discovered was there were no mirrors. She hadn't ever had much use for a mirror, but she'd been used to having them available on the rare occasions she wanted one. The feeler had installed sanitary facilities for their human passengers that were usable once you got the hang of them, but they hadn't included mirrors in them or anywhere else. She'd concluded the feeler saw no use for them. They had no reason or desire to view themselves. Was it because at the time the creatures evolved intelligence, there were no reflective pools of water in their environment? Perhaps they hadn't been able to see themselves, and so the concept was alien to their culture. "Do you have any more questions?" asked Quinn. He seemed to be the one designated to be the contact for humans. When he spoke, he moved close to the clear wall. "Not unless you can explain your propulsion system in a way I can understand." "I can try again if you wish. I think I would be able to if I had access to the vocabulary your physicists use to discuss these things, but I have never found the words in your colony's data records." "Don't worry about it. I probably wouldn't be able to understand even if you did, but maybe you could try to explain what you're doing in there. I can see the four of you moving around, but you don't seem to come into contact with anything."
"Most of the time we aren't doing anything. We are only talking."
"But you are controlling the ship sometimes, aren't you?"
"When we decelerate, we must make some adjustments, and we must control the power build-up as we prepare to accelerate again."
"But how do you build power?"
"I don't know the words in your language to explain. We draw the power from around us."
"But there's only empty space."
"That is not the case."
She sighed and rubbed her sore eyes. "All right, let's leave that for the moment. How do you manipulate the ship's controls?"
"We move them."
"But you don't!" she exclaimed, then realized that frustration was making her sound angry. "Sorry, I've never seen you manipulate anything. I've watched you all carefully for hours. You've told me you aren't talking all the time. Sometimes you're working, but you do it without touching anything. How is that possible?"
"We are touching the controls."
"I've watched you. I'm sure you aren't."
"Perhaps human eyes cannot perceive it."
"You mean you're moving too fast for me to follow?"
"No, I mean you cannot perceive the field. I think that's the correct word."
"What?" Fatigue and confusion were wearing her patience thin. "What are you talking about? We aren't on a farm." Then the answer hit. "What kind of field do you mean? Something like a force field?" Maybe Quinn's guess was right. Maybe the feeler were doing something she couldn't see. She'd read about invisible force fields, though only in fiction. As far as she knew, humans had never invented one.
"Let's try an experiment that may help you understand. You spoke of us manipulating the controls without touching them. Please touch this wall that separates us."
Wilder reached out a hand and held it against the wall.
"Now I will also touch the wall."
One of the large feeler's tentacles waved near the spot where she held her hand, but it didn't make contact. "Did you touch it?"
"Yes."
"No, you didn't."
"Good. We're getting close to our difference in understanding. I have noticed that whenever humans touch something, they always push it. They never simply touch it."
"Push? But I'm not pushing. This is pushing." She pressed her hand hard against the transparent surface.
"They are the same thing. You are exerting pressure, only in different amounts."
"I suppose touching and pushing are kind of similar. I don't see how you can say you touch when you clearly don't, though."
"We exert a field that makes contact. Our tentacles don't have to push in order to touch."
"You exert a field?"
"You cannot see it."
"Whatever it is you're creating, it's invisible to me."
"This is interesting information. We have had little contact with aliens. We tend to avoid them, and they also leave us alone. What you've told me is somewhat of a revelation. I must communicate this finding."
I'll leave you to it. She also wanted to communicate her finding to someone who might be able to help her understand. Chapter 22. As the years passed, the Scythian probe observed and reported the spread of the colony. The probe counted growing numbers of humans. Many were juveniles. These emerged from the underground settlement for an average of 16% of a single revolution of the planet, always returning underground well before darkness fell. These small humans rarely travelled to the plant-growing areas. The humans expanded out of their underground settlement. They did not travel far at first. They only moved above the ground and into the trees of the forest. The probe registered the infrared of their body heat beneath the canopy. Tens and then hundreds of humans lived in the trees and continued to travel to the place where they grew their plants, whenever the light of the planet's star lit the land. After 3 orbits of the planet around its star, most of the humans were living in the second treetop settlement. They would rise into the trees when darkness fell and remain there until the star's light arrived again. The remainder lived permanently in the growing areas. These humans removed native vegetation and replaced it with their food plants. A road appeared between the forest and the second settlement, a hard surface the humans could traverse with small vehicles. Time wore on, and eventually a second hard road appeared. This led from the growing area to the ocean, running along the base of a dried-up river valley. Vehicles moved up and down, carrying construction materials used to build vessels that rested upon the body of water. From these vessels the humans gathered sea plants and small sea creatures, which they transported to the settlements. Quickly after the arrival of the second road, a third area of habitation arose next to the ocean. The humans' pace of development was speeding up. Dwellings at the oceanside spot were built in quick succession. Humans living in them went out to harvest from the ocean every day. Vehicles arrived from the forest and growing areas to collect the food. The next structures the humans built were not places they would inhabit. These constructions were larger than regular human habitations. The humans did not remain inside of them during the time of darkness. They appeared on the open area next to the forest. The mature humans would enter the buildings during the hours of daylight. As the time of darkness approached, they would leave en masse. Many things disappeared into the new structures. Plants they had gathered from the growing areas and the ocean, sea creatures, native vegetation, natural resources, and the remainder of the disinfectors. The probe analyzed activity within the large buildings. The humans were manufacturing objects. But with the limited data received, the probe could not arrive at any clear conclusions about what was being made. It saw the humans bring the objects out of the new buildings. The largest were new vehicles. Smaller items were packed into boxes. These containers were transported to the nearby forest settlement, taken underground, or sent out to the growing district or oceanside habitation. The probe undertook regular estimates of the number of humans living on the origin planet. The population continued to steadily increase. In turn, the things the humans manufactured also increased in number. The human colonization was progressing successfully. All this information, along with the planetary data, the probe transmitted to its Scythian creators. A constant stream of data travelled at light speed across space. At its destination, the information was closely scrutinized. The humans appeared to be following a normal path of growth and development. Despite the failure of the attempt to prevent the aquatic aliens from transporting at least one human away from the planet, no aid or support had yet arrived to protect the little colony. That was the greatest danger to the plan, and it had by no means disappeared. Efforts were taking place to track the aquatic alien's vessel and put a permanent end to the threat. Notwithstanding a cataclysmic event, the prognosis was that the invading species would continue to increase and spread. Their society would continue to develop. Providing the humans did not improve their military defense capability, their continued development would be allowed for now. Chapter 23. Aubryo had a problem with Cherry, and she was determined to get to the bottom of it. He'd been acting weird toward her for weeks, ever since that time she'd gone to see him after visiting the Thread's underwater city. Their friends with benefits arrangement had fallen apart for no particular reason she knew. Not that she minded too much. These things happened. But what she couldn't understand was why Aubryo now seemed to hate her. She lay in her sleeping bag. The hollow the Guardian's creators had made was playing from her interface, but she wasn't paying attention. Her mind continued to chew on Aubry's strange change of attitude. As if her thoughts had summoned him, the man himself appeared at the entrance to their quarters. When he registered she was alone, he immediately began to back away. "Hold on, I want to talk to you about something." She closed the audio on the hollow and sat up. She remembered what the male scientist said in this part anyway. The man continued to speak soundlessly, his translucent form suspended like a ghost in the centre of the room. Aubryo frowned and hesitated, apparently trying to think up an excuse to leave. He failed. He trudged in, his sullen look doing nothing to mar his perfect features. Glaring at her, he pointedly gave no invitation to open the discussion. But he couldn't dissuade her. She was too used to his ways. "I thought you would be happy to come along on this mission. It's what you wanted. But you've been acting like we're strangers ever since we came aboard. Did I do something to offend you? How come you've been avoiding me?"
"We aren't joined at the hip, Cherry. Just because we hooked up a few times doesn't mean we have to follow each other around."
"As I recall, we slept together a lot more than a few times, but I'm not disagreeing with you. It doesn't mean we have to hang out together. I don't expect that, or even want it. But I also didn't expect you to suddenly act like you don't know me, for no reason I'm aware of." He broke eye contact, his gaze shifting up and to the left.
"Are you sure you're talking to the right person? Maybe you should be having this conversation with Wilder."
Unusually, this insulting dismissal of her concerns hit home. "Why do you always have to be so nasty and rude? You don't give a shit about anyone but yourself, do you?"
"Probably. Does it matter? I get my work done, the same as everyone."
"Okay, forget it. Sorry for trying to have a reasonable discussion with you."
"Fine."
He was leaving, but there had been something in his eyes that told her there was more to his behaviour than he was letting on. Something she'd said had brushed against a sensitivity. The notion that he could be sensitive about anything at all came as a surprise. Suddenly she decided she wasn't going to let it go. She wasn't going to allow him to get away with his usual lousy attitude and aloofness. "Hey, stop! I changed my mind." She climbed out of her sleeping bag. "Come back, I want to say something." He had reached the doorway. He pressed his hands against the frame. For a moment he remained there, apparently debating whether to ignore her and leave anyway. After a brief pause, he turned. "I don't think I ever thanked you." This statement surprised him sufficiently to distract him from his bad mood. His hard expression softened to puzzlement. She explained, "When I made my insane suicide bid to fight the Scythian spiders."
"Oh."
"You were there with Ethan. I only just remember it, but I'm sure it was you. You carried me to the infirmary. If you hadn't run so fast, I probably would have bled to death."
"It wasn't a big deal."
"It was a big deal to me. I'm grateful. I mean it." His gaze had drifted from her eyes.
"Is that it?"
She clenched a fist. "Stars, do you have to be such an asshole?" His face hardened once more, and he turned. "Wait! Just wait a second!" She strode to the door and looked up into Aubryo's face. "I thought we were friends, sort of, once. I don't know what went wrong, and it's bugging me. If you don't want to tell me, I won't try to force you anymore. We can leave it here. But I would like to know." Once more he broke eye contact, looking down. "Look at me! If I did something wrong, just tell me."
No.
He raised his head, his eyes hard and steely.
You look at me.
His voice was so quiet she barely heard him. "What? I am looking at you."
Not when you should. You never look at me then.
"What do you mean, when I should? What are you talking about?"
Christ, Cherry, do I have to spell it out? When we do it.
She almost snorted with laughter. Aubryo always spoke so plainly and was often foul-mouthed. His use of the euphemism was out of character, but something in his expression stopped her from mocking him.
You would never look at me, never look me in the eyes.
"That's ridiculous. Of course I did."
No, you didn't. I didn't notice it at first. But when I did, I couldn't help but notice it, every time. Not once did you make eye contact with me. Not once. I began to wonder why.
She hesitated, baffled. Meanwhile, the colour was draining from his face. His anger was building. He put a hand on her shoulder.
Do you really think I would make it up? Do you think it's my imagination?
"I don't know what to think." She struggled to remember. "Why wouldn't I look at you? And if I didn't, which is unlikely, why do you care? What difference does it make? You had a good time, didn't you?" The expression that flashed into his features made her flinch and back away. Was he about to hit her? His grip on her shoulder tightened, and she began to regret pushing the issue. She had no idea what it was in her former lover she'd accidentally triggered. It was news that he was capable of feeling anything much except superiority and the desire for control. "Let go of me!" He released his grip. She backed farther away, but he moved closer.
Wishing you hadn't said anything now?
"Yeah, actually, I am."
Strayed into uncomfortable territory, right?
"I've definitely strayed into something uncomfortable for you, but let's forget about it. It doesn't matter."
"Right,"
he said between his teeth.
"Now I've answered your question honestly. You aren't going to do me the same courtesy. Nice."
Her heels made contact with her sleeping bag. She couldn't go any farther without looking down to avoid tripping. But Aubryo's glare was compelling. She couldn't look away. "You think I'm not being honest with you? I only asked you a question and you answered. Now it's clear you have some weird fetish I wasn't fulfilling. We don't need to explore this any further."
"Weird fetish?"
He seemed to be on the edge of exploding in fury.
"Is that what you think this is about? You think your behaviour is my fault? You think I'm the one with the problem?"
"Maybe that came out wrong. Look." But she didn't know what to suggest to defuse the situation. Then, all of a sudden, his features relaxed.
"Why don't you just admit it? Then we'll know where we both stand."
"Admit what?" As she spoke, a deep discomfort welled up. Maybe he was right. Maybe he knew something she barely even admitted to herself.
"You want to make me say it?"
She didn't answer, knowing what was coming. She wanted to reach out and put a hand over his mouth, to stop him from saying it out loud.
"You're in love with Ethan."
A tide of hot blood was rising up her neck and creeping over her face. "No, I'm not."
"Who do you think you're fooling? Not me. And if Ethan wasn't thick as pig shit and constantly mooning over Cariad, he'd see it for himself. I've seen it. I know it. I've seen how you look at him when you think no one's watching."
No. Now it was her turn to look away. Why, oh why, had she started the discussion? Why had she pushed him so hard? "It isn't like that."
"Are you going to carry on denying it? Now you're making yourself look stupid. You wanted an honest conversation. Well, you've got it. Now it's over to you. What do you have to say?
She didn't know what to say. A war was going on inside her. She felt violated. He had hit close to home. For years, she'd been telling herself that Ethan was a good friend. Aboard the Nova, he'd been with that girl who died in the first night attack, Lauren, his high school sweetheart. Then, when the Gen Rebellion was kicking off, and they'd been at the Oceanside Caves, she had kissed Garwin, guessing that Ethan would see them. Had she been hoping he would develop romantic feelings for her? But it had been so obvious that he loved Cariad. Is that what had made Cherry hate her? Aubrio was waiting for an answer. He was right. She had brought this upon herself. On the other hand, she still didn't understand why her feelings for Ethan bothered him. She and Aubrio had only been having some fun. Their relationship had been convenient for both of them. Wilder trotted into the living quarters, bursting into the tense moment. Aubrio's head snapped around.
"Fuck off, kid!"
She shrank out of sight. His tone was so vicious, Cherry winced. Poor Wilder. She didn't deserve to be spoken to like that. "Please go to your safety seats," came Quinn's voice over the ship's comm. "We are about to begin deceleration." Chapter 24. Wilder reclined in her padded chair. The material conformed her body and fit her like a glove. The comfort made an increase in acceleration a tiny bit more bearable. How many hours had she spent here, crushed almost to the point of blacking out? It had to be more than half the journey. She hoped for future trips the Feeler would figure out a way for humans to travel using the other method of hopping. It sounded much more convenient. As it was, she had decided she would never volunteer for another deep space mission. Almost as bad as the acceleration phases were the close confines of the opportunity. The cramped conditions were as bad as living in Sidher. She longed for her treetop home, the sound of the leaves moving in the morning and evening breezes, and the clean green smell of the air. She wondered how Tycho, Steffi and the others were doing. Had they built more platforms like they'd said they would? Had they invited other teenagers to join them? She was excited to see what changes occurred while she was gone. After the first few acceleration sessions, Aubrio had set up his interface so they could play a vid or holo while trapped in their seats. He would usually remain blissfully asleep as Wilder and sometimes Cherry watched documentaries, news programs and movies from ancient Earth. The origin planet of humankind was an enigmatic puzzle. Wilder found it hard to imagine her ancestors among the billions of people who had lived there, and that the Concordia colony was the last bastion of human civilization. Sometimes Kes would comment on what was playing, explaining things he thought Concordians would struggle to understand, or he would tell them the wider context. Other times he was silent and lost in thought. "We will reverse the position of the ship as we begin to decelerate," said Quinn. "When the ship is fully reversed, your experience of deceleration will feel the same as the ship's acceleration. We will maintain a force similar to Concordia's gravity for as large a proportion of the journey's duration as possible." "Great," Wilder muttered. "What's wrong?" Cherry asked. "When the maneuver's over, the A-grav should feel the same." "It's the maneuver I'm worried about." As Wilder spoke, it began. She could feel the opportunity turning. The sensation was subtle, but the balance of pressure shifted. It was no longer over her entire body like a crushingly heavy blanket. Now her feet felt heavier than her head. She hoped she wouldn't embarrass herself for a second time by throwing up. She didn't have a bag, and even if she did, her arms weren't strong enough to fight the force holding them down. "What was it you'd come to tell me just now?" Kes asked her. "Oh, it was something about the feeler." A minute or two earlier, on her way to find Kes, she'd burst in on an argument between Cherry and Aubryo. The two had been facing each other, their gazes locked and their expressions filled with anger. At least Aubryo had looked angry, but had Cherry been embarrassed? Her face had been flushed. The tension of the long-space journey was clearly beginning to tell on at least two of them. Aubryo had sworn. The man was such an asshole. Why had Cherry invited him along? And, Kes asked, "What?" "What about the feeler?" "Sorry." After beating a hasty retreat from the living quarters, Wilder had found Kes. Before she could tell him her new finding, the feeler had requested they all go to their seats. She explained the discussion she had had with Quinn on the differences between human and feeler concepts of touching. "Electrical fields!" Kes exclaimed. "Of course! Thank you, that's brilliant, and it makes perfect sense. Many aquatic organisms on Earth have the same ability. I don't know why I didn't think of it before. The feeler live in water. Water conducts electricity, and the feelers' bodies have evolved the ability to generate electrical power. It's invisible to us unless in extremely high voltages. That's why we can't see them sending out electrical impulses to interact with their equipment. They can probably sense electrical fields too." The angle of the opportunity continued to subtly alter. The pattern of pressure shifted, and now the highest strength pushed down on the entire length of Wilder's lower legs.
"This is going to take forever,"
Aubryo said. "Why don't you go to sleep like always?" Cherry suggested. He ignored her and instructed his interface to play something. Wilder focused on the picture that appeared. The title Aubryo had chosen didn't sound particularly interesting, but anything was an acceptable distraction from the uncomfortable sensation of the ship turning. A figure appeared, walking toward the camera. She was astounded to recognize Aubryo. He was dressed differently, and his hair was much shorter, but it was definitely him. Facially, he hadn't changed much. He looked a little older now, perhaps. "That's you," she blurted, staring at him.
"Give the girl a cigar."
Kes sighed. As the vid progressed, it explained the idea of a project to begin a colony in deep space. It took her a moment or two to realize it was referring to the Nova Fortuna project, and that Aubryo was its instigator. The fact was a revelation. To her, he was only another, exceptionally annoying Woken. The promotional vid showed the plans for the generational ship and a projection for how long it would take to construct. The vid also explained the selection process for the generational colonists, stating that every fertile, healthy adult on Earth could apply, and that application fees would contribute to the project funding. Each applicant would be vetted for health and intelligence, though the latter was to ensure the project included the spectrum of normal human cognitive ability. A range of intelligence levels was thought to be beneficial for social cohesion and the long-term success of the colony. The final selection would be based on genetic diversity, which meant that family members would definitely be excluded. No places on the ship were available for purchase.
"I'm not going to lie,"
the vid's Aubryo said.
"It's a one-way trip. You'll never see your family and friends or set foot on a planet again. But you'll play a part in the future of humankind. Your name will go down in posterity."
The picture cut to a profile of his head and shoulders. He turned to face the new camera, looking intently at the viewer.
"Make no mistake, you'll never get a chance like this again. All you have to ask yourself is, do you have what it takes?"
The intent was clearly to generate funding to supplement the trillions Aubryo himself was putting up. It also asked for donations. Various incentives were offered according to the amount given. Donors could have their names inscribed on the ship's hull, or places on the planet would be named after them. Another option was to send along a small package, such as the ashes of a loved one to be buried in the exoplanet's soil, or a time capsule of objects to be opened. Had those things been stored aboard the Nova? Wilder had never heard of those packages. Had they been dumped as soon as they'd been received, in the knowledge that the donors and their immediate descendants would be long dead decades before the ship arrived? There had also been no instructions in the manual to give places on Concordia specific names. She was sure about that. She didn't know if any names had been inscribed on the Nova's hull. The vid was entrancing. She wondered why she'd never seen it before. It revealed Aubryo's character in an entirely new light, and it gave her a weird feeling about all the viewers who had originally seen the vid. What would all of those Earth people who had donated think about how everything had turned out? Had they ever imagined that Concordia would be coveted by hostile aliens? She guessed they thought the difficulties the colony might encounter would be quite different. No one would have dreamt up a fantasy where 4 representative humans would be tasked with forming galactic alliances vital to the future of human civilization. The vid ended. Credits appeared against the background of a model of the Nova, giving details of where to send money, apply to become a generational colonist, or find out more about the project. She suddenly realized that the excessive pressure on her lower legs had eased. "Have we turned already?" "Yes," Kes replied. "It's over. We are facing the other way and slowing down." "Phew, that wasn't too bad." "No, not too bad," Cherry said. "And if we're decelerating, we must be over halfway to the assembly. This trip is taking longer than I thought it would, but the end is in sight." Chapter 25. The Scythian probe had observed the human colony begin its transformation into a civilization. Concordia had completed 26 orbits of its star, and in that time habitations, roads, growing areas and manufacturing sites had increased. With one exception, the forest settlement. The humans had abandoned the trees. The tree city had reached its peak population 5 years after establishment, but then many of its inhabitants moved to the ocean side. Others constructed a new set of residences at the midway point between the forest and the growing district. Some humans continued to permanently reside in the forest dwellings, but they were few. Inhabitants of the new dwelling sites did return to the forest. Soon after the majority had abandoned their homes there, the trees began to die. Concordia completed another orbit of its star, and most of the forest canopy had disappeared. Only a small area remained, providing homes to the remaining handful of inhabitants. The large buildings where the humans manufactured products saw the greatest increase, and the range of types of items that left the buildings also appeared to grow. The humans dug channels alongside the roads joining the habitations and in among their dwellings. They laid cables and pipes before covering up the channels again. When darkness fell on the inhabited areas, electric light lit them up. The humans also constructed a wider variety of vehicles. Large transporters appeared and were used to move the produce from the growing areas as well as manufactured goods. Aerial craft were constructed. The probe tracked the flights of these aircraft, recording the altitude and range, but they were only used to journey between habitations and, more rarely, for trips to the mountains. A new road appeared, the longest the humans had ever built, running from the oceanside metropolis to the mountain range bisecting the continent. The colony had spread to the peaks, where they began to dig underground again. Plants were built to process the minerals extracted. Then the humans began to build a tunnel beneath the mountain. At first, small boats had plied the ocean, never straying more than 20 kilometers from land. But during the planet's 21st orbit around its star, 2 large vessels were constructed. A short time later, the first humans crossed the ocean to the next continent. As the colony grew larger, the amount of data the probe received increased exponentially. In case of this eventuality, the Scythians had fitted the device with equipment to screen the data collected. The probe sorted the incoming information into 3 grades according to predetermined parameters. Data categorized as of minimal importance was not transmitted nor retained. The Scythians didn't learn about the dying of the forest or the humans who continued to visit it. The middle grade of information was stored, retained in case of later importance. The probe recorded the fact that channels had been dug and pipes and cables embedded in them. When the device's storage reached full capacity, the oldest data was purged. The highest grade of data was transmitted immediately to the Scythians. They knew all the available details about the aerial craft and the large vessels crossing the ocean. They also closely scrutinized the data on mining operations. By the 26th revolution of the origin planet around its star, the humans had advanced their technology and society considerably. They were constructing several modes of transportation, manufacturing many products, and exploiting the planet's natural resources. They had not developed any means of energy production, but that possibly had something to do with help received from the aquatic aliens. The Scythians were pleased. The humans were creating a sustainable, productive society. Left to themselves, they would no doubt go on to increase their population, spread across the planet, and build larger and more complex infrastructures. They would thrive, and perhaps in the future they might achieve a level of technology that would allow them to travel the galaxy. That would not happen. An end was coming to the humans' achievements, but not yet. Chapter 26. A hollow of the site of the assembly hung in mid-air in the Opportunity's living quarters. "I didn't know it would be a space station," said Cherry. "I thought we were going to a planet." Wilder had made the same mistake. She gawped at the image. What a space station it was! Massive, foreboding, and almost black, it was a dark shadow against the stars. A long, gigantic cylinder extended down from the central hub, and 5 arms protruded from the same spot, each supporting a solid block hundreds of meters high and wide. The hub itself had to be 2 kilometers in diameter, and the same depth. Her estimations were vague, based on size comparisons with the ships entering and leaving the station. If they were bigger than she guessed, the station could easily be double the size. Quinn explained it was thought that sighting the assembly on a planet could demonstrate favoritism toward a single member species. The station is in neutral territory and is governed under its own laws. All members must agree to abide by those laws in order to join the alliance. "What are the laws?" Aubrio asked. "You will receive a full translation if you are invited to join." "Does it matter what they are?" Kez asked. "We aren't in a position to be picky." "It's important to know," said Aubrio. "Never sign anything until your lawyer's read it." "We don't have a lawyer," Kez retorted tetchily. The months of confinement were beginning to tell on him. Usually mild-mannered, even-tempered, kind and thoughtful. Even Kez was suffering from spending too much time with Aubrio. The man's insistence on calling him Ginger didn't help. "Are you coming with us, Quinn?" Wilder asked. "We will be unable to accompany you into the station. The environment is entirely unsuitable for us." "Can we at least speak to you while we're in there?" asked Wilder. "No, that is a condition of your attendance.
No comm between yourselves and the opportunity is allowed. The Assembly members have made an exception in permitting us to bring you here. A basic requirement of applying to join the Alliance is deep space travel technology. Both of your ships have been destroyed, so you have no evidence of your level of development or any means of travelling here. The Assembly acceded to our request, but all further aid and support must stop as soon as you enter the station.
Does it have gravity? Cherry asked. Like the other humans, she was casually floating as she took in the hollow of the space station. Now the opportunity had stopped. There was no force acting on her. Quinn replied, "The technology to create gravity doesn't exist as far as we're aware. Besides, what amount of gravity should the station provide? What might be low gravity to one species would crush another to death." "Do you know what'll happen when we go in?" Wilder asked. "Do you know what they expect from us?"
"We don't know, and even if we did, we couldn't tell you. It is forbidden to." "Yeah, we get it," said Aubrio. "You aren't allowed to help us. We have supplied the Assembly with all the information we have on you as a species. That should help with communication."
"Do we really have to take weapons with us?" Kez asked. "That doesn't seem very peaceful or diplomatic."
"The Assembly has requested it."
"We've talked enough," said Aubrio. "It's time we transferred to the station.
We have prepared environment suits for you."
"Eva suits?" asked Cherry. "Doesn't the station have an atmosphere?"
"It would be impossible to generate an atmosphere that all species can safely breathe. Rather than filling the station with gases suitable for only one or two species, it was decided it would be more equitable to make it a vacuum. Each species can supply their own suits."
Wilder's heart sank. Living in the cramped quarters aboard the Opportunity had been bad enough. The idea of spending a significant amount of time in an Eva suit made her feel sick. She'd seen the suits when she'd been a kid on the Nova. Technicians conducting repairs on the hull had worn them to spacewalk. Even at a young age, she had known she would never choose to wear one. Now she had no choice. "Wilder," said Cherry. "Come on." The others were leaving. In her preoccupation, Wilder hadn't noticed. She kicked against the wall and glided out, her rifle under her arm, following her companions heading along the cylindrical corridor. By the time she reached the room with reclined seats, previously unseen compartments had opened. Each held an Eva suit. Aubrio was already climbing into one. Breathing in deeply in an effort to quell her fears, she grabbed the doorframe to halt her progress and watched the others putting on their suits. Had the feeler copied the suit's design from the colony's databanks? If they hadn't, they'd done a remarkable job of making them well suited to the human body. They looked very similar to the ones the Nova's technicians had worn, except a larger pack was fitted to the back. Flexible pipes ran from the pack along the underside of the sleeves, and nozzles protruded from the elbows.
"Thrusters!" Aubrio exclaimed. "Fantastic!"
He pressed his thumbs into his palms and pressurized gas squirted out, propelling him to the ceiling. "Don't do that in here," said Cherry. "You don't know what gas that is." She looked over her shoulder. "The threads have fixed my suit's thrusters at the base of my pack. I have 2 pads on my palm, one for each thruster, I guess. But this isn't going to be easy. I won't have the maneuverability you guys have."
"Hey, look," said Aubrio. "They even made a pint-sized one for the kid."
He was holding up the remaining suit, smaller than the others. Wilder didn't know exactly what he meant by pint-size, but from Cherry and Kez's reactions, the words didn't seem to be an insult. Smiling grudgingly, she took the suit from Aubrio's outstretched hand. The outfit was surprisingly light, an all-in-one item. The helmet was fixed to the back of the neck. She tried to step into it, but the motion caused her to float backward and bump into the wall. She sighed in exasperation. Moving in 0G was an endless dance of cause and effect. "Hold on to the suit rack," Kez suggested. "Makes it easier." She took the advice and struggled into the suit one-handed, pulling on the arms before thrusting her hands into the gloves. They restricted her hands, but not so much she couldn't fasten the front of the suit. All that remained now was to put on the helmet. Everyone else was suited up and waiting. She breathed in and pulled the helmet over her head. The seal around her neck immediately snicked shut. The helmet was globe-shaped around most of her head, flattening only at the back. The feeler had a good idea of the extent of human peripheral vision. Panic began to rise up. She thought she couldn't breathe. Then she realized she was holding her breath. She forced herself to breathe out and then in again. The air smelled different. It smelled sweet. "Okay," said a voice. The comm system was working well too. Aubrio floated into her view. The man's voice had broadcast inside her helmet. "I said, are you okay?" He rapped her helmet with gloved knuckles and peered through her visor. "I'm fine." "You sure?" When she didn't answer, because she actually wasn't sure at all, he said, "Sling your weapon over your shoulder. Makes it easier to carry." Then he waggled a finger at her and added, "No puking in your helmet." "I said I'm fine." She narrowed her eyes at him. She was actually trying her best not to rip off the helmet and suit as fast as she could, refused to enter the space station and fly back to the living quarters. She didn't need any more hassle. "Leave her alone," said Cherry. The inner airlock doors opened. "Prepare to transfer to the station," said Quinn. "This is it," said Kez. "Never in all my dreams did I imagine I would experience something like this." "All right," said Aubrio. "No need to get all poetical." The group moved into the airlock. The inner doors closed. There was no window to the outside. They were uncomfortably close in a cramped space, a jumble of floating humans. The outer doors opened. At first, all Wilder could see was the inside of a tunnel, a tube stretching away beyond the airlock. It was flexible, and some motion of the ship was gently moving it. The hollow of the space station hadn't shown the means by which the opportunity was attached to it. The tube curved in the distance, obscuring its end. "What's that thing?" Aubrio demanded. Quinn explained, "The opportunity's airlock configuration is incompatible with the station's entry portal. The mechanics constructed an umbilicus. You must leave now. I hope you succeed in persuading the Assembly to allow your species to join their alliance. You will have done your colony a great service. When the Scythians discover the fact, they will be discouraged. They may be too afraid to attack Concordia if you refuse to honor their demand for a tribute." "The Assembly better accept us," said Aubrio. The aliens who had constructed the umbilicus leading to the space station had installed a method of conveying visitors along it. Lines were fixed to the inner wall, and the feeler had attached clips to the human suits. All they had to do was clip themselves to the line. "Can't we use our thrusters to fly into the station?" Aubrio asked. "The area is too confined," Quinn replied. "Remember, whatever happens in the station, you have agreed to it by coming here." "What?" said Aubrio. "Wait, no we didn't." "Come on," said Cherry. "Let's go." Chapter 27. They were being pulled steadily along the umbilicus. Cherry peered through the translucent walls. Hazy impressions of stars surrounded them, except for directly ahead, where all was black. "I wonder where in the galaxy we are," said Kez. She had been wondering the same thing. They had clearly travelled a huge distance in the Thread ship. She wouldn't have expected to be able to judge where they were. They were viewing the starscape from a new angle. but they were clearly in an entirely different section of the galaxy. The stars clustered much thicker here than in the Concordian night sky. Aubryo replied,
"We're deeper in the Milky Way."
"I think you're right," said Kes. The tunnel exit appeared and quickly yawned wider. Wilder asked, "Do you think the Assembly has sent someone to meet us?"
"I should think so," said Kes. "We'll soon find out,"
Aubryo said. They stopped. They'd arrived at the circular station entrance. The interior was lit, but not much more brightly than the thread ship. No one seemed to be here to greet them. Cherry unclipped herself from the umbilicus line, pointed her heels downward and slightly to the rear, pressed her thumb into her palm, and propelled herself into the station. The space she entered was large enough to accommodate the opportunity. Unused to operating the thrusters, she flew farther than she'd intended. She grabbed a protrusion from a tall, humped metal structure and brought herself to an abrupt stop. As she swung around to see what the others were doing, the structure jerked into life. Startled, she let go. Noises came through her comm, low, long, drawn-out sounds. Aubryo, Kes and Wilder had entered too, and they'd clearly learned from Cherry's mistake, propelling themselves toward her with tiny puffs.
"Is that thing our escort?"
Aubryo asked.
"Is it talking? What's it saying?"
"How would I know?" asked Cherry. The sounds repeated. Kes held a hand to the side of his helmet and frowned. "I think it's human speech, but it's too slow. The feeler used to do this sometimes." A spurt from his thrusters brought him in contact with the machine. He tapped it. "We can't understand you. You must speak faster." The sound remained very slow, but the words were intelligible. "Welcome to..." A strange, muffled sound followed, then, "Map, activate." A detailed map appeared on Cherry's visor, a 3D image of the interior of a huge, complex structure. At the center was a vast, bare space. The rest of the place was semi-open and filled with levels and rooms. Some rooms were small cubbyholes, others ran the entire width of the station. Wilder said, "I think those dots are us." Cherry searched the map and saw 4 tiny sparks flashing. The machine she had grabbed onto moved, sliding along the floor, though without any apparent tracks or wheels to convey it. "Are we supposed to follow it?" Wilder asked. Cherry replied, "Seems the obvious thing to do." The machine moved on, passing through an exit as tall as the roof. They flew behind it. "Where do you think they're taking us, Kes?" Cherry asked. "If this place were run by humans, I'd say we were being escorted to meet someone high up in the hierarchy. As it isn't, I don't have any idea. We could be going to meet the janitor first, for all I know."
"Maybe janitors are top of the food chain," said Aubryo.
"I don't like the mention of a food chain," Cherry said. "That gives me another idea about where we're being taken."
"I certainly hope we haven't come all this way only to be eaten," said Kes. "I don't think that would be an accurate test of our intelligence."
Aubryo said,
"It would be if we could stop them from doing it."
"I hope you guys are kidding," said Wilder. The passageway was drawing to an end, and another chamber opened ahead. Their escort, travelling at a faster speed than the humans, reached the opening and stopped. A few moments later they caught up. Cherry gripped the edge of the hole and peered in. Here was the open space she'd seen on the map. Kes whistled. She couldn't see the top or the bottom of the empty centre of the station. Above and below, structures intersected the void. Some of the structures' walls were opaque, others were mesh, others were solid but transparent, allowing in the light dimly illuminating the massive space. There seemed to be no order. She couldn't guess as to the purpose of each chamber. Even more fascinating than the station's weird setup were the things moving within it. Some were machines like their escort, moving horizontally and vertically, clinging to flat surfaces and also flying through open areas.
Others were what she could only describe as creatures. They were suited up like the humans, but their suit shapes indicated that the forms inside were distinctly non-human. Oblong, soft beings inched along, somehow clinging to surfaces like the machines. Others were like thread creatures due to their many thin legs, but they moved like Scythian spiders. In the 0G, they jumped from place to place, floating enormous distances. Unbelievable, Kez breathed. "How are you doing, Wilder?" Cherry asked. She didn't think she'd heard the girl say more than a few sentences since they'd suited up. "I'm okay. It's a lot to take in."
"You can say that again," said Aubrio. "Where did our escort go?"
While they had all been gawping at the interior of the station, the robot that had brought them here had departed. It was nowhere to be seen.
"We've been abandoned,"
Aubrio continued.
"What do we do now?"
"I think our visors are telling us," said Wilder. Cherry checked her map. The 4 dots representing them had shifted to their new position, but something else had changed too. The outline of one of the structures directly above them had begun to glow and flash.
"Looks like that's our new destination."
Aubrio kicked against the edge of the entrance, propelling himself out into the empty space and activating his suit's thrusters.
"If this is an example of our intelligence test, it's a cinch."
"I doubt it's going to be this easy," said Kez as he followed. "Ready?" Cherry asked Wilder. The girl nodded. "Stick by me." Cherry glided out into nothingness. "Unless something bad happens, in which case head back to the Thread ship. Don't try to tackle anything dangerous yourself, and whatever you do, don't endanger yourself to protect one of us. We can look after ourselves, and if we can't, there's nothing you can do to help us." As they boosted themselves upward, following the soles of Aubrio and Kez's boots, Cherry wished she could give Wilder better advice, but in the circumstances she couldn't. She had no idea herself what might happen. Chapter 28. Wilder pumped a jet of pressurized gas from her suit's thrusters, lifting herself to Cherry's pace as they rose through the vast interior of the space station. Embedded lines in the walls passed swiftly by. What were they? Pipes to convey water or another substance? Electrical wires? Were they structural, providing support? She couldn't guess and knew she would never know, but focusing on the question distracted her from the feelings of panic about wearing the Eva suit. She kept careful track of her and her companion's progress on her visor display. They crawled almost imperceptibly slowly, despite in fact travelling quickly up the wall face. Once or twice she tried to turn to look at the wider view and see more of the strange aliens, but the effect was disorienting. "We're nearly there," said Cherry. "Where have Kez and Aubrio gone?" Wilder looked up. The men's figures, which had been drawing steadily away, had disappeared. All she could see was the gloom of the space station rising endlessly above. "They must have gone inside without us." Cherry boosted herself closer. "Take my hand," she said nervously, grabbing Wilder's. "I wish I'd thought to ask the threads for a line to attach us to each other." Wilder was insulted. She could look after herself. "I'm fine." She tried to wrest her grasp from Cherry's. In the small tussle, she failed to notice they'd arrived at their destination. When she faced forward, a wide opening confronted her. The hole stretched away all around, its edges smooth and curved, its diameter the height of 4 men. Where were Kez and Aubrio? Cherry hailed the men. No answer came. Cherry tried again, with the same result. "Shit! Go back to the ship. I'm going." A great force grabbed Wilder. Before she realized what was happening, she had been sucked into the hole. Her hand was ripped from Cherry's. The woman was nowhere to be seen. Wilder twisted and turned, trying to see her, but she was surrounded by blackness. Her visor display was gone. "Cherry?"
Twisting so strongly had put her into a lazy spin in the 0G. She pumped her thrusters, hoping for stability and to reach a solid surface. She lifted her hands to prevent a collision, but they met with nothingness. Cherry? Kez? What if she tried going down? Perhaps she was near the bottom, not the top. She leaned forward and angled her elbows behind, squeezing the pads on her palms. She felt herself moving forward and downward, but again empty space was all she encountered. Aubrio? She spun again, trying to see something, anything that would give her some bearings. But she was alone in the void. For long moments she floated in the blackness, trying to figure out what to do. The assembly wouldn't have brought them here only to kill them. That would serve no purpose. But then, as Kez had said, guessing at the motivations and logic of alien cultures was hopeless. How could she possibly know what the assembly members intended? Was this an intelligence test? Aubrio had thought the aliens would want to test their intelligence before agreeing to admit them into the assembly. Maybe he'd been right. Maybe she should be doing something to escape. But what? She prepared to fire her thrusters again. With no visual on her surroundings, the only method she had for finding the exit was to feel her way, even if it took all the gas in her pack. Suddenly, something grabbed her around the waist. She was pulled backward at great speed, her arms and legs trailing. Light blazed, and she was in a metal-walled chamber. Released from the pull of the invisible force, inertia carried her on until a second invisible force stopped her progress. She hung against the far wall of the metal room. A complex design covered the opposite surface. She could see no door. How had she entered the place? There had to be an exit. Her visor display sprang to life. A single letter flashed up in red. R. R? What did that mean? A second letter joined the R. Now the visor displayed R-E. None the wiser, she waited. The assembly aliens were spelling something out after their machine's attempt at human speech hadn't worked well. R-E-M. She checked the walls, floor and ceiling again. All was seamless. R-E-M-O. Remo? She mentally ran through a list of words beginning with those 4 letters. She arrived at the answer as the V appeared. Her visor confirmed her guess. Remove. She didn't like the direction this comm seemed to be heading. She wasn't about to remove anything. Not in a vacuum. Remove S. No. Remove S-U. No way. Remove S-U-I. Damn it! Remove suit. She glared at the message. Quinn had said the feeler had given the assembly all their information on humans. The aliens had to know she couldn't survive in a vacuum. They had to know the only thing keeping her alive right now was her Eva suit. Why were they asking her to take it off? Did they want her to die? The confines of the suit, once uncomfortably restrictive, had become a comforting and safe place. The 2 words confronted her. Long seconds passed. The words flashed twice. I can read it, you idiots! She scanned the room for an exit again and came up blank. Were they going to keep her here indefinitely until her air ran out or she died of thirst? Quinn had said that by coming to the station they had agreed to whatever happened to them, but she hadn't thought it would include doing things that put her life at risk. She bumped against a wall, jarring the weapon slung over her shoulder and reminding her of its presence. She lifted the rifle thoughtfully. Should she try to shoot her way out? The space was small. A pulse could rebound in ways she couldn't predict. Nevertheless, it seemed her only option. It was either that or face an unknown, potentially deadly outcome. She pointed the muzzle at the wall. Aubrio had taught her the basics of how to fire the weapon, but she had never actually shot anything.
That would have been way too dangerous inside the opportunity. She held her finger over the trigger. Was she doing the right thing? It appeared to be the only choice, but it didn't feel right. Remove suit. No, it isn't safe. All her childhood, she'd learned about the dangers of space. She'd learned how, when the Nova arrived at her destination, everyone would travel to the planet where they would finally be safe. There would be no dangerous vacuum or radiation beyond the ship's hull. They would have kilometers of atmosphere above and a magnetosphere and ozone layer to protect them from the ravages of space. Now these creatures she had never even met were asking her to go against what had been ingrained into her. Why? The question bothered her. It made no sense that the Assembly would ask her to do something so dangerous. Even allowing for alien logic, it made no sense. Was this part of the test? That she should do whatever was asked, though it might cost her her life? If that were the case, would she pass the test only if she began to remove her suit? But she had never been one for simply following instructions. If that was what the Assembly wanted, submissive members who did whatever they were told, they'd come to the wrong person. Concordia might as well remain under the control of the Scythians. She refused to make a show of removing her suit if that was what the Assembly wanted. She might as well try to blow her way out and take the consequences. For the second time, she lifted her weapon and aimed it. For the second time, she failed to fire. The feeling she was missing something nagged at her. Remove suit. What if it wasn't blind obedience the Assembly wanted her to demonstrate? What if it was trust? She wasn't great at trusting others. She had been let down too many times in the past. Ugh, damn it! Okay. She had come all this way for a reason. She wanted to buy Concordia a chance to survive. If she had to take off her suit in a vacuum to do it, so be it. She flipped the snaps. What did a vacuum feel like? She didn't know. She pushed upward on her helmet, expecting to hear the hiss of her suit's air escaping. But she heard nothing. She lifted her helmet and held her breath. Where was the anticipated pressure of air trying to escape her lungs? Where was the biting iciness of her sweat evaporating from her skin? She opened her lips. Her tongue peeled from the roof of her mouth. Her throat opened. She took a small, experimental breath. Shit! The room had atmosphere. She could breathe. All that time she'd spent hesitating over the instruction when she could have taken off her suit without any danger. The place was colder than she would have liked, and the air smelt of chemicals, but she no longer doubted following the instruction. She pushed back her helmet and unfastened the front of her suit, thanking the stars she hadn't fired at the wall. That would have been a dumb move. The Assembly wouldn't have wanted her to shoot the place up. When she was out of her EVA suit and it floated in the air next to her, the complex design on the opposite wall changed shape. It turned into the outline of a human form that was roughly her size. The inner portion of the form glowed. Now I get it. You want to check out our bodies, right? You've never met humans before. You want to know how we work. She pushed off and floated into the body-shaped space, reversing as she arrived, so she faced outward. Grips gently but firmly grasped her waist, upper arms and thighs. Suction pulled at the back of her head. She tried to relax, hoping the Assembly wouldn't take too long in learning whatever they wanted to know about her body. In the end, the process only took a few minutes. Relief that she wasn't in danger flooded in. She nodded drowsily, but then it was all over. The suction on her skull ceased, and she was released. She put on her suit. As her helmet was snicking shut, an exit into blackness opened.
Chapter 29. Cherry's relief at seeing Wilder safe and sound was immense. When the girl floated out to meet them in the dark space, she felt like grabbing her into a hug. That would have been awkward in their EVA suits and pressurized gas packs, so she contented herself by grabbing Wilder's hand. "What happened to you?" Kes asked. "Did you have to take your suit off too?"
"I did. I think they wanted to scan my body. The same happened to us," said Cherry.
"They're curious about our anatomy," Kes said. "It makes sense. That would be the first thing I would want to learn about in an alien species." "When's the testing going to start?" Aubryo asked. "I'm fed up with being poked and prodded. I was worried for a while in there. I was waiting for them to get out the anal probe."
"The what?"
asked Cherry.
Kes chuckled.
"Maybe the testing's already started," Wilder said. "I thought the request to take off my suit was a test."
Aubryo snorted with derision. "I think the tests are going to be a bit harder than that," Kes said. "I don't know why you keep going on about the Assembly putting us through tests. I thought we were coming here to meet them and talk to them about our problem with the Scythians."
"I thought that too," said Cherry,
recalling her initial conversation with Quinn in the Thread's underwater city. He'd said she was supposed to seek admittance to the Alliance and secure the future of humanity. Two pretty big asks. She had no idea how she was supposed to achieve either of them. Everything that had happened so far had been out of her control. At least Wilder was back safe and sound. She was also a little more talkative, which was a good sign. Cherry's visor gleamed with the lines and symbols of the station map.
"We're back in business," said Aubryo. "Where to next?"
Another section glowed green. The 4 flashing red dots representing their party were far distant from their next destination. "This way." Kes activated a single thruster and turned away from the group. Both his thrusters spurted gas and he moved off.
"He seems to know where he's going," said Wilder, following. "Wait," said Cherry. "I don't want to lose sight of you again."
The 4 humans emerged from the hole they had entered some time previously. Once more, they were hanging above an apparently bottomless chamber. "It's over there," said Kes, pointing but not slowing down. On a far distant pillar, clinging to the side of the abyss, was a range of portals. Some were open, revealing the brightest lighting Cherry had seen in a long time. Others were only outlines on the bronzed surface. As the 4 of them flew closer to their next stop, she spied 4 figures waiting at a doorway. This was it. They were about to meet some Assembly aliens at last. Perhaps Wilder had been right when she'd said the request to remove their EVA suits had been a test. Cherry had hesitated at first, worried about the effects of exposure to a vacuum. But then she had remembered a technician on the Nova telling her that vacuum exposure wasn't immediately fatal, providing you emptied your lungs as much as possible. So she'd exhaled fully before taking off her helmet. She guessed the Assembly knew the correct composition of gases humans breathed from the information the Threads had given them. The distance to the pillar was farther than she'd thought. They seemed to be taking an age to reach the spot. She realized the figures waiting were far larger than she had thought too. Judging size and distance in the vast, unfamiliar place was hard.
"Ready your weapons," said Aubryo. "They might try something."
Kes tutted.
"What do you imagine they're going to try?" "Doesn't hurt to be prepared,"
Cherry said. "If they wanted to hurt us, they could have done it 1,000 times already. I don't want anyone to do anything that could be interpreted as aggressive. That's an order."
The last thing she needed was for Aubryo to incite a defensive reaction. They were a long way from Concordia, and the Threads could do nothing to help them. The distant figures grew larger and larger. By the time the humans reached the pillar, they looked like giants. Chapter 30. One of the 4 aliens stood directly in front of Wilder as she hovered at the brink of the closed entrance. Her feet were level with the spot where the alien's 4 feet touched the floor, but the creature towered 4 or 5 times her height. The alien had to be at least 7 meters tall, and it was the shortest of the bunch. Its 4 limbs rose up to half its height and met at a chunky body that narrowed to a dome at the top. Wilder assumed this was the head, but she could be wrong. Like the humans, the aliens wore EVA suits, but unlike the human suits, theirs had no visor. The entire surface was black and opaque. "They're standing on the floor." Kes hovered next to Wilder. The 4 aliens stood on a ledge that curved around the colossal pillar.
"Yeah, they are," Aubrio said. "Think that ledge has a grav?"
"It could be magnetized," Wilder suggested.
"Move forward, meet us." The voice spoke at a normal speed, though it was monotone. The feeler's computer-generated voices sounded much more human in comparison. It was impossible to tell which of the creatures had spoken. "Let's do what they say," said Cherry. Wilder fired her thrusters and glided toward the platform, heading for the alien directly in front. The being's bulky form left little additional space, but she angled her elbows upward and aimed for the floor. Her boots met the metal mesh and she felt a magnetic grip.
"Whoa!"
Kes alighted beside her.
"You were right. Feels odd to be stuck down. Feels good too, though. Better than 0G.
Cherry landed on Wilder's other side.
"We want to understand you. We must know if you belong to us."
"Who are you?" Cherry asked. "What are your names? What's your species?"
"We are organizers. That is all that is relevant."
Organizers? Did they mean they organized the events at the station? Wilder guessed the aliens weren't going to tell them any more than they had to. If the assembly didn't accept humanity, any information they gave out might be used against them, especially if the Scythians had control of Concordia. Behind the alien organizers, the pillar entrance opened. "Move inside," said one of the organizers. "The entrance will seal. You must remove your helmets."
"Huh?"
said Aubrio.
"Again? Is it safe?"
He was peering between 2 of the large creatures. Wilder could see into the pillar too. The chamber within was much larger than the place where she had been scanned. "We will fill the testing chamber with atmosphere suited to your species." "Don't you want to talk to us?" said Cherry. "You could ask us whatever you want to know." "We already understand your circumstances. Your friends told us. We need to understand your behavior." "Okay." Cherry strode toward the entrance. "Come on, guys. This is what we're here for." Stepping between 2 sets of 4 huge legs, Wilder also went in. The room stretched 30 meters long and half as wide. Lighting strips hung on a ceiling 15 meters above. When all 4 humans were inside, the doors closed.
"I said they were going to test us, didn't I?"
Aubrio said.
"Did you hear it say this was a testing chamber?"
Wilder was watching her visor display. Readings had appeared with chemical symbols. As she watched, the levels rose. "They're filling the chamber with air," said Kes. According to Wilder's display, the atmosphere in the chamber was now breathable. She unfastened her helmet and took it off before breathing in deeply. The air had the same faint chemical tang. "It's safe. I feel fine." Cherry turned and her eyebrows lifted. "Good for you, but it's probably better if we discuss these things rather than deciding by yourself what you're going to do. Unilateral action could be dangerous for you and us." "Maybe, but I think you're all acting a bit paranoid." Kes also removed his helmet. He sucked in air through his nostrils.
"I agree with Wilder. Loosen up a little. If these aliens didn't care if we lived or died, they wouldn't go to all this trouble."
Aubrio unfastened his helmet.
"If they wanted to do the right thing, they would just grant us sentient species status, accept us into their club, and not go to all this bother."
"I don't think this is only about assessing our fitness to join the assembly," said Cherry. "The Scythians have claimed our planet, don't forget. The threads will have told them that. The assembly has to decide if we have a right to stay there.
The only reason we can give is that if we're forced to leave, we'll die. Even if the Assembly conclude we have a right to exist on Concordia, that doesn't mean they'll be prepared to butt heads with the Scythians in our defence. This isn't only a matter of whether or not we meet their admission criteria.
Well, this is boring, Orbio said. When's the fun going to start?
Everything changed. The chamber vanished. They were in a wasteland. Wilder was so shocked she jumped. Her Eva suit had disappeared too. She grabbed the cloth of her pants and then patted her chest, almost unable to believe what she was seeing. The material felt genuine. Gaping, she looked at the others. They had also lost their suits and were wearing regular clothes. Even the temperature and smell of the air were different. Dry desert spread in all directions under a pale blue sky. The place was nothing like Wilder had seen on Concordia. It looked like something from a vid of old Earth.
"This is," said Cherry. "Are you all seeing the same as me?"
Kez said, "It feels so real. They must be feeding sensory data directly into our minds, controlling our perception." "Shit," said Orbio. "Now we don't know what's authentic and what isn't. I don't even know if you're all here or if I only think you are."
"I'm here," said Cherry.
"But what if you only appear to be saying that?"
Kez smirked. Cherry and Kez laughed nervously. Wilder could see the funny side too. The entire setup felt absurd. "We have determined that you are not bearing any internal artificial intelligence devices," said a voice. "Test begins now." Wilder waited expectantly. A rattling sound came from overhead, and an open-bottomed iron cage descended on top of them. Before anyone had time to react, it hit the sandy ground with a thud. They were confined in a space 4 meters square. Orbio immediately stepped up to the bars and shook them.
"Solid, not bad for an illusion."
He gripped 2 bars hard and attempted to lift the cage. It didn't move a centimetre.
"I guess we have to solve this puzzle to get out,"
said Kez, nodding at the door. A simple set of bars like the rest of the cage. 5 circular interface screens adhered to the centre. Each circle contained sets of patterns except for the 5th one, which was blank. It appeared they had to guess what patterns to create on the final circle, according to the logical sequence shown on the other 4.
"Piece of cake," said Orbio. "I used to do these for fun."
He frowned as he studied the patterns.
"You can leave it to me. Should only take a minute."
"Maybe I can help."
Wilder had completed similar tests too. When she'd finished her classwork, she would go into the Nova's database and look up additional things to do to prevent boredom. Orbio flicked his hand at her, waving her away.
"Don't worry about it, kid. I've got this."
Cherry rolled her eyes. "He doesn't want you trampling all over his ego." Then she said to Orbio, "Just don't make us wait all day." The cage jerked, and the sound of movement came from overhead. Wilder looked up. They didn't have all day. The ceiling was descending.
"Great!"
Orbio squatted to examine the patterns more closely. He held a finger to the blank screen, hesitating to draw on it. The 3 others crowded behind him. Wilder peered at the patterns. The circles were divided into quarters, and each quarter held either dots, stripes, triangles, or wavy lines. At first glance, the patterns seemed random, but there had to be a sequence. It was only a matter of finding it. The ceiling jerked again and descended lower.
"Is this a test of intelligence or speed?"
Orbio muttered. "The smarter you are, the faster you'll solve it," Cherry said.
"You're not helping."
Kez was also working on solving the puzzle, but his gaze repeatedly flicked upward.
"You don't think they'll actually kill us if we don't get this right, do you?"
"It's fake," Cherry replied. "It's all fake, remember? You can't kill someone with a fake roof." "I don't want to even fake die," said Wilder. Then, because she'd seen something Orbio appeared to have missed, she pointed at the patterns. "Look," she explained the sequence. "The final set of triangles has to be in this quadrant, with their right angles facing to the left. and there must be 7 of them. Aubryo knocked her arm away.
I can do it.
Let her help, said Cherry. This isn't a competition.
Grudgingly, Aubryo drew in the triangles with a fingertip. The section of the screen glowed red.
See, it's wrong.
He wiped the quadrant, causing the triangles to disappear.
You're presuming too much, said Kez. Red might not mean it's wrong. But they've based the tests on the data the feeler have given them about us.
That doesn't mean they've gotten everything right, Cherry said. Draw the triangles again. I trust Wilder.
Aubryo scowled, but he redrew the triangles. Again they glowed red. Next he drew a set of squares in another quadrant. They also glowed red. He tensed as he seemed to conclude that perhaps Wilder had been correct after all. A shudder of the cage brought the ceiling lower.
If you could hurry up.
The ceiling had almost reached Kez's head. He lifted both hands and touched it.
This feels awfully real.
Wilder reached over Aubryo's shoulder and sketched 8 wavy lines. They didn't glow. Aubryo said,
Would you stop?
Oh, I've got it.
She erased the lines and drew them at a different angle. Now 3 quadrants of the circle glowed red. Kez quickly knelt as the ceiling dropped lower again. The ceiling rested against the top of Cherry's head. She also dropped to her knees.
If you two don't finish that puzzle soon, the ceiling will drop so low you won't be able to reach it.
Gee, thanks for the reminder. I didn't think of that.
Aubryo traced several stripes in the 4th quadrant. The entire 5th circle glowed red. There was the click of a lock opening and the door swung wide. At the same time, the ceiling descended past the level of the 5 circles. Aubryo ducked down and crawled out. Wilder followed. Next came Cherry as the ceiling dropped almost to the ground. As soon as she was out, she turned and grabbed Kez by the shoulders. He was only halfway through the door. She hauled him the rest of the way, just as the ceiling crashed to the ground. The 4 of them stared at the cage, which now consisted of 4 walls, an open top, and a base of bars.
You don't think they would have really hurt us?
Kez asked. No one answered. A moment later, the cage vanished.
Chapter 31.
That was easy,
said Aubryo. But Cherry didn't think their testing was anywhere near over yet. The cage puzzle had been identical to human intelligence tests. It made sense that they would be able to pass it with few difficulties, even with the threat of danger literally hanging over their heads. No, the testing had only just begun. What was coming next? She stood up and brushed sandy dirt from her knees. The environment the aliens were creating in her mind felt incredibly realistic. She was sweating in the hot, dry heat, and her mouth and eyes were gritty from dust. The wasteland seemed to stretch forever into the distance, though logically it could not. Were they expected to start walking?
Whoa,
said Kez. She felt it too. A vibration was coming up through her feet. She looked downward. The ground began to visibly shake. She had to spread her arms to keep her balance. The gesture wasn't sufficient. She toppled, trying to sit down to mitigate her fall, but she fell most of the way. The shaking continued.
The ground is sinking,
Wilder exclaimed. A crack ran straight across the ground in front. The line turned a corner at each end and ran down, forming the beginnings of a square. The ground abruptly dropped. Aubryo lunged for the edge of the hole. He reached it, but he was too late. The square of ground the crack had cut fell away. He clung to the rising edge for a few moments, scrabbling with his feet at the newly formed wall, but the dusty soil collapsed. His fingers slipped, and he dropped into the hole. Cursing, he leapt to reach the edge again. His hands slapped the vertical brown dirt. He couldn't make it.
What the hell is this supposed to test?
Calm down, said Cherry. We're in here for a reason. Let's wait and find out what it is.
The hole was exactly deep enough to prevent the tallest member of their party from climbing out.
Aubryo ignored her and jumped again. Again, his fingertips missed the edge by a few centimetres. "I'm so hungry," said Wilder. "Do you think we have to pass this next test before they'll let us eat?" Cherry realised she was also incredibly hungry. "Me too. This is weird. We only ate about an hour ago." "I'm starving," said Kez. "It must be another mind manipulation, but I could eat a horse right now." "Kay," Aubryo said. "I give up." He slumped down next to Cherry. The faux sky was a rectangle above. The walls of their new prison slowly crumbled into the hole. Kez said, "Clearly we're supposed to climb out before we're buried alive." "I'm so hungry," Wilder repeated, rubbing her stomach. "Or before we starve to death," Aubryo said. Cherry commented, "Before we imagine we've starved to death." Then, in the exact spot on the ground where her gaze was focused, a bowl appeared. Everyone had a bowl. Next to the bowls lay spoons with very long handles. The bowl was filled with something resembling stew. Steam was rising from the contents, and her nostrils picked up a delicious savoury scent. Her stomach rumbled. "It smells delicious." Wilder grabbed a spoon and plunged it into a bowl. But when she tried to lift the spoon to her mouth, the handle was too long. She couldn't hold the utensil far enough away to angle the bowl of the spoon at her lips. "This is dumb." Kez was attempting the same feat. "Ah, I know." He slid his hand along the handle. Cherry guessed what he was trying to do. If he held the handle at the bottom rather than the top, that should make it easy to eat. She tried the same, but when her hand reached less than a quarter of the way down, it slipped through the metal. The spoon fell from her grasp. "Huh," said Aubryo. "They thought of that. Bet they didn't think of this, though." He handed his spoon to Cherry. "Watch." He reached for his bowl. He was planning to bypass using cutlery and pick up the bowl in his hands, except his hands passed through it. "Damn, guess they thought of that too," said Kez. "Shut up." "If I wasn't so hungry, this would be funny." Cherry had never felt so hungry in all her life, and the pain in her stomach was growing. The need to eat was compelling her to find a solution to the problem. It seemed the aliens wouldn't allow obvious solutions. They were looking for something different, something smarter, or perhaps a particular type of behavior. That was when the answer came. "It's simple," she said. "We feed each other." "Oh, of course," said Wilder. "The spoon's too long to reach my mouth, but not too long to reach someone else's." "Feed each other?" Aubryo looked disgusted. "I'll go hungry, thanks. I climbed down from my high chair a long time ago." "Don't be stupid," said Cherry. "You can't seriously say you'd rather starve than accept someone else feeding you." "That's exactly what I'm saying." Cherry was ravenous, and she knew Aubryo had to feel the same. "Then you're a moron, and if you're a typical example of the human race, maybe we don't deserve to pass this test." Let's take it easy, huh?" said Kez. "Our extreme hunger is putting us on edge. Aubryo, you and I will feed each other. I promise I won't tell anyone." Aubryo scowled. "You eat first." "I'll feed you," Wilder said to Cherry, scooping up stew on her spoon. For a moment Cherry feared she was wrong, and the food would disappear as it reached her mouth. But the stew was real. It was the most delicious food she had ever tasted. When she'd eaten a few mouthfuls, she insisted on feeding Wilder. She tipped the stew into the girl's mouth. But then as she tried to scoop up more, both the spoon and the bowl disappeared. Her feeling of extreme hunger also went away. "So," said Kez, "our cooperativeness was being tested too. Or maybe our altruism," Cherry suggested. "The test isn't over yet," said Aubryo. "If it was, they would have lifted us out of this hole or returned it to ground level. We still have to figure out how to get out." "Simple," said Kez. "It's the same principle. We have to cooperate. You're the tallest, and you're the strongest too. You have to lift out the rest of us." "Me?
Lift you guys out.
Aubryo looked doubtful. It wouldn't be hard for him to help them all out of the hole, but he was taking a while to accept the idea.
I suppose I don't have a choice,
he concluded finally. He pointed at Wilder.
You first, kid.
He walked to the wall and knelt on one knee.
Climb onto my shoulders.
Wilder went over to him and assessed where she needed to step. She rested a hand against the wall for balance and then placed a foot on his right shoulder.
Take your bloody boots off first.
Stop whining, said Cherry. You're only going to complicate things. This isn't real, remember? Wilder, climb up. Aubryo didn't protest again. Wobbling a little, Wilder climbed onto his other shoulder and leaned into the wall. He slowly rose to his feet, pushing her upward. As soon as her chest was above ground level, she climbed out. I made it. She grinned down at them, his face a picture of disgruntlement. Aubryo said,
You next, smartass.
Knowing the moniker was meant for her, Cherry did the same. It was harder with only one hand, but she managed it. Aubryo's complaining tones sounded from down below.
What I want to know is, who's going to lift me up?
I'm sure we'll figure it out, said Kes. A few moments later, the scientist's freckled face appeared. Wilder and Cherry helped him out. Now all three of them were out of the hole, and Aubryo remained inside. Cherry was tempted to leave him there, but she doubted that they would pass the test. In the end, they solved the problem by hanging Kes in, his hands outstretched, while she and Wilder held onto his legs, bracing themselves against the ground. She heard Aubryo taking a short run up, and then a thud as he leapt. Kes grunted when Aubryo grabbed his arms. He began to slide in. She gripped his leg with all her might and forced her heels into the dusty, slippery ground.
Ow!
Kes protested. Be careful. Aubryo was climbing over him to make his way onto level ground. Soon he was standing up and looking pleased with himself.
That was a cinch.
He appeared to award himself the credit for the group's success.
What's next?
The words had barely left his mouth when the wasteland disappeared. They were in the bare chamber again, wearing their Eva suits. The floor lurched, breaking the magnetic hold of Cherry's boots and sending her floating free. She twisted and turned in the 0G. What had happened to the others? Everyone was in the same predicament. Wilder had been thrown above her.
Screw this,
Aubryo said.
If this is a part of the test, it isn't funny.
Cherry said, I don't think... The station is under attack, an alien voice interrupted. Scythians are attacking. Replace your helmets and return to your ship. Chapter 32. Wilder, move! Scythians, even here at the heart of the assembly. Wilder! Someone was pulling on her leg. Wilder looked down and saw Cherry's anxious features through her visor. Aubryo was already halfway to the door, propelled by his suit's thrusters. Come on! Cherry glided up and grabbed her elbow, forcing her forward. Snapping out of her confusion, Wilder quickly replaced her helmet, pressed her thumbs to her palms, and aimed herself at the exit, which was opening. Do you think the Scythians followed us here? Cherry was keeping pace with her. Who knows, but I hope not. I hope we aren't the reason for this attack. I'd hate for them to want to kill us so badly. A flash of light lit Wilder's peripheral vision, and the chamber jumped. Shit, said Cherry. Wilder followed the woman's gaze. A hole had appeared in the wall. White-hot molten metal dripped from its edges. Through the hole was the blackness of space and cold, hard starlight. But that was not all. As she gaped at the hull breach, a ship sped across the gap. A crescent-shaped ship. A Scythian warship. It immediately reminded her of the second attack on the colony. She was back in the infirmary, terrified as she awaited the arrival of the Scythian spiders, wondering what it felt like to be cut to death. She pumped her thrusters harder. She doubted the kind, gentle feeler would leave them behind. even at the risk of their own lives. Yet the longer the feeler waited for the human passengers to return, the greater the chance their ship would be destroyed. They sped toward the exit where Kes was waiting. When they passed through, they found Aubrio also waiting, impatiently, above the entry platform. The station was in chaos. Its inhabitants were swarming through the central void, many no doubt also trying to return to their ships.
"What took you?"
Aubrio barked. "Does anyone know the way back?" asked Kes.
"My visor display is down."
Wilder realized hers was too. The station's comm was out. "I think I know," said Cherry. "Follow me."
"No,"
said Aubrio.
"I definitely know. It's this way."
He flew into empty space. As Wilder joined him, a gap opened in the hull high above. The station had taken another direct hit. It was lucky the place wasn't pressurized, otherwise everyone would have been forced into space. As it was, thousands of aliens were trying to leave. Though the place was huge, she hadn't imagined it held so many. Suited up like her and her companions, creatures of all kinds of body forms and sizes were moving across the void or making their way over the walls. Militarized vehicles were also crossing the space. 3 headed for the hull breach, perhaps to attempt to seal it or to guard it. Wilder flew on Aubrio's heels, sticking as close as she could. It would be easy for everyone to be separated in the mad confusion. A brilliant light flooded the station's interior, and then it was gone. The flash seemed to have come from overhead. The 3 military vehicles stood in a triangle at the gap, emitting pulses of light, focusing on one unseen spot. Aubrio dropped like a stone and touched down at an exit. Was it the right one? Wilder wasn't sure. It didn't look familiar, but she swooped to join him. "This isn't the right place," said Kes as he caught up. "I'm sure of it. We came in over there." He indicated another exit 300 or 400 meters away, where aliens were swarming, trying to get out.
"Too crowded," said Aubrio. "Let's try to get back to the ship from here."
He disappeared into the opening. Wilder hesitated. "We'll have to go with him," said Cherry. "It's that or split up. And he's right, it's chaos over there." Wilder ducked into the opening. Her feet dragged on the metal mesh floor. The passageway was wide and shallow, barely high enough to fly along. Aubrio glided swiftly ahead, angling his body forward to navigate the narrow space.
"I hope we're going the right way," said Kes. "I'd hate to be caught on this station if the Scythians swarm the place."
"I don't understand," Cherry said. "If they want to kill everyone, all they need to do is release their spiders."
"Maybe they already have," Kes replied. "Or maybe they don't want to kill everyone. Maybe the Assembly knows the voltage trick Wilder discovered, and the Scythians know about it."
A tight corner appeared. Wilder flew around it, but her visor smacked into the edge of an exit. Simultaneously, her head hit the inside of her visor. Bright points of light swam in her vision. Pain lanced across her skull. Someone was tugging at her shoulder. It was Kes.
"Are you okay?"
"Be careful," said Cherry. "Stay with us." Screwing up her eyes in an effort to focus, Wilder gave them a weak thumbs up. Still holding her shoulder, Kes began to pull her along. Wilder boosted her own thrusters. "I'm okay. I can do it." Her zero-G nausea was returning tenfold. She was reminded of Aubrio's warning.
"No puking in your helmet, kid."
She wasn't sure she would be able to avoid it. Apparently reassured she could move by herself, Kes released his hold on her. Aubrio was far ahead now. She increased her speed to keep up with Cherry and Kes, who were trying to catch up to him. A ball of flame tore down a side passage and erupted into the main passageway. The flame enveloped her, and she slapped into a wall, her head once more cracking painfully against her helmet. Darkness encroached and overwhelmed her. When she came around, all she could see was an afterglow. She hadn't had time to close her eyes, and the flame had blinded her. She flailed, trying to find a solid surface. Her feet couldn't touch anything. She reached out, but her hands made no contact. Where was she? Cherry? Silence. Kez? Nothing. Is anyone there? Fearing she would fly into a wall, she didn't fire her thrusters. She blinked hard, trying to restore her vision. Moments later, she saw the inside of her visor smeared red. Beyond the red of her blood lay diamond points of brilliance. She was looking into open space. She was outside the station. She swung around. The station was to her rear. On her right, a deformed mess of metal surrounded a gash in the hull. The explosion had come from the inside. Had that once been the passageway? She couldn't believe it. She had drifted through a tear ripped in the hull. Had a gas tank been hit? She was lucky to be alive. If she hadn't had the protection of her suit, she probably wouldn't have survived. She hailed her companions again, but received no answer. Where had they gone? What had happened to them? She hoped the only reason they weren't answering was because her helmet comm was out. From her position, she had a view of the space station's exterior. What she could see of it remained intact, though in the distance ships were skimming the stars, smaller Scythian attack ships and others she didn't recognize. She guessed they were the station's ships defending it. Through the slash the explosion had cut, she saw forms moving. Blast survivors were trying to get out. She had to do the same. She boosted her thrusters to carry her toward the rift. When she entered the space, she found the passageway was full, though the beings were smaller than her. She rose until she was moving just below the ceiling. That was when she heard the hiss. Despite the chaos of the scene, she heard nothing of it. No sound carried through the vacuum. And since her comm appeared to be broken, all she could hear was her own laboured breathing. Except for the hiss. Where was it coming from? As she sped along, she peered at the blood smear on her visor. Had the screen cracked? Or had shrapnel torn a hole in her suit? It didn't matter. She was losing air. Her suit would increase its atmosphere production to try to maintain pressure. But she didn't know how bad the leak was. She didn't know if she had time to make it back to the Feeler ship before more atmosphere escaped than her suit could replace. If the pressure dropped too low, she would pass out and eventually die. Where was the Feeler ship? Was she heading in the right direction, or had she turned around after the blast? She didn't know. All she could do was continue in the direction of the flow of traffic and hope that it would lead her to her ship. A portal lay up ahead. Could it be the entrance to the umbilicus? Aliens in the passageway were piling through it, so maybe it wasn't, unless they were hoping to escape on someone else's ship. When she drew nearer, she swept downward, angling her head to peek into the hatch. There was no umbilicus tunnel. The opening led directly into an airlock. The space was crowded with aliens. Small and six-limbed, they milled about, trying to cram as many of themselves in as possible. One of the creatures facing her reared up on its two hindmost legs and pulled its four other limbs inward. It seemed to be looking at her through its long, angled helmet. Was it inviting her to come aboard? She couldn't take the risk. If the aliens breathed a different atmosphere from humans, she would die. She had to find her own people, and soon. That hiss in her suit hadn't gone away. She raised a hand in the vague hope the creature would understand the gesture of thanks and prepared to move on. She fired her thrusters, the left a little more softly than the right, so she turned around. Without warning, the passageway juddered and debris scattered. Up ahead, a new gap yawned. Another direct hit. To her left, the aliens who had been trying to escape were in disarray. Some had been injured, and their fellows were trying to help them, dragging them into the airlock. The last were scrambling through the exit. The ones already inside the airlock gestured to the others in the same movement Wilder had seen seconds ago. They were telling the later arrivals to come in, to hurry. She had to hurry too. She was having problems breathing. Her chest was working harder, but she wasn't feeling any benefit. Her suit's atmosphere was getting low. As she felt for the pressure pads to fire her thrusters, her thumbs felt numb and clumsy. The aliens were now all inside their airlock and the passageway was empty. But their hatch didn't close. Some of the creatures ran their appendages along the door slots and pressed controls, but the doors weren't closing. The mechanism had been damaged by the blast. If they couldn't close the airlock door, would they be able to disconnect from the station? Wilder doubted it. Even if they opened the inner doors, allowing the atmosphere to escape, their vessel couldn't depart unless they closed the outer doors. The aliens couldn't escape. She was feeling dizzy and faint. She had to try to get back to the opportunity. Her thumbs finally found the thruster activation pads. As she moved away, she caught a glimpse of one of the trapped aliens stepping back into the passageway. What was the creature doing? She pressed a hand to the wall to stop and watch. The alien went to a panel next to the airlock exit. At the touch of one of its stubby limbs, the panel sprang open. Manual override. The creature was trying to activate the station's manual override on the airlock portal. It was the station side of the connection that was the problem. But if the alien managed to activate the override, the station exit would close and the alien would be left behind. Unless... She turned and headed back, gesticulating at the alien in the passageway. "Wait!" she yelled, knowing the creature couldn't hear her, and even if it could, it wouldn't understand. It lifted a limb, ready to press the controls. She reached it just in time, colliding with it and forcing it away from the panel. Before it could float too far, she reached out and grabbed it. Holding one of its limbs, she tossed the alien unceremoniously into its companions. At the same time, black night began to fold over her. A flat disc sat in the center of the open panel. She hit it. Just before she lost consciousness, the hatch slid shut. Chapter 33. When Cherry awoke, she felt soft grips on her arm, waist and thighs. The back of her head nestled against a cupped surface. She opened her eyes and jerked in amazement. She was back inside the small room in the space station. Her EVA suit floated free and she was breathing air. The grips on her body and the suction on the back of her head released. The movement pushed her slightly forward. She hung in 0G, trying to understand what had happened. A moment earlier, the station had been under attack by the Scythians. She had been hit by an explosion, and her suit had been leaking air. She'd lost Wilder and the others. Then she'd seen those little aliens also trying to escape. They'd had some problems with the station airlock hatch, so she'd helped them. That was the last thing she remembered, and before that, all those tests, and the giant assembly organizers. And what else? She'd been here, in this same room. She grabbed her suit. Whatever had happened, it was now over. Or at least this part of it was. She'd been released from the grips. She put on her suit, fastened the front with one hand, and pulled her helmet over her head. The station map had reappeared on her visor. As soon as the seal clicked shut, a rectangular seam appeared in the wall, and a door opened into the black void beyond. Activating her thrusters, she glided out into the void. In the blackness, a small light shone, a helmet light. She directed herself toward it. The other person had clearly seen her too, because the figure moved to meet her. "Cherry? Kez, it's you. Do you know where the others are? And what the hell just happened?" "You sound as confused as I am." Kez's familiar freckled face grew more distinct as he drew closer.
Let's find the others first, then we can compare notes. Ah, I spot someone. He was looking behind her. She spun around and saw a second figure. Though it became clear a few seconds later that it was Aubrio, she felt surprisingly happy to see him. The familiarity of both men was a warm contrast to the strange experience she'd undergone.
"Anyone else getting a sense of déjà vu?"
Aubrio asked. "You aren't alone," said Kes. "It should be about now that Wilder turns up." A bright light shone in the darkness as the door to Wilder's cell opened. The girl's form was silhouetted as she floated out. Then the door closed, and only her helmet light was visible. When Cherry floated closer to her, she saw Wilder's panicked look. "Don't worry, I think we've all experienced something very odd. You aren't the only one." "Thank the stars, I thought I was going mad," Kes said.
"I think I'm right in saying we've all experienced this scenario before."
"I certainly have," said Cherry.
"Me too," said Aubrio. "We all met out here after being scanned, or whatever it was they did, narrowly avoiding the anal probe."
"This isn't a time for jokes," said Kes.
"All right, Ginger, keep your hair on."
One of Cherry's fears was allayed. She'd been wondering if she was in a simulation and the previous experience had been reality, rather than the other way around, as she suspected. But Aubrio's words set her mind at rest. It was definitely him. Either that or the Assembly had created a remarkably realistic copy. "Let's go over what each of us remembers," said Cherry. She related the events from the moment she'd left the scanning chamber the first time, including the tests in the desert, the Scythian attack, and helping the friendly aliens to escape. They had all experienced something extremely similar, though they didn't go into details.
"It seems clear to me what's happened," said Kes. "We never left those rooms where we removed our suits. We thought we'd undergone an analysis of our anatomy, but in fact we were being subjected to simulations, so the Assembly could judge our reactions."
"Do you think we did the right things?" Wilder asked.
"I'm not sure. I expect we'll find out soon."
"I think it was definitely the right decision to go back and help those aliens escape," said Cherry. "After all, the Assembly knows we need its help. But why should it offer it to us if we aren't prepared to help other species in return?"
"But at the risk of our own lives," Aubrio said. "That's a bit too much to ask."
"Is it?" said Kes. "If the Assembly sends troops to help defend us from the Scythians, those beings will be risking their lives for no personal gain or benefit. It seems right to expect the same potential sacrifice from us in return."
Our dots are flashing," said Wilder. Cherry checked her map display. They were being directed toward a place at the edge of the station. A tube ran from the glowing green circular portal that was their next destination. "I think I can see the umbilicus to the opportunity. Are we being sent home?"
"What?"
said Aubrio.
"No, we can't be. Surely we get to meet these creatures who messed with our heads. They can't send us off without at least letting us meet them face to face."
"We might only have to go back and rest for a while," Kes said.
"Keep your hair on."
Wilder chuckled. "Whatever the Assembly intend, we don't have any choice except to do what they tell us." Cherry fired her thrusters. One of the dots representing her group broke off. After orienting herself in the rough direction of the green glow on the map, she moved toward it. Soon a wide, shallow, pale light appeared in the darkness. They were moving toward the opening they'd entered from earlier.
"Anyone else wondering if they're still dreaming?"
Kes asked. "I thought about it," Cherry replied, "but I concluded that the current Aubrio was too authentically obnoxious."
"Hey!"
the man himself protested. Then he murmured,
"There's only one Aubrio."
They crossed the edge of the vast space in the center of the space station. Life seemed to be continuing as normal here. The assorted, strangely formed beings going about their business.
Cherry remembered vividly the battle scene from the simulation, where the station had been ripped open and Scythian ships had skimmed the starscape. It had all seemed so real. They passed along the passageway to the umbilicus. No other aliens crossed their path. No small six-limbed creatures were trying to escape. No one required rescuing. Was the species in the simulation real, or had the assembly fabricated them too? When she reached the umbilicus, she caught the edge of the opening to bring herself to a stop, and then grabbed the line. After clipping her suit to it, she moved down to allow the others room to do the same.
"I'm so hungry," said Wilder. "I could eat a ration bar."
Cherry chuckled. She was heartily sick of the Guardians' food too. They'd eaten nothing else for the entire journey, but the regular food had fattened Wilder up a bit, despite her understandable aversion to it. Because she had arrived at the umbilicus first, Cherry was at the front, Wilder was behind her, followed by Kes and then Aubryo. They were slowly drawn along the flexible tunnel. Cherry would have preferred to fly down it on thrusters, but she could see how using the line prevented collisions in the restricted space. She turned to talk to Wilder, but as she did, a ripple passed through the umbilicus. Wilder's eyes widened and her mouth gaped as her face drained of colour. Cherry snapped her head around. The umbilicus had been blasted away. Only 2 or 3 meters in front, the tunnel had disappeared. The end was a molten mess. Some distance beyond them, the opportunity hung in space. Something appeared at the end of the shorn umbilicus.
"Get down!"
yelled Aubryo. Cherry grabbed Wilder and ducked. Pulse fire flew over her head. Before Cherry got a good look at whatever Aubryo was firing at, the thing had retreated. "Wilder," said Cherry, unclipping her friend's suit from the line. "Get behind Aubryo."
"I can."
"Don't make me tell you again." Cherry pulled her weapon from her shoulder and aimed it at the gap. Wilder fired her thrusters and flew toward the rear. A silvery, articulated limb appeared at the torn umbilicus's edge. Cherry fired, hitting it. The limb quickly withdrew. "How do we know this isn't another simulation?" asked Kes. "Does it matter?"
"What the fuck's going on?"
Aubryo asked, gliding to her side.
"This wasn't on the itinerary."
"We never had an itinerary, remember?"
"Yeah, I was forgetting."
Aubryo edged forward. "Where are you going?"
"Cherry," said a voice. "This is Quinn." "Oh, he can talk to us now, can he?"
"Quinn, can you tell us what's happening? We've been cut off."
"A Scythian ship has slipped past the station's defenses. We think they want to capture you. Assembly defense vessels are on their way."
"Capture us? Why? If the Scythians want humans, all they have to do is go to Concordia and pick some up."
"Or they may wish to kill you." "Makes more sense," Kes muttered. "Killing us is an effective way of preventing us from forming an alliance with the Assembly." "I'm sorry we cannot come to your aid," said Quinn. "We cannot fire on the Scythian ship when it's in such close proximity to the station. But help is coming. You only need to hold out a little longer." A small crescent-shaped vessel swept into the space between the remains of the umbilicus and the Opportunity. Even against the Threads vessel, the Scythian ship looked tiny. Long tethers stretched from each point of the crescent, and at the end of each tether hung creatures in articulated Eva suits. Cherry fired again. Aubryo began laying down fire too. Pulses came from behind them as Kes and Wilder also took shots. One of the creatures was hit. It collapsed and its tether retracted, pulling it in. Ah! Aubryo had been hit too. In her peripheral vision, Cherry saw him falter and almost release his weapon. Then he gripped it tighter and continued firing. The pointed tip of the Scythian ship opened to receive its fallen fighter. Light erupted above and splashed across the vessel. The assembly defense had arrived. When the light cleared, the enemy ship's hull had darkened.
It suddenly veered off, trailing its remaining tethered soldier. The tether snapped, leaving the creature spinning in space. A second blast from the enemy ship annihilated it. Across tens of meters of open space, the opportunity waited.
"The airlock is open,"
said Quinn. Aubrio's weapon floated free from his grasp, and his head dropped forward. "Aubrio's been hit," said Cherry. "Move the ship to us, Quinn. I don't want to try to fly him across that open space."
"Understood."
The opportunity edged closer. Chapter 34. The colony had grown. The humans had increased their numbers and new habitations had sprung up. Settlements grew around the mines in the mountains. Though it took 9 orbits of the planet around its star, the tunnel through the mountains was finished. The 2 halves of the continent were connected. Next came a bridge over the mighty river beyond the mountain range. Humans built dwellings on the previously uninhabited farther side. They removed the native vegetation and fields appeared on the rich alluvial soil. A new growing district was established, producing food for the ever-growing population. Next to the river dwelt gatherers of nutritious river plants. Other inhabitants dug the soil and extracted subterranean fungi. Night and day, vehicles moved up and down the long roads, covering the land from the mountains to the manufacturing site, the habitation near the remains of the forest, the original growing district, and the oceanside metropolis. Now the humans had crossed the ocean to the second continent. New settlements appeared on its vast plains and desert oases. The people who lived in them were energy harvesters. Desert dwellers built and maintained solar farms, and plainsmen harvested the wind. Long cables crossed the ocean, sending power. When the Scythians saw the data giving this information, they were glad. The humans were becoming independent of their aquatic friends. They no longer relied on their allies for power. This was a development that fed into the Scythians' long-term plan. A self-sufficient population was exactly what they needed. The less interference the water dwellers offered, the better. The Scythians also watched the human society. Knowledge of its structure would be useful in the future. As had been the case since the colony's early days, the majority of the humans were juveniles. Soon after they reached adulthood, the humans began to breed. A typical family would include 1 adult male, 1 adult female, and as many as 10 offspring, though there was some variation. All activity and progress had been registered by the original drone and transmitted to its creators. When the humans began to spread to the second continent, the drone abandoned its geostationary position and began to orbit. The device continued to send data according to its priority system. Eventually, the Scythians made the decision that a single probe was insufficient. They sent out a new command. As soon as it was received, the probe immediately put the command into effect. For the duration of approximately 78 seconds, it was non-operational. This was because it was reproducing. After a burst of energy from its power source, nearly every constituent part of the device returned to its original liqueform state. For several seconds, the tiny probe hung in high orbit, a shiny metallic blob. Then a notch appeared, running along the center of the misshapen globe. The notch deepened to a channel, setting the liquid metal quivering and rippling. The blob began to round into 2 parts. Then it split in 2. The shiny beads moved in a circular motion, orbiting each other. As they moved, they transformed. Tiny scanners took shape at their outer edges. Inside, smooth metal hardened into structures to receive data. Within each new drone, a transmitter appeared. The 2 new devices were identical, but on one of them, minuscule solar thermal rockets fired. The powered drone edged away from its twin and headed for the space above the second continent's main settlement, where it halted. It would perform the same function as its partner, receiving data and transmitting it to its creators. 2 probes now hung above the planet, observing all the humans did. The devices measured the population, scanned for technological development, and watched for signs of the humans' defensive capabilities. In their home system, the Scythians continued to carefully assess the data. They were satisfied. The humans had not taken proper steps to defend themselves, despite developing technology that would have made it possible. It was evidence the species possessed a modicum of intelligence. The humans guessed that such a move would be an invitation to attack. But in the end, their prudence would not save them. They could not avoid the inevitable. The day was approaching when their masters would return. Then, if the humans had changed their minds about accepting Scythian overlordship, defeating and subjugating them would be quick and decisive. Chapter 35. The mood in the living quarters was sombre. Aubrio was in pain from his wound, which made him more difficult and acerbic than ever. Wilder and Kes seemed to have finally run out of questions to ask the feeler, and Cherry felt like a total failure. The opportunity had received no message from the assembly since it had departed the space station. All the aliens had stated was that in light of the almost successful attempt by the Scythians on the humans' lives, it could not guarantee their safety and they must leave immediately. No word had arrived, official or unofficial, to confirm they had been accepted into the alliance. Though it had not been directly stated, Quinn had also said the assembly had to face the fact that the space station's location had been revealed to the Scythians, possibly due to the humans going there. Their presence would only excite further interest from their enemies, and the station could be subject to a full-scale attack. Had the Scythians managed to follow the trace of the opportunity, or had they learned its coordinates through other means? Had the aggressive aliens been scouting out the station, recognized the opportunity and seized the moment? Or had they gone there with the express intent of preventing the humans' acceptance into the assembly? They would probably never know. All Cherry knew was that when they returned home, she would have to look Ethan in the eye and tell him she hadn't secured the future of Concordia. That 2,000 people's lives remained at risk. The faith and trust he'd had in her had been misplaced. She had already made up her mind that when she got back, she would resign her position as second in command and only work on her farm. Maybe that would be one thing she could do right. "Quinn," she said, feeling suddenly homesick, "have you heard anything from the colony since we left?"
"We haven't received any messages. I believe your colony doesn't possess the technology to send one."
"But couldn't they send a message via your seeding ship?"
"The seeding ship departed the system not long after we did."
"Aren't the feeler on Concordia in touch with the seeding ship?" Kes asked. "Our people could have tried to contact us through them."
"We've received no message," Quinn repeated. "It's possible your people did try to send one via the seeding ship, but the distances the ship travels are far in excess of this trip we've taken to the assembly. The times involved—" "You're all forgetting how far we've travelled too," said Aubrio. "And at near light speed."
"What does that mean?" Cherry asked.
Aubrio, who was lying in his sleeping bag, only put a hand over his face and shook his head. His shoulder had been badly burned when he took a hit from the Scythians, and there was nothing aboard the ship to kill the pain. The acceleration session they'd undergone when they'd left the space station must have been agony for him. Since then, he'd rarely spoken, and when he had, it had been with a tone that put a stop to any further conversation.
"Would you like me to send a message to Concordia, Cherry?" Quinn asked. "I could ask a contact there to pass it on to the colony."
She considered the offer. What would she say to Ethan and the rest of them? How to frame the statement that,
Aside from the threads, the colony had no one to help save them. It would be better to give them a few more weeks before delivering the bad news. The first harvest was in, and the farmers would have already sown and planted next year's crop. Everyone would be anticipating a happy, safe future. She wanted to delay crushing their hopes for a little longer. "Let's just go home. I can tell them everything that's happened when we get there."
"Very well," said Quinn. "On the subject of returning home, I must ask you to return to your safety seats. We are about to accelerate again."
Aubryo groaned. Cherry felt a pang of pity. For once the man's complaints were justified, and though he was just as much an asshole as ever, they owed their lives to his quick reaction when the Scythians destroyed the umbilicus. She walked to his side and held out her hand. "Help you up?" He removed his hand from his face and regarded her through narrowed eyes, but then he accepted her offer. Kes went to his other side, and together they helped him stand. His ship's suit had been destroyed at the sight of his wound. Kes had cut away the burned material, exposing the skin of his shoulder, but there wasn't much more anyone could do. The thread seemed to have a poor understanding of human medical needs, and the opportunity carried no medical equipment. Quinn had seemed confused when asked about it, and Cherry remembered his question when they'd first met, asking why she hadn't regrown her arm. She guessed that when threads were injured, they simply regenerated the damaged part. Kes offered for Aubryo to lean on him.
"I can walk,"
Aubryo snapped.
"My legs weren't hit."
Nevertheless, he rested a hand on Cherry's shoulder as they stepped to the reclined seats. Chapter 36. Wilder debated whether starving to death would be preferable to eating yet another ration bar. It was a tough decision. She opened the cabinet holding the bars. It had been full at the start of the journey, but now they only covered the bottom few centimetres. Did they have enough to last them all the way home? After considerable prodding, Quinn had given a reluctant and vague estimate of probably about another week's journey in human time. But no one seemed convinced he was making an accurate conversion from whatever weird measure of time the feeler used. Deciding she could stomach the Guardian's ration bars for another 7 days, but not another day longer, she reached into the cabinet and grabbed one. After ripping open the wrapper, she took a bite. Amazingly, the bar tasted even more bland and boring than ever, something she hadn't thought possible. She chewed mechanically, grinding the substance into pieces just small enough to swallow, trying to get the process over with as quickly as she could. To distract herself, she thought about her forest hamlet and her friends who lived there. How had they gotten along with improvements while she'd been gone? They must have built the latrines. Tycho had promised he would organise it. And Steffi had said she wanted to build some more platforms on nearby trees. Word of the success of the tree village had spread, and several kids had asked what they could do to live there. The forest would be the first place Wilder would go as soon as they landed. The next place would be the refectory. There was bound to be a new and exciting menu, made from all the delicious produce being harvested when they left. Even if the dishes weren't new and interesting, they would still be 100 times better than ration bars. Kes appeared. "Mind if I join you?" "Of course not." He opened the storage cabinet and took out a ration bar. "Do you know what the others are doing?" "Cherry's talking to Quinn, and Aubryo's practicing with a weapons panel Quinn made for him. He's been bothering the poor creature about learning how to operate the feeler's defense weapons. Quinn caved, and now Aubryo's got his way. Again, you know what he's like." "I do. He's obsessed with war and fighting." "Harsh, but true." Kes perched on a stool and unwrapped his bar, tucking the empty packet into a pocket. "To be fair, Aubryo's obsession with weaponry and combat saved us once, so I wouldn't condemn the man too much for it." "Really? I didn't know he'd saved the colony."
"You didn't? You must be one of the few people he hasn't told. He was aboard the Mistral during the first Scythian attack. By all accounts, he saved our bacon."
"Bacon?"
"A delicious foodstuff that probably hasn't been eaten for millennia."
"Don't tell me. It's made from dead animals, right?"
"Pigs, to be exact."
Ugh!
She gave a shudder.
"I don't know how you could do it. Eat something that once breathed and walked, I mean. A living thing. That's so disgusting."
"Plants are living things too, you know, and we have to kill animals to grow them. On Concordia it's mostly insects, but on Earth we killed wildlife that wanted to eat our crops. Mice, deer, birds."
"But you didn't eat them. And anyway, it isn't the same. Plants—"
"Is it time for our thrice daily dose of blandness already?"
Aubryo strode into the room.
"According to my stomach it is,"
Kes replied.
Wilder took another bite and munched the tasteless mouthful, feeling slightly sick at Kes's mention of eating animals. She could see how people might be forced to do it if they were starving, but choosing to kill and eat another living thing, she shuddered again. Aubryo helped himself to 2 ration bars, but he didn't sit down. He leaned against the closed cabinet and took large bites from the first bar, demolishing it in 3 bites. He took his time over the second. Between mouthfuls he said, "What I want to know is, does this taste as insipid as I think it does, or am I only imagining it?" "Do you mean, are we still in the assembly simulation?" asked Kes. "I keep wondering that myself."
"It isn't possible," said Wilder. "The most intelligent aliens in the galaxy couldn't fake something that tastes as boring as this." Both men laughed. She was gratified at the reception to her joke. She liked Kes, and even Aubryo hadn't been quite such an asshole since his shoulder had healed up. Cherry arrived, and the mood instantly fell. She had been down ever since they left the assembly. Whenever Wilder saw her, Cherry looked lost and sad. It was clear she held herself responsible for everything that had happened, though in fact most of it had been beyond her control. Wilder had tried talking to her about their time at the space station, but Cherry only kindly patted her on the shoulder and told her not to worry. "What are you talking about?" asked Cherry.
"Ration bars," Wilder replied, "and the simulation at the space station."
"Oh."
Cherry pushed Aubryo out of the way and opened the cabinet. "You know," said Kes, "I just realized we never went over in detail what we all experienced while in the simulation. It would be interesting to see if there were any differences."
"Would it?"
Cherry asked. "I think so. Come on, let's do it. It'll help pass the time." "Okay, Ginger," Aubryo said. "I'm game. You go first." Kes began to describe the events at the station as he remembered them. For the most part, they were identical to what Wilder remembered. The 4 giant aliens, the wasteland, the cage, and the pit. Everything was just as she recalled. Then he moved on to the attack. His description of the tight turn in the passageway they'd gone down evoked a familiar discomfort and fear. When it came to the moment that the small beings were trying to escape, Kes told the story from his own perspective. He was the person who had had to face the choice of saving himself or helping the alien who was going to die. They had all been that person in the scenario, naturally. When he related how he had gone back and operated the manual override himself, Aubryo broke in. "Now that's where our stories diverge. I ignored the situation and headed back to the ship, like anyone with half a brain would have done."
"You left that little creature to die?" Wilder asked. "How could you?"
"How could I? How could I not? Why would I sacrifice myself for someone who meant nothing to me?"
"What are you talking about?" Cherry snapped. "No one means anything to you."
"You all fell for it, didn't you?" Aubryo asked. "You all died to save that little nothing."
"Fell for it?" asked Wilder. "It was part of the test. We were supposed to save the alien. The other tests were assessing our cooperativeness and empathy."
The final test was to tell if we were prepared to help other intelligent beings too, not only other humans.
I think you're right, said Kez. That makes sense.
And you failed the test. Cherry addressed Aubryo, her expression sharp.
No way. I passed, with flying colours. I took the only sensible course of action. I saved myself. That's the intelligent thing to do. The Assembly wanted to assess our level of intelligence before they allowed us to join. There's no point in having an ally as dumb as a sack of rocks.
No, said Cherry. You might have acted smart, but you weren't being civilized. Civilized people help each other. That's what makes a civilization.
Rubbish. Civilizations are built on competition and technological advancement, not namby-pamby feelings,
Kez said.
I hope Aubryo's wrong, otherwise we did fail. Faced with the situation of sacrificing ourselves to save another, 3 out of 4 of us made the sacrifice. As representatives of humanity, we were either 75% correct or 75% wrong. Shit, said Aubryo. In that case, we must have failed. All thanks to you 3 on your stupid decisions.
Excuse me for interrupting, came Quinn's voice over the ship's comm.
But we have received a message from the Assembly. It asks us to tell you it regrets that it was unable to meet with you as individuals and discuss the future relationship between itself and humanity. However, after a detailed study of your behaviours while aboard the station and in view of the current precarious position in which your species finds itself in regard to the Scythian Dominion, the Assembly grants that humanity has passed the preliminary standards to allow acceptance into its body.
We passed! Cherry exclaimed.
Fantastic, said Kez. Now we might be able to find some more allies.
Quinn said,
You are now able to begin talks with other members, though it may be a slow process.
Wilder popped the last of her ration bar into her mouth and chewed. The food suddenly tasted a whole lot better. Chapter 37.
I expect you'll be glad to see Ethan again,
said Aubryo. Cherry was alone with him in the living quarters. Kez and Wilder had already collected their stuff and left to go to the airlock. Cherry paused as she pushed clothes into her bag. She hadn't forgotten the spat she'd had with Aubryo when he'd accused her of harbouring feelings for Ethan. She had thought it over many times. I will. She left it at that. She didn't owe Aubryo anything, least of all an attempt to spare his hurt feelings, which she guessed were more to do with his pride than any affection for her. He'd been looking away when he spoke. He raised his eyes to meet her gaze.
Do you think he's been missing you?
His expression was neutral. Poker-faced, he'd called it once, when she remarked on his ability to convey no emotion at all. A useful business tactic in the old days, he'd said. Maybe a little. She was attempting to also not give away her true feelings. I'd say he counts me as one of his good friends. I'm looking forward to seeing him, Cariad, and their little girl. I expect she's grown quite a bit while we've been gone.
Aubryo snorted. Yeah, I expect she has.
He returned to his packing. She was tempted to ask him what he meant by his pointed remark, but she left it. She didn't want to give in to his play for attention. They'd brought very little with them when they'd boarded the Thread ship, and so it didn't take them long to pack their few items. On her way to the airlock, she stopped off to have a last word with Quinn. Though she could have spoken to him simply by speaking aloud, she preferred to see the creature face to face. She didn't know when she might see him again, and she knew she would miss him. Her feelings about the Threads had changed over the course of the journey, though she didn't think she would ever be in love with the idea they were named after her. Aubryo passed through the cylindrical room without a word. She said, Quinn, I want to thank you and the rest of the crew for taking us to the space station. He was floating almost motionless behind the transparent wall. Over the weeks, she'd learned to distinguish him from the other creatures. The patterning differed slightly from creature to creature, like fingerprints.
We appreciate your thanks, but we are only doing what is correct. If we can infer anything from our skirmishes with the Scythians on the course of our trip, it is that in the future they will bring more challenges and threats to all intelligent species. They are a violent, aggressive force within the galaxy. We must all work together to resist them.
Do you think they might return to Concordia soon? Would they have any respite before having to ward off another attack?
Soon is a very inexact word. Galactic time cannot be measured in such vague terms. But I believe the Scythians will return and demand their tribute.
And now that humans belong to the Assembly, can we expect some help in defending ourselves?
Your membership entitles you to request help, but these are large and general questions for another time. You should go now. I believe the others are waiting for you.
She nodded, but she didn't leave immediately. She raised her hand and placed it on the wall. Quinn lifted a tentacle and placed it on the opposite side.
Ethan and I tried a similar gesture some time ago. It didn't go well for him in the end, unfortunately. Goodbye, Cherry, until the next time we meet.
When she reached the others, they had taken the feeler shuttles from the storage area and placed them in the airlock. Cherry climbed into the remaining empty one. She felt inexplicably tense about leaving Quinn and the opportunity, though she was looking forward to seeing Concordia again, breathing fresh air, feeling the rain, and experiencing all the things she'd grown to love since disembarking the Nova. "Are we all ready?"
"More than ready,"
Kes replied. "I'm not happy about having to take a shuttle down to the surface," said Wilder. "But I'll put up with it if it means going home."
Cherry lay down.
Her hatch closed and she steeled herself for the final claustrophobic trip. The hatch to her shuttle slid open. The light was blinding, unbearable. She turned her head to the side and folded her arm over her eyes. Around her, she heard her companions' vocal reactions as their hatches also opened. She guessed it must be midday. The sun seemed to be shining directly into their shuttles. After weeks of dim light aboard the thread ship, it was going to take some time to accustom themselves to the normal light of day. Keeping her arm firmly over her eyes, she sat up. Immediately, she felt what she had been longing for. Air moving over her skin. The breeze was only mild, but it was more than she had felt for months. She breathed in, savouring the clean scent. "Hello?" Was anyone nearby? She hadn't asked Quinn specifically where their shuttles would set down, but she assumed it was about the same place from where they'd left.
"We're back," called Kes. "Is anyone there?"
He was also clearly as blinded as Cherry. Looking downward, she removed her arm from her eyes, though she kept them closed. The light piercing her lids was bright red and firing sparks.
"This is crazy,"
said Aubreo gruffly.
"Ah!"
It sounded like he was trying to see. She opened her eyelids a slit. Through her lashes, she could see her legs, the sides of her shuttle, and pavement. She stared in surprise, and then quickly shut her eyes again in pain. Where had Quinn set them down? The last time she had seen pavement, it had been in the old settlement, but that had been many months ago, before the first Scythian attack. As far as she knew, no one had laid any pavement since then. Perhaps the colony had progressed further than she thought it would in the months they'd been gone, which was great. What else had the colonists done? She would have to ask Ethan to give her a tour.
"Christ almighty!"
Kes breathed. What a weird thing to say. What did the words mean? He'd sounded surprised. She tried opening her eyes again and discovered they'd become more accustomed to the blazing light. Lifting her head, she squinted and peered at her surroundings. Stars! Buildings! Surrounding them were buildings taller than she'd ever seen, with small windows right to the top. The shuttles had landed in a paved courtyard. At its corners stood wide bushy plants in pots. She blinked rapidly and gripped the side of the shuttle. Was she dreaming? The uncertainty she'd dealt with ever since leaving the assembly simulation returned. What was she looking at? How could all this be real? It looked like a hollow of old Earth. "I don't believe it," said Kes, climbing out of his vessel. "How could they have done so much in such a short time? It's impossible." Aubryo was already out and walking around. He touched a wall. "Such a short time? Has it been such a short time?" Kes stared at him, his mouth agape. "Oh my God! We were travelling at close to light speed. Quinn told us, but I didn't think about it. Shit! How long have we been gone?" Wilder remained seated in her vessel, her face pale and her eyes wide. "It's time dilation, right? I read about it, but I didn't even think about it in relation to what we were doing." A terrible fear was forming in Cherry's stomach. "Actually," said Kes, "this is marvellous." Like Aubryo, his first impulse was also to touch a wall. He tilted back his head to peer at the top of a building. "Look at what's been accomplished while we were away. Look how much they've achieved. This place looks like a factory, or maybe offices. I don't think anyone lives here anyway, or they would have noticed us by now." "Maybe no one's awake yet," said Wilder. "It's early morning." Cherry looked at the sky. It was pale blue, overlaid with pink. The girl was right. The brilliant light blinding them was only dawn sunlight. It could be dusk, but the place was too quiet. "Why didn't Quinn tell us? He must have known that years have passed here while we've been gone."
"He probably thought we knew," said Aubryo.
"We have to find someone," said Wilder. "We have to tell them we're back." Kes asked, "Will they even remember us?" Cherry grimaced. She stood up and pointed at Aubryo. "You knew!" She glared at him, remembering his offhand comment when she'd mentioned that Meredith must have grown while they were away. How old would the baby be? Maybe she was a grown woman already. "How long have you known?" "Did you know?" Kes asked. "How come you didn't say anything?" "I didn't know for sure. I suppose I could have tried to get a straight answer out of Quinn, but what would have been the point?" "You're right," said Kes. "We would have only spent the trip worrying about what was happening at home, or wondering what we were missing out on." "Or the people we were missing," said Wilder. Kes said, "Yes, everyone's aged while we've been gone. By how much, I wonder?" Wilder replied, "We're soon going to find out." Chapter 38. Wilder's mind was filled with the faces of the kids who had lived in her tree village. Were they living there still? They were probably all adults now. Maybe they had their own kids. She could hardly imagine it. A sense of disorientation suddenly overwhelmed her. "Does anyone think that Quinn might have brought us to the wrong planet? This place reminds me of vids of old Earth." "No," Kes replied. "We are definitely back on Concordia." "How do you know?" "Concordia smells different." Aubryo nodded in agreement. "And Earth doesn't look anything like the old vids anymore. I'm going to find someone to ask what date it is. This is freaky. I feel like a time traveller." "We are time travellers," said Kes. Aubryo walked out of the courtyard, and Cherry and Kes followed. Wilder climbed out of her shuttle to join them. The only exit was a narrow lane. Buildings on each side towered 6 or 7 stories high. What would she see at the end? What had happened to the forest and her tree homes? She had put so much work into them. If Quinn had returned them to the same spot they'd departed from, the forest and Sidher should be nearby. Shithole. A sudden pang in her chest made her realise she didn't think the underground settlement was such a bad place anymore. She would give a lot to see it as it had been when she left. They reached the end of the lane. As she surveyed the view, her pang disappeared and was replaced with deep sorrow. The forest was gone. Sidher was gone too. In place of both of them was a wide concreted area marked with lines, like the space for parking vehicles at the original shuttle field.
"Pave paradise,"
said Aubrio.
"What?"
Cherry asked.
"Doesn't matter."
Wilder's vision turned blurry. She hastily rubbed her eyes before the others saw her reaction, but Kes saw her anyway. "It's okay." He put an arm over her shoulders. "Things change. That's life." She took a deep breath and swallowed. "I shouldn't have hoped they would keep it. That was dumb. They obviously needed the space for people to park, and there are plenty more forests." "Still, it's a shame they didn't keep Sidher," said Kes, "for its historical value if nothing else."
"Maybe they wanted to forget the second Scythian attack,"
said Aubrio. Beyond the parking lot stood rows of buildings alongside paved roads. How far did the built area stretch? Wilder couldn't see the end of it. "Someone's coming," said Cherry. Then Wilder heard it too, the whir of an engine. A moment later a vehicle appeared from the street opposite and drove to a bay before stopping. The vehicle was a similar design to the models brought aboard the Nova, but it wasn't one of them. The colour was wrong and the lines were longer and smoother. The four returned travellers watched in silence. A creeped-out feeling settled on Wilder as she waited for the driver to emerge. It was similar to how she used to feel around the Guardians. Even before she'd known they were androids, she'd seen them as otherworldly, coming from the future. The vehicle door opened. A man stepped out, his gaze already focused on them, which was no surprise. He was probably wondering why four people were staring at him. As soon as he was out, the vehicle's door closed automatically. Another difference from the ones from the Nova. Aubrio called out, "Morning." The man nodded. "Morning." He approached them. "Can I help you folks with something? Are you looking for your workplace? It's a little early. Nowhere is open yet." Cherry went to speak, but Aubrio raised a hand to stop her.
"I've always wanted to say this."
He faced the man.
"Can you tell me what year this is?"
The stranger laughed. When he saw they were not laughing along, he said, "You aren't serious, right? One of you might have been knocked on the head, but not all four of you." Then, suddenly, his gaze shot to Cherry's missing arm. His mouth gaped, and he raised a hand to his forehead. "Are you the party who left on the Feeler ship? Have you finally returned? They said you'd be back one day. No, you can't be. This is a joke, isn't it? Is someone recording this?" He peered around and looked over his shoulder. "We are who you think we are," said Cherry impatiently. "Now will you answer the question and tell us what year it is?" He shook his head. "Unbelievable. And am I the first person you've spoken to?"
"The year,"
Aubrio growled. "Sorry. It's day 1, number 12 of the second month, 106. 106? Cherry echoed. Aubrio only lifted his eyebrows. Everyone Wilder had known had aged 106 years.
"Don't forget Concordia's orbit is twice the speed of Earth's,"
Aubrio said to Kes.
"Thanks," he breathed. "I was forgetting that. But 53 years is still a hell of a long time."
"When did you arrive?" the man asked. "Have you been waiting here all night? I'm Evan, by the way."
"We got here about 15 minutes ago,"
said Kes. "I need to sit down." Cherry's legs collapsed and she crumpled to the pavement, putting her head in her hand. Wilder sat beside her and put an arm over her shoulders. "You didn't know how much time had passed while you were away?" Evan asked. "This must be an enormous shock."
"You could say that,"
said Kes. Evan appeared to consider for a moment. "I'll con the leader's office with the news. I'm here to check on a problem with the machinery in my factory. But if you can wait while I do that, I'll take you to her residence.
I'm sure she'll want to see you all as soon as possible. Kes replied. That would be great, thanks. Please wait here. Evan strode around them and into a side street.
You lot can go with him, said Aubrio. I'm not interested in seeing the current leader. We'll probably have to spend days debriefing. I'm going to check out this place for myself.
He set off across the parking lot. Looks like it's just us, said Kes to Wilder and Cherry. You know, Wilder said, I don't want to see the leader either. I want to see what else has changed around here. Chapter 39. Cherry watched Aubrio and Wilder depart across the lot, each walking in different directions. Evan had disappeared into an alleyway. I'm sure she'll want to see you all as soon as possible. Ethan was no longer the leader. It was no surprise. The position only lasted a year, and then the incumbent had to step down and call an election. Her old friend might have been re-elected a few times, but he couldn't have served for all the decades that had passed while she'd been gone. Yet she couldn't avoid wondering if there was another reason Ethan wasn't the leader any longer. Was it because he'd died? 53 Earth years had gone by in the week she'd lived aboard the Thread ship. That would put Ethan in his late 70s. Aboard the Nova, gens had often died younger than that, though the Woken had said that living aboard a starship seemed to shorten the human lifespan. They'd said the average lifespan of humans on Earth when the colony ship departed had been in the mid-80s. It was possible Ethan was alive, but he was an old man, with perhaps only a few years left. Kes sat down beside her. This is all an incredible shock. Just standing is hard work. She nodded, not trusting herself to speak. It's hard to take in, right? So much has changed while we've been gone. So much development, though the colonization has been a great success from the look of things. Had he noticed her mood and was trying to lighten it? She couldn't tell. Kes was a nice man, kind and thoughtful. Ethan had told her once he was Cariad's ex-boyfriend. Cariad had excellent taste in men. Yes, it's amazing, she managed to squeeze out. Here I am again, said Evan from behind them. I combed the leader's office while I was gone. No one's working yet. So I tried the Compliance Enforcement Department on their emergency number. The CED has direct access to the leader's residence. They answered. Your arrival's causing quite a stir. Someone woke the leader up, and she wants to see you right away. All of you. Evan had walked around Cherry and Kes while he was speaking, and was now talking down to them. I don't suppose you know where the other two went? No, sorry, Kes replied. Can't be helped. I'm sure they'll turn up soon. In the meantime, I'm to take you to the leader's residence. I persuaded them it would be faster than waiting for the CED. He gave them a wink and then peered at them. Providing you're up to it, of course. I could take you to the hospital first if you need medical attention. I'm sure the leader would agree if that's the best thing to do. I can check if you want. I think we can manage, Kes replied. Are we travelling in your car? Oh yes, the leader's residence is far away. Can I help you stand up? He held out a hand each to Cherry and Kes. Evan's vehicle was only 20 metres away, but the distance felt enormous. When Cherry arrived and Evan opened a door, she slumped into the back seat. So the secret of flitter technology hasn't been cracked yet? Kes asked as he climbed into the front. Evan started the car and told it their destination. No one has been able to reverse engineer the AGRAF system, if that's what you mean. That is what I mean. What a shame. I think the colony has had more important stuff to focus on, and once the roads were built, the need for flitters dwindled. They'd all run out of power by then anyway. Only one of them still has a little juice, I believe. It's in the museum. In a museum, Kes echoed. We have museums. This is astounding. Evan gave him a puzzled look. Just one museum, but it's been there ever since I was a kid. Cherry said, I guess we're museum pieces too.
The leader's residence overlooked the ocean. The landscape had changed so much, Cherry found it hard to guess where the place stood in relation to the old breakaway cave settlement. Had the Concordians fixed up the old site? There was so much she didn't know, so much to find out. One thing especially, though she didn't want to know the answer to that question. The leader lived in a 3-story house on the cliff top. Cherry guessed there was a garden behind it, overlooking the water. It was a beautiful place. "No electric fence?" asked Kez as they drove up. Cherry had noticed that no fence stood around the farming district either, which they had passed on their way. "No, why would there be?" Evan asked. "Who would want to attack the leader?" "Not who," said Kez. "What? What's happened to the slug limpets?" "Those horrible things. They live down south, but as long as you wear repellent, they leave you alone." "My repellent? Fantastic. I'm glad it's still in use." "Did you invent it? This is so weird. I can't believe it's me who found you all." Evan stopped the car outside the main double doors of the residence. As he pulled up, the doors opened. "I doubt I'm allowed inside, so I guess this is goodbye for now. But when you've settled in, I'd love to have you over to meet my family. You must come, or my wife will never believe me." "I'm sure we can manage that," said Kez. "Right, Cherry?" As they entered the hall at the leader's residence, someone descended the stairs. Cherry watched the middle-aged woman. She had never met her, of course, and yet she thought she knew her. "Welcome back to Concordia," said the woman. "Welcome home. But there are only 2 of you. I thought there were 4. 4 of us arrived this morning," said Kez. "But Aubrio and Wilder left to explore. Everything has changed so much since we've been gone." "Ah, I see. Please come into my kitchen so I can get you something to eat and drink. None of my staff are up yet. Wait, I didn't introduce myself, did I? I'm the leader. I think I already know your names. You're both famous. But you look exhausted. I feel bad now for asking you to come to see me right away. Maybe I should have ordered medical checkups." "I can only speak for myself," Kez replied. "But I feel okay. How about you, Cherry?" "I'm fine." The doors to the kitchen opened, and the leader invited them to go first. The room was wall-to-wall steel, except for the floor, which was polished tile. Cooking equipment lined the walls. It was hard to believe this was just one person's home. No refectory kitchen Cherry had seen had ever looked so impressive. The leader said, "I hope you don't mind me saying, but you both look exactly the same as the vids of you from before you left. How long have you been away from your own perspective?" When Kez told her, she shook her head. "It must be bewildering for you. I think when you left, everyone was living at Old Sidher, right? Please, take a seat." She gestured toward a table and 4 chairs. "It's been a while since I had guests for breakfast." Suddenly, Cherry could bear it no longer. "Excuse me, but is your name Meredith?" The woman smiled. "Yes, Cherry, well spotted. Who do I look like the most, Mom or Dad?" Kez slapped his head. "Of course! I was thinking you looked familiar, but I didn't put 2 and 2 together." He peered closer. "I'd say you resemble Cariad the most, but you have Ethan's eyes. Dear Cariad, how is she doing? Assuming—" "Mom is still with us," said Meredith, smiling, "though she has trouble getting around these days. And she suffers from dementia. She's upstairs if you'd like to speak to her, but I warn you, she may not remember you. She hasn't recognized me or Dad for a few years." "I'm so sorry," said Kez. "I would like to see her nevertheless." "In that case, go on up. Her bedroom's the 2nd door on the left. She's awake already. I was taking in her coffee when I heard you were all back." Kez stood up. "Coming, Cherry?" "Maybe later." After Kez went out, Meredith busied herself at a machine Cherry didn't recognize. In the silence, she finally got up the courage to ask the question that was burning a hole in her mind. "How's your father doing, Meredith?" When the woman turned to answer, her features were full of sadness.
"You two were close, weren't you? Dad used to talk about you a lot. I think he really missed you."
She took a breath.
"You came back just in time. 10 days ago, Dad had a severe stroke. He's in the hospital, but the doctors don't hold out much hope. They say he probably doesn't have long."
Chapter 40. The Concordians had built a high tower. As soon as Wilder left the overshadowing buildings, she saw it. Slim and tall, it rose to double the height of the surrounding buildings. It would be the perfect place to see all that had changed in the colony since she'd been gone. Was Concordia even a colony any longer? From what she had seen, the place looked too developed to justify the name. And from what she had heard, Earth had devolved into an uncivilized wild place. Concordia had become humanity's new home. People were emerging into the streets. Predictably, she saw no one she recognized. They had all probably been born after she left the planet. Passers-by stared at her, which she found strange at first. Surely with the population growth, they couldn't expect to know the face of everyone they met. Then she realized she was still wearing her ship's suit. It was no wonder she stood out. Comparing her clothes with those of the other colonists, hers looked clumsily made and cheap. Other raw materials for textile manufacture had clearly been found, and the new clothes were made by machine, not hand-sewn. There were also differences in the physical appearance of the latest generation. Though most were olive-skinned and black-haired like the gens who had disembarked the Nova, the influence of Woken genes was clear. A few of the pedestrians had light-coloured hair, and she even saw some pairs of blue and green eyes. One person was as red-headed as Kez, though the woman's skin was warm tan, which made her look striking. As Wilder walked, she checked her orientation toward the tower, but she was also trying to understand what she was seeing around her. She hadn't seen anything she would call a home, only more factories like the one she'd seen when she emerged from the Feeler shuttle. That felt like a long time ago, though probably only an hour or so had passed. There were sounds of machinery operating, coming from inside a building she was nearing. What was being made? And were the people factory workers? That seemed the obvious conclusion, but they weren't wearing clothes suitable for manual labour. She had so many questions, yet she wasn't comfortable with stopping someone and asking them. She needed a rundown on everything that had happened in the last 50 years. For the moment, a view from the tower would have to suffice. Soon she was on the wrong side of a wall skirting the base of the tall edifice. Following the wall led her to an opening without a door. She stepped through. Immediately, the growing bustle of the streets faded. The tower was a simple structure. Empty windows punctuated the walls, and at the top stood a viewing platform. Wilder entered the open doorway and began to climb the spiral stairs. She hadn't gone more than a few flights when she had to rest. Months of inactivity aboard the Opportunity had made her weak. Even climbing stairs was hard work. She managed another 10 or 15 steps and then rested again at the first window. Leaning her elbows on the sill, she looked out. She couldn't see much more than the top of the wall surrounding the tower and the blank backs of factories and workplaces. She suspected that climbing the tower to the top might be the only thing she would accomplish today, but she was determined to do it. She wanted to see what her home had become. She needed to see it. The shock of displacement was eroding her sense of place and belonging. 15 steps between each opportunity to see more of this new to her Concordia. As she climbed, her legs ached more each time she lifted her feet to place them on the next tread. Her muscles began to tremble. She peered upward, squinting through the sweat stinging her eyes. Was the light above her a little brighter? Was she nearing the top? Resisting the urge to give up entirely, she stopped at the next window. At each opening, her view of the settlement had improved, but this latest took her breath away. Buildings stretched into the far distance, radiating from the tower. People walked the streets, so many people. She had never seen so many, but she still hadn't reached the top. As she steeled herself for the final push, she heard footsteps. Someone was running lightly up. Apprehension and disappointment washed over her. She wanted to be alone. She didn't want to see anyone right now, especially not Concordians, who were all strangers to her. When she'd lived here before, though she didn't know everyone by name, the colony had been small and familiar. Everyone knew of everyone else. Now there were too many people. She felt like she was back inside the Feeler shuttle, trapped and apprehensive. The person running up had almost reached her. She wished there was a way to escape, but there was none. Even if she possessed the strength to beat the person to the top, which she did not, they were clearly going the same way. A man rounded the spiral staircase. As soon as he saw her, he stopped. "They said you were back. I didn't believe it. They said you'd been seen going in here." She gazed at him. What remained of his hair was grey with a little brown, and his face was lined with wrinkles.
"Look, I'm sorry. I understand that I and my companions must be mildly famous, but—"
"You don't recognize me."
"No, I don't."
She peered closer. Could it be Tycho? The age was about right, but he didn't look like the boy she remembered, even accounting for the passage of time.
"That's a relief, I guess. If you don't remember me, that makes me feel better."
Huh? What an odd thing to say. Then everything fell into place. She gasped. "Jim?" The man looked downward.
"You do remember?"
"I do."
"Well..." She sat down on the cold stone. She didn't know how she felt about encountering her former bully, now an old and apparently sad man.
"I want to get to the top of this tower."
"I'll come with you."
When they reached the viewing platform, bright morning light from a warm blue sky was shining down, and only the pillars supporting the roof cast shadows on the space. The sun was so low the roof cast no shadow at all.
"A few years after you left,"
Jim said,
"when I'd grown up, people began to speculate that you might never return. They said something must have happened to you all. I looked back on how I'd behaved, and I was ashamed. I regretted everything, but there was nothing I could do about it. No one to apologize to. I've lived with the guilt for a long time. When I heard the rumor you were back, I had to find out for myself if it was true. I had to find you. I had to tell you how sorry I am. I don't have any excuses for what I did. I want to ask..."
Jim glanced at her.
"I know I don't deserve it. I want to ask if you can forgive me."
She realized her mouth was hanging open. She snapped her lower jaw closed.
"Jim,
It was all too much for her to take in. He lifted his head and smiled.
"I'm just a stupid old man to you now, aren't I?"
No.
She didn't know what to say to him.
"Let's talk about it later."
A waist-high wall ringed the platform. She leaned a hand on one of the pillars. From her new vantage point, she could see the neat planning that had been followed in the construction of the district. Closest to the base of the tower was a section containing the tallest buildings. Farther out, the buildings were smaller and shorter, and the streets were narrower and more numerous. Squares of green stood within the streets, small parks filled with trees. At the edge of the district were fields of green. She put her hands on the wall and leaned out. The sun was above the horizon and rising swiftly. Where she stood, out of the shelter of the buildings, the breeze was strong. She relished the feeling of it sweeping back her hair. Her muscles continued to throb, but she didn't care. She ignored the pain. The Concordian colony had grown up, and so had she. Chapter 41. Cherry stepped into the hospital room, hardly knowing how to feel about what she might see. Ethan was asleep. He was propped up on pillows and attached to a device delivering intravenous fluids. Other tubes ran under his nostrils, supplying him with additional oxygen. He looked so old, and yet he also didn't look any different at all. She would have recognized him in a heartbeat. The doctor had told her not to expect too much. The stroke had been devastating. Half his body was entirely paralyzed, and he'd lost the power of speech. There was almost no hope of recovery. It was a miracle he had survived at all. She hovered in the doorway, her heart full. Her eyes drank in the sight of her old friend. A lifetime had passed for him while she had been gone, and he had achieved so much. The colony had grown beyond the most optimistic predictions of the manual. Compared to the Concordia she'd left behind only a few months ago, it was unrecognizable. Another place entirely. A dream. Ethan's eyes opened. She inhaled sharply and stiffened. Had she woken him? She didn't want to disturb him. His gaze alighted on her. She held eye contact. His eyes closed and she relaxed. He'd returned to sleep. Then his eyes opened again, wider. His lips worked, and unrecognizable sounds issued from his mouth. "Go in," said a voice. Cherry turned and saw a nurse had walked up without her noticing. "Go in and talk to him," the nurse repeated. "He hasn't had many visitors. No one knows, you see. The leader said he'd given instructions that if he fell seriously ill, not to tell any of the news outlets. He wanted peace and quiet. He didn't want any attention. So like him. But it's meant he's been alone here, except for when the leader finds time to pop in and see him. I'm sure he'd appreciate a bit of company." Cherry entered the room with heavy feet and stood by Ethan's bed. His eyes were alive, and he smiled a smile that only worked on one half of his face. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words came out. The hand nearest her crept toward her own. She grasped it. "They said you can't talk, so I'll do the talking for both of us. I got back this morning, a little later than expected. We made it to the assembly, Ethan. It was quite an experience. I'll tell you more later. But in the end, they agreed to accept humanity as an ally." She paused and swallowed. "Great news, right? If the Zydians come back, we'll have friends to help us kick their asses. But we didn't know so much time had passed while we'd been gone. We didn't know." She paused again. "Ethan, you can't. You have to get better. I don't want to be the only amputee in the colony." His lopsided grin grew wider. She blinked furiously, but she couldn't control the overflow of her emotions. Tears cascaded down her face. She dropped to her knees and pressed her face into the bed next to his hand. She looked up into his eyes, the mask she had worn so long falling away. She could no longer disguise how she felt. As she held his gaze, his expression changed. Understanding lit up his eyes. The weak grip of his hand grew tighter. She heard movement. Expecting it to be the nurse, she turned and prepared to get to her feet. It was Aubryo. He was leaning on the doorframe, arms and legs crossed, watching impassively. Cherry said, "What are you?" Ethan's hand became limp. When she looked at him again, his eyes had rolled back and his mouth hung open. Some kind of monitor must have been attached to him, because moments later a doctor and a nurse rushed in, quickly followed by others. Numbly, she stepped back to give them room to work. She watched them as if through a transparent screen, their movements and words making no sense. Their behaviour was like a grotesque performance around a fallen puppet. At one point, the nurse who had spoken earlier put a hand on her arm and said, "He was very sick. Maybe he was only hanging on in the hope he might see you." The next thing she noticed was that the medical professionals had all left. She was alone with Ethan again, except for Aubryo standing in the doorway. But it was not Ethan lying on the bed, all medical devices removed. He had gone. She turned to leave. Aubryo's eyes were on her, but she didn't care what he thought. She didn't care that he was seeing her at her most vulnerable. She didn't care that he'd been right, and now he knew it. Her head hanging, she stepped past him. He grasped her arm. A sob welled up in her chest. She was barely holding it together. "Please, don't!" He tugged her toward him, raised his other hand and put it on the back of her head. She fell into him, her face against his chest. Then grief and sorrow overcame her. Cherry didn't know how much time had passed before she cried herself out. She knew it would not be the end of her tears, not for a long time, but for now she had none left. She lifted her face from Aubreau's chest. His shirt was soaked through with her tears and an embarrassing amount of mucus. She looked across at the hospital room window, her gaze avoiding the motionless figure on the bed. At some point, Meredith had arrived. She was sitting with her father in silence. Through the window, Cherry saw the daylight was waning. Had the first day of her return to Concordia nearly passed already? Aubryo pulled his shirt out from his pants and wiped her face with a dry part of it. "You look a mess." "Thanks." He took her hand.
"Come with me. I want to show you something."
She went with him down the stairs and out of the building. They strode across the parking lot and across a road. "Is this urgent? I just want to find somewhere to sleep tonight."
"You don't have to worry about that. You're a celebrity. We all are. We'll have people begging to put us up. But Ethan's daughter said we could stay with her until things got sorted out. Didn't you hear her?"
"I guess not." He led her down an alleyway and then across another road. He turned and they walked for several minutes. "Aubryo, can anything be so important it can't wait until tomorrow? I'm really done with today."
"Stop whinging. You want to see this. Believe me."
He turned down another alleyway. The layout of the buildings was beginning to look familiar. "Are you taking me back to where the shuttles landed?"
"I knew you weren't as stupid as you look. Now shut up. You're getting annoying."
If she had an ounce of energy or willpower remaining, she would have left him and his mad obsession. But she had neither, so she was forced to allow him to pull her along. They arrived at the parking lot where they'd met Evan.
"See that?"
Aubryo pointed at a low wall around steps leading underground.
"Didn't notice it before, did you?"
"No, I didn't. And—"
"What's the point of a basement under a car park?"
Ugh, come on. Will you please just reveal your moronic secret so I can find a bed and go to sleep?" He marched her toward the stairs.
"Moronic secret? You're going to take that back in 2 minutes. To answer my own question, there is no need for a basement under a car park. Unless it's another car park, of course."
"Oh, whoopee. 2 parking lots. I'm impressed." He looked at her out of the corners of his eyes. He seemed about to speak, but then changed his mind. He pulled her down the steps. They went surprisingly deep. They walked down several flights, and then a closed door blocked them at the bottom. A security panel sat on the wall.
"Now, not everyone can be given access to Concordia's highest security areas, but if you're an important, famous celebrity, you just might get lucky."
He pulled open the panel and looked into it. A lock clicked. He pulled the door open. Her eyes took a moment to adjust to the dimmer light in the underground space. It was much larger than she'd expected. The expanse spread away wider than the parking lot above it, and in the space
odd, humped and long shapes stood silent under soft lights. "What is this?" Cherry stepped through the open doorway. "What are—" She gasped so deeply her throat made a whooping noise. "Oh my stars!" As she walked farther into the massive vault, her legs felt as though they were about to give way. She was looking at an armaments depot, a huge missile launcher, stacked missiles, colossal guns, and other military equipment she had no idea the purpose of, ranged across the floor.
"Our fellow Concordians have been busy while we've been gone, in more ways than one. They used the material from the melted-down spiders at first, then stepped up production after mining operations started in the mountains, all in secret. And this isn't the only depot. There are more, all too deep for scanners to detect. The feeler sent back word after the opportunity was attacked as she left that they suspected Concordia was being watched."
"Wow."
"I couldn't have said it better myself."
He walked to one of the guns and patted the side of it, his tall frame entirely dwarfed by the machine.
"When the Scythians return, they're in for a nasty surprise."
The end. This has been Interstellar Mission, Space Colony 1 Book 4, written and narrated by J.J. Green. The next book in the Space Colony 1 series is Humanity's Fight, Space Colony 1 Book 5. For more J.J. Green books, visit jjgreenauthor.com.